Mei Shuiyan considered for a while and finally decided, and said, I'll listen to you but you, don't move. If you move, you are a beast. Once he heard that, Jun Moxie almost raised his head and howled like a fox but he held it in and said seriously, Mei Yan Shui, don't worry. I am not such a person. I am definitely a gentleman. In his heart, he added one more line, rather than being worse than a beast, I would rather be a beast. Mei Yan Shui acknowledged but thought, anyways she had already decided that he was her lifelong enemy and it is destined to not change. She was still worried about him a few days ago, regretting that she did not understand her feelings, furthermore, him treating her injury. What he said made sense. She was the patient and he was the physician. She should listen to him. In that instant, Mei Shuiyan found countless reasons for herself and finally convinced herself. Her fingers were trembling as they gently grazed past her waist, ready to remove her clothes but suddenly, she raised her head and said angrily, You turn around. Jun Moxie obligingly turned around while feeling secretly happy as although he did not get to see her at that point in time, he could later on. Furthermore, he could look at her all he wanted. If he did not see and look as he wished, he would be worse than a beast. The ruffling sound behind him continued for a while and Jun Moxie even heard Mei Shuiyan's breathing speed up and it seemed as though her body started to shiver. After a while, a soft voice asked, How about my underwear? Yes, Jun Moxie said with determination, this is the most crucial one. Any bit of deviation will bring great trouble. Even a tiny bit is crucial. Nothing can be left on. Mei Yan Shui immediately grew suspicious. As Master Jun said, she was a martial arts practitioner and have seen the world. She naturally knew that some poisonous injuries required clothes to be removed during treatment to prevent any obstruction of airflow as the poison would return to the body. Perhaps the strong poison from the blood shadow god needed it too. However, Mei Yan Shui knew that regardless of whatever poisonous injury, it was impossible that treatment required her to be totally naked. If the upper body was injured, it was sufficient to just remove the top, it simply required some looseness and not necessarily removing all the clothes. Jun Moxie explained previously that it would only move through the arm's 3 yang meridians, so why did she have to totally remove her top? Hence, at this crucial moment, Mei Yan Shui intentionally asked a question. However, Jun Moxie's mind was already flooded with perverted thoughts and forgot everything. A slip of mouth and he did it with lots of desire. Extremely eager. Horrible guy. He really is worse than a beast. Mei Yan Shui immediately got angry and fumed. She immediately put on her clothes and reached out to twist Jun Moxie's ears as she coldly said, Jun Moxie, you are really scheming. I belittled you too much when I said you were a beast. You are worse than a beast. Once she thought about how Jun Moxie lied to make her remove her clothes. Mei Shuiyan's face flushed in embarrassment and anger. She pinched his ears strongly with her right hand and twisted it more than 90 degrees, moving towards 180 degrees. Jun Moxie yelled like a slaughtered pig. Everything was proceeding smoothly and he did not think that he had let out any hints to be exposed. To him, she was pretty dumb but who knew, she became crafty and caught him on the spot. He was in trouble. Jun Moxie quickly begged for forgiveness and yet, after a long while, Mei Shuiyan was still not appeased and had no intention of forgiving him. Say, is there any method that doesn't need me to remove my clothes? Hurry. I suddenly remember that there probably is one, just that the effects. Jun Moxie quickly changed his statement as he could not bear the pain. Not one, right? All the methods do not require me to remove my clothes, right? Will the effects really be not as good? Mei Shuiyan tightened her grip again. Jun Moxie was helpless. After a long while, the poison was successfully expelled. Mei Yan Shui's meridians had recovered back to normal under Jun Moxie's treatment. Mei Yan Shui felt extremely sleepy and unknowingly fell asleep. Jun Moxie looked at the deep asleep Mei Shuiyan who was as pretty as a painting but yet, he could not forget his ear, which hurt really badly. Even if he had the intention, he did not have the guts. That day he had been labeled as worse than a beast, so he decided to not be one anymore. He was holding a jade bottle filled with black evilness, that was the evil matter he forced out of Mei Shuiyan's body. Jun Moxie turned and disappeared, but actually, he used the yin-yang escape to go down into the ground and carefully buried the jade bottle deep underground, then used the yin-yang escape to come back up, wiping his cold sweat. Mei Shuiyan's old injury inflicted by the blood shadow god was really extremely poisonous. If it applied slightly on a normal person's skin, it would be enough to cause him or her to rot to death. It was not surprising that even with Mei Shuiyan's superb abilities, she could not deal with it. Also, luckily Mei Shuiyan's abilities were superb such that it could suppress it. If she was any weaker, she would have long died. Young Master Jun sighed and walked out. For other miracle physicians, they could get all that they wanted and people rushed to offer them benefits, yet even though he kindly offered treatment, he was beat up, although it was because his intentions were not pure. Everyone is really different. In the next few days, Jun Moxie gathered people around him for a special training. This special training involved a limited number of people, and even Jun Zhantian and Jun Wei participated. Ing Bo Kong and Feng Wanyan eagerly joined in. Jun Moxie even managed to assemble Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang. The aristocrats' hall was left in the hands of a fatty. The present aristocrats' hall was definitely the top auction hall in the capital and perhaps even the top in the mainland, the type that no one dared to mess with. Even if the guards fell asleep, no one would dare to create a ruckus there. Even Bailey Luo Yun and Evil Soul Eaters members came together to participate in the special training. Jun Moxie's goal was very simple: strength. Everyone to become stronger. Or to gain battle experience. In the previous confrontation with the three holy cities, although they did not lose too badly, it was exposed that the Jun family lacked superior combat strength. Even though the Jun family's current abilities and worldview were already top-notch, it was still insufficient. Then again, the leaders of the Jun family had consumed the 3 top pills, including the Tongyuan one, and thus, have improved a lot quicker. However, the fact that their experience could not catch up is a big problem, so they need to adjust. Jun Moxie first used the Tianyuan pills to pull up Hai Chen Feng and Song Shang's abilities, then gave them a Tongyuan pill and a Juyuan pill each. He instructed the both of them to help each other and improved quickly. For Bailey Luo Yun, Jun Moxie's request was very simple: definitely must break through to the Sky Xian level within 10 days. He took out some miracle drugs for his growth. Only when they reach Sky Xian then they will barely be able to consume the Sky Xian pills. Only when they break through Sky Xian to reach Spirit Xian then they could consume the Tongyuan and Juyuan pills. This was an obstacle, but with Jun Moxie, once you joined him, you would improve rapidly, but if you cannot join him, you would only be able to admire the gains, as it was not for everyone. It was the same for the Evil Soul Eater members. As they had a weak foundation, Jun Moxie's orders seemed a little too cruel. I don't care how you do it, even if you are exhausted or dead, you must meet my orders. I don't want rubbish. Those who were Gold Xian had to reach Earth Xian by the time I return from the Dongfang family. Those who were Jade Xian have to each Sky Xian. There was more than enough Xianyang and Jushen pills. So long you can level up, you can eat as many as you want. However, you must meet my targets. Feng Wanyan came forward during this critical time and chose to endure through difficulties with the Jun family. There was no doubt that Jun Moxie's impression of him was very good. Naturally, he would not be stingy with his own people. After eating the pills, Feng Wanyan finally understood why Ing Bo Kong improved so quickly and was elated. At the same time, he decided, from now on I will stay with the Jun family and not let this old Ing ride on my head. On the other side, Jun Zhantian, Jun Wei and the rest were with Hai Chen Feng, Song Shang, and Bailey Luo Yun. They practiced in pairs, experiencing to their heart's content. They understood their current speed and strength. It was natural that the Bailey Luo Yun was weaker amongst them, but this talent from the Bailey family had a unique understanding of the techniques which surprised Hai Chen Feng and the rest. Bailey Luo Yun's advancement was the fastest and his improvement was also the greatest. Ingbo Kong, Feng Wan Yun, Mei Shui Yan, King of Snakes Qian Sun and Jun Moxie were on another side and also focused on learning from one another. Young Master Jun's abilities improved shockingly fast, but there were still things he was unsure about how they happened, which was the exact opposite of other people. Mei Shui Yan, the martial arts expert, gave a suggestion: learning from one another, lots of exchanging, an exchange between experts of supreme level and higher. On the first day, after everyone was allocated and started practicing, Feng Wan Yun and Ingbo Kong looked at Jun Moxie in curiosity. Feng Wan Yun was exceptionally curious and asked, "This is where all those of supreme level or higher practice. What are you doing here?" Looking at this young lad, he seemed to be slightly condescending. Ingbo Kong involved himself and said, "Old Feng, this is old Jun's house. Why don't you test him and give him some advice as a senior?" Feng Wan Yun grudgingly walked out. As he was the weakest out of everyone there, this chores naturally had to be done by him. Just as they started to exchange moves, he was shocked. Jun Moxie's attack was unique, swift and majestic. Furthermore, what made Feng Wan Yun most shocked was, this lad was no weaker than him and even seemed better than him. How was this possible? Supreme Feng pulled out his sword in a moment of anger but was defeated by Jun Moxie. Ingbo Kong was bewildered. Although he knew that Jun Moxie was good, he did not think he was this strong as he witnessed. While he was impressed, he naturally wanted to challenge him, and thus, young Master Jun and he exchanged 500 moves with no determination of the winner. The King of Snakes, Qian Sun, also had a battle with young Master Jun and it ended with a draw as well. Finally, Mei Yan Shui personally acted, and under the situation that Jun Moxie did not use the yin-yang escape, she finally defeated him and kicked him a few more times while giving him some comments. "This young lad don't need any more challenges. I don't know where you got your battle experience, which seems more than a several hundred years old expert. Could you be a born genius?" After her old injury cleared up, Mei Yan Shui's abilities advanced further and seemed to have taken a step higher. She had to exhaust her strength when dealing with young Master Jun, much less the rest, and so, based on her judgment, Jun Moxie's current abilities were definitely superior of Shi Chang Zhao's and no weaker than the ultimate supreme, Li Ju Tian. The five of them was as though they were taking turns to fight in an arena, and the host was Miss Mei Shui Yan. When she felt enthusiastic, she would take on the four of them such that they had a contented battle. In this time, Jun Moxie was figuring out something, then even used spiritual energy to see inside Ingbo Kong and Feng Wan Yun's diaphragm. He also looked into Mei Shui Yan's and finally sort of understood. Where is the basic difference between supreme and spirit Xian experts, or the difference between the advancement of Xian energy in this world and the immortal level in Jun Moxie's mind? In Jun Moxie's diaphragm was just a small infant. Using immortality, it should be called the nascent soul period. In martial arts, there was such a saying: in the process of practicing martial arts, some people did not know about immortality but still reached this level. It was called forming an infant out of the world, and this was said to be the highest achievement in traditional martial arts learning. The only difference was that when traditional martial arts reached this step, the nascent soul needed to emerge out of its own heavenly spirit shell, leaving its physical body and become an untraceable spirit. However, immortal cultivation was the nascent soul using the diaphragm to provide it warmth to grow. It was very rare that anyone would let it go, as that was the cultivator's second life. However, in this world, Ingbo Kong and the rest were different. As they did not practice the internal energy, especially not the dermic formula. Yet when they reach Ingbo Kong's level, a matter similar to a gold pill will appear in his diaphragm. It is filled with extremely powerful energy. Such a realm should be the prelude to forming a nascent soul when the cultivator reaches the phase for the gold pill's breakthrough. As to Feng Wan Yun's diaphragm, it was half solid, half mist, because his present cultivation was slightly weaker than Ingbo Kong's. This world's pills were different as described by the historical records in the Hongyi Tower. It was not gold and shiny, but instead, was a depressingly grayish-black matter. Analyzing from this point, although the Xian energy could not be said to be better than the internal energy of the previous world, they were about the same. As compared to human, Mei Yan Shui's diaphragm had a snow-white Xian pill. The king of snakes, Qian Sun, too, but her Xian pill was green color instead. Regarding this, Jun Moxie was not too sure that even if Qian Sun was in the gold pill phase, was Mei Yan Shui also in it? It was impossible. It was a pity that the king of bears and the king of tigers had left. If they were still around, he would have two more references. Mei Yan Shui's reply answered his questions. Once mystical beasts reached above the 5th level, a Xian pill would be formed in its body and usually, half solid. Once it reached the 9th level, the Xian pill will completely solidify and officially become a pill. Any higher, the pill will become rounder and smoother, but its original shape would not change. Up till now, in Mei Yan Shui's memory, the Xian pill left behind by the past generations of the kings of various beasts and sage kings in the Tian Fa forest were all smooth and round, just like an extremely rare luminous pearl. Amongst them, the biggest was like a Xian jade, crystal clear and could be seen through, luminous at night and consisted of unbelievably strong energy. However, even Mei Shui Yan was unsure what would happen when they reached the ultimate level. Jun Moxie analyzed it for a while but still was unsure and gave up looking. He did regret slightly as looking at all those people of supreme level or higher, and yet he did not investigate deeper. It was such a waste. Not mentioning this issue, Jun Moxie put all his focus back on to improving everyone's abilities. This special training lasted a total of 10 days. After 10 days, Jun Moxie wanted to officially set off for the Dongfang family to visit his mother. Dongfang Wenqing has sent a message. Old Madame Dongfang wished for Jun Moxie to visit the Dongfang family as soon as possible. 574 Who's hunting who? Translator, JTJTY97 Editor, JTJTY97/Sparrow Translations. Jun Moxie was curious. This woman was able to put on the mantle of a general. She was a woman who held on to her deep feelings without uttering any complaints. After her husband died, she had shut herself out from the world for 10 years. What kind of devotion and hopelessness does she possess to behave like that? Dongfang Wen Xian, Jun Moxie's mother. My mother. Jun Moxie contemplated deeply in his heart. Actually, he had anticipated this day. In his 2 lives, he had never experienced a mother's love. Jun Moxie deeply desired a mother's love. When he occasionally thought about this, he would feel a pang of pain in his heart. During the training, those 2 handicapped kids also joined the training. Jun Moxie handed every member in the Heavenly Destroyer and Soul Devourers teams a quenching pill. Naturally, he did not forget about the 2 of them. Moreover, he even imparted some abdominal language. Over the few days, they had made some improvements. Although they still weren't able to speak, they could utter some unclear sounds. The sounds sounded like the mumbling of a drunk person. It could be imagined that once they master the skills and go out to the society, it would definitely cause a great sensation to the whole world. 2 mutes were able to utter words without using their mouths. That would be spectacular. As he thought about this, Jun Moxie started to smile from ear to ear. But in the process, Jun Moxie also encountered something unexpected. Yi Guhan rejected Jun Moxie's pills. During this period of time, Yi Guhan had also been putting in the effort to train the 2 handicapped children in the sword. Whenever they had a question, he would do his best to explain, which led the 2 children to improve swiftly. In fact, the 2 kids improved so quickly that Jun Moxie was given a huge shock. Thus, he decided to help Yi Guhan with his recovery, which was a deed in exchange. One must know Yi Guhan was crippled and his dantian was damaged. Although Jun Moxie had tried his best to save him on that day, that treatment was limited. Up till now, Yi Guhan only managed to recover 30% of his power. But now, Jun Moxie's tremendous improvement in his power could help Yi Guhan recover completely. However, Yi Guhan actually rejected him. When he rejected, he was calm and made a request. If one day he was able to create a single-armed sword style, he hoped that Jun Moxie would help the two children to master it so that his legacy would continue to pass on. He did not need any formal master-disciple relationship. Jun Moxie thought about it sincerely and agreed. When Jun Moxie was about to leave, Yi Gu Han uttered some solemn words. "Young Master Jun, regardless of the hatred of the older generation, I hope that you would take care of Ling Meng. She is an innocent and kind girl." From those words, Jun Moxie understood why Yi Gu Han did not want to accept his help to heal him. The enmity between the Jun and the royal family was common knowledge. In particular, the unreasonable deaths of a generation of brilliant heroes had shaken the world. From the looks of it, Yi Gu Han had also known about the truth of this matter. After all, his own family would not disappear for no reason. He even deduced that Jun Moxie would eventually deal with the Tianxiang emperor. But if that happens, where could Murong Xiu go to? Now, Yi Gu Han was only hoping that he could pave a path for the people he cared for. One such person would be Princess Ling Meng, who had he seen grow up. If he were to accept more favors from Jun Moxie, then it would be harder for him to ask a favor in the future. And if this favor was incredibly significant, then he might not even be able to open his mouth. Hence, Yi Gu Han was willing to live the rest of his life handicapped and useless. This was all so that he could open his mouth to speak those words for the people he cared for. Although this seemed like an exchange of favors, Yi Gu Han did not have anything that Jun Moxie required a favor for. Also, although this might not even be considered a favor, Yi Gu Han hoped that if Xiu and Ling Meng ever needed someone to depend upon, he could open his mouth to ask Jun Moxie for help. This was even if the chances were slim. Jun Moxie understood his intentions, but he did not make any promises. He could only leave silently. 10 days later, Jun Moxie had prepared and was all ready to go. This time, he only allowed one person to follow him, Mei Shuiyan. Jun Moxie had packed and dressed lightly as he wanted to travel at full speed. Snake King Qian Sun had to stay in the Jun mansion. On one hand, he had to ensure the safety of the Jun family. At the same time, he was there in case Tian Fa came to deliver any pills. Solitary Falcon and Feng Wanyun also stayed at the Jun mansion to cultivate. During this time, Song Shan and Hai Chen Feng made huge improvements and their powers had reached the spirit Xian level. Naturally, they were excited to add to their improvements, but they still fulfilled their promise. On the other hand, with the help of spiritual pills and the pressure of exchanging blows with spirit Xian and supreme experts, Bailey Luoyun finally broke through the earth Xian bottleneck and entered the sky Xian stage. Jun Moxie naturally kept his promises. He provided him with heavenly vitality pills, and he even gave him a vitality linkage pill and a vitality congregation pill for him to use after he entered the spirit Xian stage. On the day that Jun Moxie left, Bailey Luoyun also left discreetly to temper himself in the Jianghu. Together with him, were the two kids. Jun Moxie allows Bailey Luoyun to pick and nurture some assassins. However, after contemplating for half a day, he couldn't find anyone. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes landed on those two fellas. He immediately decided that he was going to choose them. Thus, Jun Moxie cracked his brains and came up with two heroic names for the kids, Tian Can and DK. 1. Obviously, Jun Moxie was playing around with the names. He would never have imagined that many years in the future, the names Tian Can and DK would resonate throughout the entire continent. Many years later, these names would become the names of taboo in the entire assassin world. Somewhere in Tianxiang City, the three holy cities had been gathered for more than half a month. Zi Jinghong and company felt their asses turning numb from all the sitting. They all felt dispirited. This was because this set of news came 7 days ago. On a certain day of a certain month, Fantasy Blood Sea's three supreme experts encountered the Tiger King and Bear King at Wufu County. The two sides engaged in battle. The three supreme experts fell in battle while the Bear King and Tiger King walked away without any losses. According to their trajectory, they should have already arrived at Tian Fa Forest. When he heard this news, Zi Jinghong fiercely slammed the table in front of him into dust. He and his men had been waiting here for nothing. Those fellas had escaped from right under his eyelids. Moreover, he even lost 3 supreme experts. All this time, they were discussing their course of action. What a joke. The 3 holy cities had thoroughly lost their reputation. A few days passed before another set of news arrived. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan had packed lightly and were heading towards the Dongfang family. Zi Jinghong was instantly enlivened. He hollered loudly, "Everyone, head out. This is our rare chance to get rid of Supreme Mei." As the 3 holy cities were rallying their troops, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan had already left Tianxiang City. Everyone could rest assured with their departure. After all, the 2 of them were high-leveled experts. Moreover, their escape techniques were peak-grade. Before Jun Moxie came back, Mei Shuiyan's speed was undoubtedly the number 1 in the world. But after Jun Moxie returned, the 2 of them were roughly on par. Of course, this was if Jun Moxie didn't use the hack-like yin-yang escape. Thus, if there was someone that was too strong for them to defeat, they would still be able to escape. The 2 of them chose to pack lightly. However, they didn't do this so that they could escape. Instead, it was for them to counterattack. They would counterattack with their sharpest and most incisive attack. The 3 holy cities would definitely have to pay for what they have done. Otherwise, the 2 of them would never be able to swallow it down. On this road, who was hunting who? At this point, no one really knows. The time the 2 left was just as the sun had risen. This caused Mei Shuiyan to be slightly confused. Moxie, if we left at night, it would definitely be more advantageous for the 2 of us. Why did we embark in the day? When there was no one else around them, Mei Shuiyan finally let down her reservations and called Jun Moxie by his name. Every time she said this name, her heart would flutter slightly. "Oh you! Why are you so naive? Those fellas from the 3 holy cities aren't fools. If we are too near to Tianxiang City, they definitely wouldn't act against us. This is because the killing intent and the ripples from the attack would attract the attention of my master. This is what they are afraid of." As Jun Moxie said this, Mei Shuiyan's mouth twitched slightly. However, Jun Moxie didn't notice it. Thus, within the first 300 miles, they definitely wouldn't make a move. If they were more conservative, they would wait till we are 500 miles out. Jun Moxie said confidently. The journey of 500 miles would require 1.5 days. Moreover, to deal with you, they would need to pick a terrain that they were extremely confident of. Thus, I predict that the first wave of attacks would come tomorrow night. Mei Shuiyan scolded herself. She had truly forgotten about Jun Moxie's master. She could roughly guess that there wasn't such a person, but the 3 holy cities did not know that. Moreover, Jun Moxie's master was someone that they had to be careful of. That's true. Mei Shuiyan nodded her head. This time, what should we do this time? That would depend on how they come at us. Jun Moxie harumphed, don't look at how brotherly the 3 holy cities seem. In actual fact, they would rather let the others attack and send themselves to their deaths first while they come second and have an easier time. They would probably come separately. If they were to come together, they would definitely have a conflict. Shuiyan, that Xian pill in your belly is very valuable. Everyone wants it. Jun Moxie grinned and glanced at Mei Shuiyan's belly. A stream of saliva flowed out the corner of his mouth. 1. Tian Can and DK mean incomplete heaven and lacking earth respectively. Mei Yen Shui did not know to laugh or cry and said, greed is a sin and humans' greed is unlimited. Just like how in Tian Fa Forest, there are hundreds of Xian cores left behind by our ancestors, but yet, for tens of thousands of years, not a single mystical beast has thought of stealing them. We must know that we were of the same origins, but you, humans, have much fewer restrictions when it comes to absorbing Xian cores. Sigh, why are humans so greedy and always want to reap the rewards without working for them? Mystical beasts' entire lives' essence are all in a Xian core, but no matter how much you, humans, try to absorb it, at most half or even less will be absorbed. Why treat this as a shortcut to become an immortal? Jun Moxie said seriously, what you said is right but also wrong. As you said, humans are greedy, and so even if they can only absorb 1/2, 1/10, or even 1/100th of the energy, there will still be people who do it. In fact, even if they cannot absorb a single bit of that energy, they would sell it for money. So you should stop your wrong ideas or you will put Tianfa in trouble. Mei Yanxue stayed silent, but a bolt of hatred flashed through her eyes. Jun Moxie laughed and changed the topic. Just now I calculated the possibility of an attack from the 3 Holy Lands. I think for now we only need to consider which family will be the primary attacker tomorrow night. I think it will be elusive Land of Immortals. Mei Yanxue said confidently. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng are meticulous, they definitely will not be willing to take the risk first. However, they will definitely hide nearby, ready to take advantage of the situation. Jun Moxie snickered and said cynically, after we cross the mountain entrance in front, there will be a lot of mountainous roads. Up till now, the next few days of heavy snow will make it difficult to travel on them. Within these mountainous roads, there definitely will be some action. It will pay off to move faster, so the 3 Holy Lands people awaiting death will not have to wait too long. Mei Shuiyan could not help but laughed and agreed. The two of them snickered, sat on their horses and hissed at the horse, then they galloped away, leaving behind only dusty snow. Behind them on Tianqing City's city gate, Zi Jinghong's gaze turned hazy as he watched the 2 horses sprint away and slowly revealed her desire to kill. The action location must not be too close to Tianqiang City in case it lures out that old monster again, which will make us awkward. The journey was not in Tianqiang City and did not have any Jun family members around, so he may not set a trap. Brother Z, where do you think we should take action at? Xiao Weicheng said as he stepped on a thick coat of snow on the ground, but yet did not make any sound as he floated to Zi Jinghong. Following behind him was Ning Wuqing, the last-minute leader of elusive Land of Immortals' people. 200 miles in this direction from Tianqiang City will lead us to the mountainous roads. Furthermore, it is half a month worth of mountainous roads. In such strong snow, they won't be moving fast, so we don't need to rush, Zi Jinghong said evilly. However, Venerable Mei is known for her speed being the top in the world. It will be easy for her to escape, so we need to choose a good geographic location. Yes, we need to consider this carefully, but if the geographic location is unfavorable to Venerable Mei, then it will also be unfavorable to us. Ning Wuqing said seriously, one-on-one, none of us here have a chance against Venerable Mei, so we need to carefully think through our soldier arrangement. If we could injure her from just the first move, then just based on our huge number of people, we can use speed to tire her out. Zi Jinghong said, stroking his long beard, then said, but how easy it is to injure Venerable Mei. It would be impossible without sacrificing a few lives. The current Venerable Mei is no longer the old childish her. I'm afraid that to be able to touch her, it is going to be as extremely dangerous. Speaking of this problem, all 3 of them quietened. None of them was willing to be the first, as it was sure that they would be defeated. Let's pick lots then and leave it to fate. Our 3 groups can act separately. Zi Jinghong said, the first group will choose the geographic location to launch the attack. Regardless of success or failure, the second group nearby will prepare to surprise them and kill. The third group will stake out at a road they have to pass by and prepare for the second surprise attack. By rotating, even if we cannot succeed by the time they reach the third group, within that time the first group must do their best to reach the next attack point. That is for the third surprise attack. We will keep doing this until we kill Venerable Mei. Great plan, Ning Wuqing and Xiao Weicheng simultaneously praised and clapped. The 3 of them no longer had other opinions and settled on this. In front of the 2 of them, Zi Jinghong wrote on 3 slips of paper and crushed them into 3 small balls in his palm. Looking at the 2 of them, he sternly said, although picking lots may seem childish, this issue is no joking matter. The first one picked will be in greater danger, so all three of us have to be prepared and stay united. For fairness, since I wrote on the papers, someone else shall give it out. The two of them were satisfied with how Zi Jinghong handled this. This way, there was no way cheating could happen and they could only rely on their individual luck. Even if they become the first group, there would be no objections. Ning Wuqing smiled, well said, Brother Z. Let's lay everything out first so we'll stay united. Since Brother Z wrote, then I shall distribute them. Brother Xiao, please choose one first. Brother Z picks one and I will have the last one. The three of them looked at each other and suddenly laughed and said, this is indeed the fairest method. Let's see who has the best luck and be the first one to lead us to success. After they spoke, Ning Wuqing reached for the small paper balls from Zi Jinghong's hands and messed them up, then placed them on the table. The three of them reached out in order to take a paper ball each. When Xiao Weiqing picked his paper, he looked at Zi Jinghong's expression as after all, only he had not come in contact with the small paper balls, but he saw Zi Jinghong smiled. Xiao Weiqing immediately felt relieved as he recalled what the other two said a while ago and could not help but look at Ning Wuqing sympathetically as he held his smile in and opened his paper ball. However, once he opened it and took a look, Xiao Weiqing started choking and his entire face turned flush as though he ate a burning piece of charcoal. Ning Wuqing and Zi Jinghong opened their respective paper balls, took a look and smiled at each other. Ning Wuqing said, I am the second group. Zi Jinghong smiled widely and relaxingly said, I think I will not have the chance to contribute this time as I'm third. I am sure that before they reach me, the two of you will already achieve success and secure the credit. The two of them cupped fists and said heavy-heartedly, Brother Xiao, we shall leave the extremely challenging task of the first attack to your great golden city. We hope that you will succeed on your first attempt and eradicate this scourge. We are already so envious just by thinking how you will be able to possess Venerable Mei's top-notch Xian core. Xiao Weiqing was feeling bitter and could not bring himself to say anything. The slip of paper in his hands clearly wrote, First Group. Xiao Weiqing slowly lifted his head and stared hard at Zi Jinghong while smiling coldly and said sarcastically, Brother Z, what a great move. Xiao Weiqing was extremely upset. He and Zi Jinghong were just discussing how to make Elusive Land of Immortals be the first group such that he and Illusory Ocean of Blood could stand aside and reap the benefits. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, he would be forced to be on the front line. No further explanation was needed to explain the situation. Zi Jinghong definitely sold him out. There was no way that anyone could convince Xiao Weiqing that there was no cheating involved in this lot picking. Don't say that, Brother Z. All of us are doing this for the Holy Lands and for the greater good of the world. With greater responsibilities, we will be able to go further by helping one another, Zi Jinghong said seriously and with conviction. He was actually secretly happy, I can finally relax. He even wanted to sabotage Elusive Land of Immortals. Ning Wuqing is so scheming, but now, he is so suspicious of us. The past few days when we spoke, Ning Wuqing already grew suspicious. If he picked the lot, he may get angry on the spot, so for him to give it out was the best way. Furthermore, the Elusive Land of Immortals had already lost top expert, Yue Ban, who died. Us, Illusory Ocean of Blood, also lost Huang Taiyang. Only Great Golden City's top fighters are all intact, yet you still want to retain all of them? Dream on. Ning Wuqing laughed and said, based on the current situation, Great Golden City is the strongest. I believe they will be able to take down Venerable Mei within the first attack. This won't be surprising. This way, Brother Xiao will definitely make a name for himself. Such great credit and that top-notch Xian core are making me jealous. Xiao Weiqing snickered and said, Brother Ning, are you really so jealous? Shall we swap? No, for such an important task, one will need a good opportunity and more importantly, exceptional abilities. Elusive Land of Immortals is too weak now and is without a leader. If we go, it will be sending us to death. It is still the most appropriate for Brother Zhao's soldiers to go and complete the task in just one battle. Ning Wuqing was shocked and quickly declined. Brother Shao, we agreed upon laying everything out first just now. The lot picking was fair and square. Under everyone's eyes, even if I cheated, Brother Ning allocated it and you were the first to pick. What are you trying to do by speaking so sarcastically? Zi Jinghong said. As a matter of fact, if I, Zi Jinghong, chose the lot for the first group, I will bravely take on the task. Regardless, I won't be so resentful. As Great Golden City's leader, Brother Shao, it is surprising that you are so fearful. If you think it wasn't fair, shall we pick lots again? Not necessary. I, Xiao Weicheng, although is not some prominent figure, at least I know how to honor my words, said Xiao Weicheng emotionlessly. Great Golden City will do our best in the first wave of attack. Brother Z, you don't need to worry. Let's stick to our responsibilities. May we meet again. Finishing what he said, Xiao Weicheng turned around and left. Zi Jinghong watched him leave seriously, then turned to Ning Wuqing, and the two of their eyes met and smiled. In the glistening white snow, by then, it was already the evening of the second day. In this cluster of mountains, two shadows rapidly flew past. It was Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan. Once they entered the forest, both of them felt as if they had returned home. They clearly felt more relaxed and comfortable. Mei Shuiyan was originally a mystical beast, so being in a natural environment she felt more at ease and familiar with it. Moreover, she herself enjoyed the cold winter. Being in the forest, she was more than happy. But what surprised her, was that Jun Moxie looked very satisfied and at ease as well. He was familiar with the various things in the forest, not losing out to her in terms of knowledge. For a young master that was brought up in an aristocratic family, it was astonishing. Jun Moxie looked at a tree nearby and suddenly stopped walking. Seeing how Mei Shuiyan followed and stopped, Jun Moxie laughed. If we continue at this speed for the whole journey, for a short while, it would still be fine. But if we continue forcing ourselves to go at this speed, it would be a huge burden to our body. Even if we can actually handle it, it will not be pretty. Come, let me teach you an easier way. Jun Moxie withdrew his sword and slashed the trunk of the tree. From it, he further split it into 4 sharp-headed planks. The front of the plank was slightly sticking upwards. The size of it was similar to the size of their feet. He then peeled off the tree bark and used it as a rope, made 2 holes at both sides, insert the rope and tied the planks on both his feet. Mei Shuiyan looked at him curiously, but couldn't understand what he was doing. Don't tell me that by putting the planks on, it will restore our energy. Jun Moxie chopped off another 2 branches that were slightly longer and gently moved his legs. With a push, he skied through the snow. Mei Shuiyan gasped, eyes wide opened as she could not believe what she was seeing. With a branch in each hand, he pushed himself left and right and skillfully glided through the snow. It looked so effortless. Even when passing through areas that were covered with trees, he could nimbly ski through. He was so good at it that even when he was passing through those thick layers of snow, he could easily pass through it without stopping. Like fishes in the water, Jun Moxie was able to move around freely. In an instant, Jun Moxie ended his performance and stopped in front of Mei Shuiyan. He waved the branches in his hands and grinned, "Did you see? With the action of gliding and inertia force, we will not waste too much spiritual energy or even physical strength. By mastering and getting the hang of it, we will be able to glide through this snow ground easily." Mei Shuiyan recovered from her shock and excitedly said, "Quickly teach me this useful trick." She eagerly followed Jun Moxie, tied the planks to her legs and got 2 long branches. Mei Shuiyan put on her gears and stood up. But just as she was about to ski, she slipped and was about to fall. In a hurry, she used the branches in her hands to support herself. But she still could not find her balance. Startled, she immediately used her spiritual energy to support herself, but she could not find her center of gravity, hence she was still unbalanced. She had no choice but to lift herself up from the ground to find her balance. She then landed back down straight into the deep snow. Even though she did not fall, but as a person with supreme abilities and status, it was a huge embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Jun Moxie, who was standing at the side, clutched his tummy and laughed. How did you do it? Tell me. Mei Shuiyan was flustered. She stared fiercely at Jun Moxie, feeling humiliated. She saw how he skied so easily, but yet when she tried it on, it was so hard to manipulate the planks. What frustrated her, even more, was that instead of helping her, Jun Moxie stood by her side and laughed at her misfortune. Jun Moxie controlled his laughter with great difficulty and demonstrated to her, "Sister, how can you try to run when you can't even walk? Whatever skill you learn, there's a knowledge behind it. This little thing is called a bobsled. For a person like you with supreme abilities, you just need to understand the essence behind it and it will be very easy for you to master it. You need to find your center of gravity. Correct, don't use too much of your energy or your strength, yes. Go along with inertia force, the branches are in your hands. You are not using it as a decoration, use it to support yourself, you stupid girl." Jun Moxie was making a big fuss. Mei Shuiyan felt enraged, and just as she lost her concentration, she lost her balance, slipped and fell hard on her butt. She slammed her hands onto the ground out of frustration and the snow splattered everywhere. Jun Moxie skied to her immediately and helped her up while dusting the snow off her. He asked her with concern, "Why are you so careless? Does it hurt? Did you injure yourself?" Mei Shuiyan felt bashful. As an expert with tip-top skills, she actually lost to a little bobsled. Luckily there wasn't anyone nearby, if not she would be embarrassed to death. But hearing Jun Moxie's concerned voice, she actually felt happy about it. Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes and furrowed her brows. With a worried face, Jun Moxie said, "Do not fall till you injure yourself." While speaking, his hands secretly went up to her butt and he gently rubbed it. While feeling balmy, he asked with concern, "Does it hurt here? Why don't you take your clothes off, I will help you rub it." "Ouch, oh my god, it hurts, you're killing your husband." Just as he was making use of his concern to take advantage of her, Mei Shuiyan detected his immoral behavior and fling him off harshly. Jun Moxie, who was enjoying himself at the moment, let down his defense and fell into the ground brutally. Luckily, the ground was covered with snow, if not he would be severely injured. Mei Shuiyan blushed and glared at him, "You lecher. If you want to die, tell me." Jun Moxie yelled, feeling wronged, "How am I a lecher? I'm just showing concern for you. Why can't you recognize my good intention? If there's a bruise, it wouldn't be pretty anymore. I'm not sure if your butt is bruised, but mine definitely is now. Why don't you help me take a look at it? Whether it's pretty or not, it's none of your concern." Mei Shuiyan blurted out angrily. Only after saying it, that she realized that it did not even matter if her butt was pretty or not. Besides, nobody would be looking at it. That fellow just have bad intentions, how can I casually let him see my butt? Thinking about it, angered her even more, heaven and earth. Jun Moxie was taken aback. He immediately jumped up like a cannon shot, hugged her and covered her mouth with a kiss. By doing so, he stopped her from saying, "Prison cage." Mei Shuiyan suffered a surprise attack and got mad. She wanted to excoriate him, but her lips were fully covered by Jun Moxie and she could not muster enough strength to push him away. She panicked and slipped, falling onto the ground, only to feel another body crushing her. She was baffled and angry at the same time. Just as she was about to speak, his tongue sneakily entered her mouth. In a split second, she became lost and her body went soft, her soul fluttered away in the wind. Jun Moxie did not expect his sneak attack to be a huge success and was overjoyed. He could not be bothered by the cold snow under him and his hands wandered around her body. Mei Shuiyan struggled for a while, but finally gave up with a sigh, "Bastard." She silently closed her eyes and let him do whatever he wanted to. Even though they were both separated by clothes, she could still feel the warmth from his hands and it tickled her heart. After a long time, Jun Moxie finally decided to lift his head and silently looked at the beauty in front of him. Mei Shuiyan's chest was rapidly moving up and down as she gasped for air. Her eyes seemed intoxicated, her face flushed as she panted delicately. Her entire body portrayed an indolent beauty. Even though she had supreme cultivation, but facing his fiery passion, it seems that all her spiritual abilities became useless. At that moment, Jun Moxie felt his heart soften, he gently lowered his head and pressed his lips against her forehead, and slowly moved down towards her eyes, pointy nose, cheeks, corner of her lips and finally her red lips. The world's greatest temptation, even Buddha could not resist, how could Master Jun who was not even a gentleman resist? Feeling the delicate kiss, Mei Shuiyan shivered, closed her eyes tightly and freeze. Only to feel passionate currents flowing through her body. Her body suddenly got hotter and she held out her hand to embrace Jun Moxie's neck, a sweet approach. Without knowing how much time had passed, an ear-piercing cry suddenly sounded which startled both of them. They stared at each other, noticing the tender sentiments in the eyes. They then suddenly realized that the sky had already turned dark. Jun Moxie smiled gently as he helped Mei Shuiyan up. Mei Shuiyan shyly cuddled in his arms, feeling weak. Deep in her heart, she felt a sense of belonging and was contented with the happiness that she was feeling. All of a sudden, she felt that the dark skies, the snowy ground, the birds that were flying in the sky and the surrounding trees were all particularly pleasing to the eyes. At this moment, Mei Shuiyan was no longer the powerful honored supreme that roamed the country but a little woman that's lying in the embrace of her beloved, enjoying the sweet love given to her, a normal woman. Just this simple. Both of them did not utter a single word, there was no need to speak further. With just a simple glance, they could understand each other. Jun Moxie kept a gentle smile on his face the whole time he was teaching her. He slowly and understandingly coached her to ski, passing down all his knowledge to her. On the other hand, Mei Shuiyan kept on an intoxicated smile while she joyfully learnt from him. While one of them tried his best to teach, the other did her best to learn. Within just a short period of time, Mei Shuiyan's improvement was extremely huge. As a top expert, her extreme comprehensive skills were very useful now. She only needed to practice any movements once and she'll master their essence. Furthermore, sledding was easy to pick up, especially for experts like Mei Shuiyan whose body was way more flexible than normal people, light and have the assistance of their ability to take flight. In a few days, it would not be surprising if she surpassed Jun Moxie. However, even when Mei Shuiyan have learnt the movements, she pretended to have not and flightily request for Jun Moxie to teach her once more, just like a young lady flirting with her lover. Jun Moxie did not expose her and so the two of them happily stayed engrossed in the process. In the wild, suddenly felt like it was springtime. Even the piercing cold winter wind seemed to have become friendlier. Their shadows intertwined in the woods back and forth until night fell and two shooting stars skid across the night sky, leaving delicate trails behind them, shuttling between the mountains and woods. Mei Shuiyan finally mastered all the techniques of skiing. Like a child with a new toy, she tirelessly wanted Jun Moxie to practice with her cheerfully. Night had fallen and Jun Moxie chose a slightly risky canyon, with a height of around 400 to 500 feet tall, which was piled with snow and looked like a flat plain. Once normal people fell into it, it was likely they would die, but to Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan, it was not threatening at all. Instead, they excitedly jumped in. Within the layers of snow, Jun Moxie used his spiritual abilities. Using his palm to quietly press against the surrounding snow, he compressed the snow which hardened, gradually making a secluded space which was the size of 2 rooms. Although it was extremely cold outside, it was surprisingly warm in this room, made from snow walls, which was several tens of feet from the top of the canyon. It was a self-made room which appeared from nothing. The two of their Xian abilities were strong and supposedly need not worry about breathing problems, but Jun Moxie still picked some long bamboo from the woods, connected them together, used his spiritual energy to open up the joints, then pierced one end through the snow to get fresh air in the snow. Although it was still a bit stuffy, it was much better than before. Mei Shuiyan was surprised to see Jun Moxie's masterpiece and could not help but praised him. After so many years, I have not thought that I could do this when it is snowing. Just using your two hands, you made such a house. What a great way to save energy, and it is so interesting. Nothing in this world is impossible, it's just whether you can think of it. As she spoke, she looked at Jun Moxie with her bright big eyes and said slightly demandingly, "But, young Master Jun, are you letting me sleep on this snow pile?" "No way. Even if you don't mind, my heart will ache," Jun Moxie said confidently with a serious expression. "Then, what should we do?" Mei Yan Shui looked at the both of them. She brought a small bag out, but Jun Moxie left empty-handed without even bringing his sword, much less a blanket. Cavemen have their ways. Jun Moxie said secretively, then smiled proudly, stretched his hands out and acted weirdly before raising his voice, "Appear." Immediately, two huge white bear coats appeared in his hands. Jun Moxie proudly lifted his eyebrows. "How's this? Isn't this the bear skin coats that idiot, Xiong Kai Shan, bought? How did they end up with you?" Mei Yan Shui could not help but got angry, yet laughed at the mention of Xiong Kai Shan buying the bear skin coats. Who knew what he was thinking that day? As the king of bears, he actually bought bear skin coats. About this, Jun Moxie really admired the sales tactic used by the shop. A sales genius. A top salesman perfect for expanding the target market. This is thanks to you, as after that old bear was scolded by you, he did not dare to take them with him, so it benefited me. Look at this quality, definitely top grade. Jun Moxie laughed happily as he took advantage of the situation and benefited himself. Mei Shuiyan was displeased and sarcastically said, "What a minute. I don't understand, that splurging old bear spent the money you gave him. You seem as though you gained a lot. What kind of logic is that?" Jun Moxie confidently replied, "It is your logic that has a problem. You see, it is just like I often take snake stew from Qian Sun, that little girl. In this world, who can eat snake stew bestowed by the Snake King? Who can wear bear skin coats personally bought by the Bear King? Just based on this, I'm the only one. I'm proud of it." Mei Shuiyan broke out in laughter. It cannot be denied that this was a joke. Other than Xiong Kai Shan, this idiot whose brain was wrongly wired, the kings of other animals really would not do such things. Although Jun Moxie also got snakes from Qian Sun, they were the traps used by Qian Sun to kill him. The two situations were very different. Indeed, it could be historical. He easily laid the coats on the solid snow, one for the ground, one as a blanket, perfect. Jun Moxie courteously signaled, "Wifey, it is getting late, please go to bed, you will definitely sleep well." "Oh. Only these two pieces? How about you?" Mei Shuiyan widened her eyes. "I'm alright, I can fight the cold, just let me freeze. For you, I am willing to endure the cold. It is on me for not preparing sufficiently and only brought two coats. For your reputation, I am just fine." Jun Moxie's eyeballs fluttered as though he was repenting. It would be great if Mei Yan Shui would say, "How about, let's squeeze a bit." He would gladly oblige, but act as though he was not willing and say, "Let's squeeze then." Mei Shuiyan's hesitated for a while and regretfully said, "Since you are so magnanimous and thoughtful, you can freeze outside then." How could Mei Shuiyan not realize Jun Moxie's intentions? There was no way she would let him have his way. What? Beauty Mei's words shocked Jun Moxie, who stared in surprise as his jaw dropped. Mei Yan Shui was not bothered and decided to remove her outer coat, revealing her curvy body shape underneath before quickly snuggling in between the two coats, enjoying the soft fur quality and warmth. She could not help but let out a sigh and said, "It's so warm." Jun Moxie was upset. How could it not be warm? After a while, Jun Moxie hugged his arms and started shivering and his teeth started chattering, making a sound. He stole a glance at Mei Shuiyan, who had her eyes closed, probably asleep. Young Master Jun took a deep breath and decided. He suddenly started jogging around, stamping his foot on the ground while saying, "It's so cold, I'm freezing. Ugh, "Oh my God, my hands are frozen, my legs too, even my little brother is too, someone save me, give me some warmth and I will thank you for the rest of my life." Mei Shuiyan turned a deaf ear to him and continued to produce snoring sounds. "Why are you so heartless?" Young Master Jun complained, not mentioning others. When a man acts this way, the woman should shyly lift the blanket and ask, "Shall we squeeze? Why is it that it doesn't happen for me?" Seems like that line in the movies is made up. No, it's a joke. However, young Master Jun neglected that he should have thought, based on his current abilities, not just in a warm environment in the snow, he would be fine even if he was thrown into the Xian iceberg for a month. If Mei Shuiyan could not tell that he was playing tricks, she would be too naive. In the snowy space, as time passed, a concentrated scent started to diffuse around. In the almost sealed space, Mei Shuiyan's womanly body scent seemed extra refreshing. Jun Moxie took several deep breaths of it as his diaphragm was becoming more and more heated. He could not take advantage of her and yet, made still himself even more flushed. The space was not cold and was in fact, quite heated. Finally, young Master Jun was determined and took off his outer coat. Disregarding all else, he slipped in between the bare skin coats. However, when he just lifted the covers, Mei Shuiyan suddenly opened her eyes and sternly asked, "What are you doing?" Jun Moxie stared dumbfoundedly as the hand holding the covers froze. He had been caught in the act. "Shuiyan, you see, I am so cold, please take pity on me. It is not easy to survive in the wild," Jun Moxie pleaded. Mei Shuiyan snickered, not knowing to get angry or laugh. "I can take pity on you but that way, my chastity is stake, how dare you even ask?" She firmly said, "Why do you not seem cold to me, so no. Go stay in a corner. Before the night to consummate our marriage, I will not allow you to bypass my bottom line." Jun Moxie laughed and suddenly exerted some strength and bent his back, forcing his way into the covers. Mei Shuiyan ragingly sat up and said, "You are really shameless. When your tricks don't work, you start using force. Do you believe that I can prison you in the heaven and earth prison for a night?" Jun Moxie shamelessly laughed, "Since you also know that my tricks don't work, then what should I do other than using force? If you can bear to lay your hands on me, then go ahead." "I don't mind," he said as he subconsciously stretched his legs and satisfyingly said, "How nice." Mei Shuiyan was speechless at this person's shamelessness and rogue behavior, so she stood up and said, "All right, then you can sleep alone." Jun Moxie started to panic and hugged her waist, and smilingly said, "Actually this bear coat is quite big, worthy of the king of bear. It will not be squeezy for the two of us at all. Since we are outside and with no other choice, just make do with it for tonight." Mei Shuiyan was still considering, but Jun Moxie suddenly turned and attacked her suddenly. Mei Shuiyan struggled but her mouth was blocked. After a long while, Jun Moxie proudly lifted his head and spoke condescendingly, "Are you going to let me sleep?" Mei Shuiyan blushed. Although she was slightly confused, she firmly shook her head. "I don't believe I can't defeat you." Jun Moxie leaned in further, and asked again, "Yes or no?" No. Once more. After a pause, "Yes or no?" "I'll take your silence as consent, anyways that's what I have decided." Young Master Jun smiled proudly. "No. No means no." Mei Shuiyan was determined to not give in to his threats. She pouted in determination. "Humph. I shall see how long you can persevere for. It seems like if I don't try something tougher, you will not give in." Jun Moxie evilly laughed, then suddenly blocked her lips again and sucked with all his might. This time, his two hands were put to use as they wandered about her body, passing through every curve, touching and rubbing, trying all means. Mei Shuiyan felt her heart thumped and could no longer control herself as she let out a moan as this guy's hands suddenly went separate ways. One slipped under her clothing and grabbed her breast with nothing separating his hand from her skin, and the other hand slid down to firmly grab onto her perky buttocks. This felt much stronger than just now. When he touched her through her clothes. Mei Shuiyan's entire body weakened and started shivering under his touch. She wanted to use her core energy to counterattack, but for unknown reasons, not a single bit of her usually undefeatable core energy could be brought out. All she could feel was this guy's hands exploring her body and her breathing quickened. She wanted to beg him to let her off, but her mouth was blocked by his. She wanted to push him away, but she realized that her arms had unconsciously wrapped themselves around his neck. His two large hands roaming around her delicate body made it burning hot. Although she was doing her best to resist, she still could not help but let out a shy moan. As Mei Shuiyan was still a virgin, this was her first time experiencing the most tempting thing on earth. How could she not lose her senses? Jun Moxie's eyes were burning in sexual desire. He lifted his head and temporarily stopped invading her mouth while his two hands continued to rub Mei Shuiyan's breasts, and asked, "Can I?" Mei Shuiyan's eyes were unfocused and her mouth slightly open as she breathed heavily, unable to say anything and only shyly nodded. She stared at him intensely, but under such romantic circumstances, it seemed as though she was gently flirting with him. Jun Moxie was elated and took his two hands out, ready to remove his clothes and see her naked. However, Mei Shuiyan escaped his embrace. Although she was still pressed beneath him, she strongly overcame her urges and gently said, "Not now. The three holy lands are still coming after us, if it will affect our strength and form." These words were like a bucket of cold water splashed at Jun Moxie, putting out his burning sexual desires. Yes, it was a critical time as their lives remained threatened. If Mei Shuiyan lost her virginity at this critical juncture, she would definitely be severely affected and may even get injured or. Jun Moxie was unwilling to see any of these. He let out a deep sigh and Jun Moxie's eyes suddenly brightened. He took a few deep breaths, grabbed some snow from the ground, and rubbed them on his face. He felt refreshed from the coolness and shivered a bit. Finally, he was awake. Jun Moxie was relieved inside and smiled as he teased her, "Hey, your thoughts are not pure. I was only referring to sleeping, not doing anything else. What were you thinking of? Wow, why do you think of such things? I am so surprised." Mei Shuiyan was fuming and pointed at Jun Moxie so angrily she could not say anything but, "You. What a lecher, you, how, you. She almost vomited blood as it was you who forced yourself onto me and now you say my thoughts are dirty." Thinking about this, Mei Shuiyan was embarrassed yet angry, wanting to fall out with him on the spot. Young Master Jun was frightened. Knowing he carried his joke too far, he quickly yet carefully said a bunch of good things, but Mei Shuiyan continued to ignore him coldly. Young Master Jun wanted to try some gangster tactics but was heartlessly chased away. It seemed like if he used any more sneaky means, Beauty May will treat him to a holiday in the heaven and earth prison. After a while more, he heard Mei Shuiyan coldly said, "Didn't you want to ambush the three holy lands people? Now that we are hiding here, how can we ambush them?" Jun Moxie was relieved, seems like this girl is not really angry. He pulled himself together and said, "At this time, they must still be looking for a suitable ambush location. Based on what I know, it is not far from us. There is a path along a valley with two tall mountains at its two sides, a calabash-shaped valley. The entry points are narrow with a wide space in the middle. If there are people guarding the entry points and are determined to annihilate the ambushed ones, no matter how powerful the ambushed ones are, it would be very difficult to escape unscathed. Especially since quite a big amount of snow have collected in the valley, movements were hampered and the environment was disadvantageous. Hence, based on my gauge, no matter who they send first, they would pick that spot." Was there really no other better way out? Mei Shuiyan also felt relieved as she did not have to haggle on that awkward topic with him, but she still remained expressionless as if Jun Moxie owed her a large sum of money, the expression of a debtor. "We will definitely have to pass through that road," Jun Moxie continued. "I am also contemplating how we can counter-ambush them. We had enough rest last night and tonight we are staying here. We've given them enough time to prepare. Unless they had no intention of dealing with you, by this time, the 3 Holy Lands would have been way ahead of us and completed their preparation. This wait was for both sides to create the perfect opportunity. If they don't cherish it, they must be too stupid. Mei Shuiyan frowned. If it was so, she really could not think of any way to cross the road unless they did it forcefully. However, if they went in forcefully, they would have to pay a high price. No matter who attack, we will have to face a scary troop of at least 10 higher than supreme-level experts and 20 supremes. Suddenly a murderous look emerged on Jun Moxie's face. With their abilities, if we forcefully take them on, whether or not intentionally, it was for sure that we would be defeated. So, at that time, you must listen to me. Don't act on your own accord, and more importantly, don't take risks. I know what I am doing and will ensure they suffer huge losses. Mei Shuiyan acknowledged his words but worriedly asked, since you have the confidence, why didn't you choose to attack them in the night? With the help of the night sky, wouldn't it be easier? Jun Moxie laughed sneakily and said, this is why you are an amateur. With so much snow covering the entire mountain, how different is our ability to see in the day and night? Don't forget, their skills are definitely nowhere beneath ours. Therefore, we don't have to only act at night. In fact, at night it might be worse for us, they will be warier at night. It will be tougher to attack them. You are right, Mei Shuiyan nodded quietly. The presenter had not realized at all that the tempo between the two of them had been controlled by Jun Moxie. Also, she also unknowingly became more obedient in front of Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie suddenly burst out in laughter and said, furthermore, they are so afraid that we will just slip through them, so after finding such a location, won't they monitor it closely? The wind and snow are so harsh tonight. It will torment them quite a bit. That's good, we are giving them an opportunity to toughen up. Honestly, I want to stay here for a few more days then go over. It is quite comfortable here. Mei Shuiyan finally could not hold her laughter and said, you are so mean. You, how is this being mean? This is called being smart, Jun Moxie said arrogantly, every small decision can determine our victory. This is our tradition in the Jun family. Mei Shuiyan giggled, smiling widely and forgetting the previous unhappiness. Beauty Mei had removed her coat and was only a tight-fitting off-white dress was covering her tall, slender body which shivered at the front of her chest along with her laughter. Jun Moxie stared at this sight and felt some movement in his nostrils as he almost spurted blood out of his nostrils. This seductress was taking his life. If she was extremely curvy, Jun Moxie probably would not be so attracted, but Mei Shuiyan's body was tightly hugged and shivered only a little, which added some graceful and dreamy effects. This made Jun Moxie finding her even more irresistible. Mei Shuiyan acutely realized his oddness and rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. His eyes were looking at her with lots of love as Jun Moxie's desires reached sky high, as though he became a wolf, ready to catch its prey. Shuiyan, how about let's really let them wait for a few days? We can stay in here, it won't be too late to wait till you recover before we leave. Jun Moxie moved in closer sneakily, with saliva drooling out of his mouth, shamelessly trying to discuss the issue. Injury? What injury? I have recovered a long time ago. I am not injured, what are you talking about? Mei Shuiyan found it weird and turned to look at him in surprise. Jun Moxie smiled pervertedly and embarrassingly said, we only need to stay here for a few days and you will be injured. Instantly, she understood what he meant. Mei Shuiyan blushed, feeling shy yet angry yet upset yet embarrassed. She was so angry she could do anything, and so she first shouted, you are dead. Heaven and earth prison. Then she used a leg and kicked him out of the bear skin blanket, scram. She did use all her strength. Jun Moxie groaned and crouched in pain like a cooked prawn. His butt faced her as the front guard while his head and legs almost touched as he flew out at lightning speed. He crashed into the snow walls, leaving a big, round hole of unknown depth and disappeared into it. After a long time, Jun Moxie climbed out of the hole in pain, looking pale. Shuiyan, your one kick left me 500 feet away. I'm a goner, now I have sprained my back, injured my organs, with such serious injury. I can treat others but now I can't treat myself, but if you are willing to lend a helping hand, all will be good. If you are willing to try the double body method with me, I will recover very quickly. Double body method your head. Heaven and earth prison. Mei Shui-yen was still angry and her face was reddened with anger. Without further thought, she kicked him again. Before Jun Moxie could beg for forgiveness, he was already sent flying away and disappeared into the hole once more. The next morning, Jun Moxie climbed out of the hole with panda eyes, panting. Although he was protecting a great beauty and only the two of them were in the small room, nothing happened. Furthermore, he was beaten up, not only once. This was torture. He was not only suffering from holding in his desires, but he was also doubly injured, physically and mentally. Jun Moxie swore. After this ended and finished dealing with the Three Holy Lands attack, if there was any opportunity, he will definitely immediately take down this girl. No way he would be appeased. As he was thinking how to let out his anger, he decided to let it out on the Supremes of the Three Holy Lands first. Bottle Gourd Entrance. This was a very unique topographic entrance. Just like what Jun Moxie said, the two sides of the cliff are erected towards the clouds while the middle had a depression, both ends were very narrow, only allowing 3 people to squeeze through side by side. The snow had accumulated between the canyon. The blizzard had continued for the past few days and the strong wind had never stopped. The snow covered most of the canyon and it was at least 10 feet deep. At the entrance, Xiao Wei-cheng and a few other experts that were wearing white gowns, silently lean against a huge stone as they scan the road. Xiao Wangzhua, we have already waited for an entire day and night, why have they not arrived yet? Have they passed us already? An old man with white hair and a beard that looked like a rat tail asked seriously. Definitely not. That adulterous couple had been flirting and sweet-talking with each other for the whole journey, how can they walk so fast? Who knows? They might be hiding in some place enjoying themselves, another vulgar Chinese man with beard mocked. Yeah. Brother Liu, they are living an unconventional and happy lifestyle and you seem to envy them, don't tell me, you have immoral feelings for Venerable Mei. A guy suddenly popped out from the snow and exclaimed. HNGH. I just despise their indecent acts. They have offended social decency and have no ethics. They are a disgrace to the people and the world. The vulgar Chinese man turned red as he tried to defend himself. Stop trying to explain yourself. Your eyes lighted up when you saw her. We are all men here, who all can tell that you are just jealous of them. As a supreme master, you don't even have the courage to admit. Another man snorted, Brother Liu, should we help you to create a chance with her? But you need to be careful. If you die on top of Venerable Mei's belly, you will be famous. Nonsense, the vulgar man glared and muttered, I can last for very long. The crowd laughed. When discussing this topic, men will never back down, it did not matter if they were supremes or commoners. Suddenly, Xiao Wei-cheng said in a low voice, get ready everyone. They are here. Everyone gathered and rose up with spirit, a thread of nervousness spread through the air. Even though they were joking about her previously but towards Venerable Mei, they fear and respect her. She could easily decide whether to let them live or die. If they were not cautious enough, they might die under her hands. Everyone stared at the oncoming figure only to be stunned. From a distance, they saw a woman walking towards them leisurely, as if she was on a holiday. But, only one figure. How can it only be one person? Where's the other one? Where did Jun Moxie go? Instantly, everyone started feeling puzzled. But it's better this way since the only person that they really wanted to kill was Mei Shui-yen. Without Jun Moxie, they had one less concern. They do not have to worry that they might accidentally injure Jun Moxie causing the old freak to rage. But, since Mei Shui-yen had arrived, where did Jun Moxie go? The night was getting darker and colder and the wind was getting stronger. As the wind passes through the narrow gap between the canyon, it created an eerie mournful sound. It was as if the ghosts in hell were howling. Snowflakes swirled up from the ground forming hazy fogs, completely blocking everyone's sight. Luckily, the fog only lasted for a moment and slowly faded away. But the next moment, it started to snow. Xiao Weicheng was a master beyond supreme level, with a powerful aura. But at that moment, he felt so nervous that the muscles in his body were cramping up. He held his breath as he gazed at the oncoming figure strolling towards him. She walked towards them seductively just like a leopard that was about to pounce on its prey. The people behind him felt more anxious as they waited in silence. This fight, definitely would be a terrifying one. Once Venerable Mei entered the canyon, what awaited her, would be death. As a master beyond supreme level, if she knew that death was coming upon her, she would burst out an incredible amount of energy and everyone was well aware of that. Even though this time, Golden City had dispatched 10 masters beyond supreme level, 20 supreme masters which were a total of 30 experts. But to really kill Mei Shuiyan, they would still have to sacrifice half of their men and that was if they are lucky. They might even have to sacrifice 20 men and more to die with her. Even those lucky few that survived, might not be able to retreat in one piece. Deaths were bound to happen. A master among the supreme masters. Even the 3 holy lands are only on par with Venerable Mei. There may be some that had cultivations higher than her but it's only by a little. Furthermore, Mei Shuiyan possessed a terrifying speed that no one could win against. If they did not manage to inflict serious damage on her on the first attack which will happen when she enters the canyon, when she comes around to attack, that would be the start to their catastrophe. The wind became wilder and the snow became heavier. The ground that appeared to be calm actually contained loads of murderous intention. There were no signs at all, that within the canyon, hid 30 supreme masters. As Mei Shuiyan continued walking towards the canyon, the atmosphere within it became heavier. Suddenly, Mei Shuiyan appeared to have sensed something and immediately stopped walking. With her beautiful eyes, she scanned across the canyon. Even though the masters knew that she could not see them, their hearts still cramped unconditionally, they quickly calmed their escaping souls and halted their breath. Like zombies, they hid under the snowy ground. As a master among supreme masters, she had very strong intuition, facing unknown danger she would become more sensitive. If she had actually sensed something, their whole plan would be ruined. Suddenly, Mei Shuiyan floated into the air and her graceful body was more than 10 feet from the ground. With a few gentle kicks from her slender feet, she rose another 10 feet higher. She did a beautiful turn and a few more kicks before flying higher in the air. Everyone who saw this scene uncontrollably gasped a cold air. Is this the ability to take flight? They had never seen or even heard of this ability before. It was something that only the master of all could accomplish. Mei Shuiyan slowly scanned through the canyon in mid-air, looking through whatever that was within 10 miles. She lightly landed on the ground with a slow turn. She was like a goddess descending from heaven, moving everyone's heart. She apparently did not find out anything as she relaxed her cautious attitude. She turned back and took a look before heading towards the canyon once again. She's here. She's finally here. She was slowly nearing the entrance of the canyon and was just 8 feet away. Passing these 8 feet and she will be entering the gates of hell. Seeing how Mei Shuiyan still had no idea of what was going, they wondered if her intuition had lost its effectiveness. Mei Shuiyan continued with light steps and elegantly walked towards the canyon. She even occasionally reached out her hand to brush the snow off her temples. She seemed to have totally let down her guard. Mei Shuiyan sighed and turned back again to take a look, as if she was waiting for someone. She walked a few more steps and suddenly stopped. She stood in the middle of the road without moving. The supreme masters from the Golden City were so agitated that their blood vessels were about to explode. But, Mei Shuiyan continued to stand in the middle of the road without moving. Come in. Faster come in. You should faster come in. Why are you still not coming in? Everyone was shouting in their heart, extremely devoted. Oh my God. It's just a few more step, why did you stop? This is testing our mental stability. The distance between them was neither short or long, it was an awkward distance. If anyone in the canyon were to take a deep breath, Mei Shui Yen would have discovered them. In fact, if their heart were to beat any harder, Mei Shui Yen would find out. For now, Mei Shui Yen was still standing outside the canyon. If she discovered something was not right, she could immediately escape. With her speed, even if everyone were to attack at the same time, at most they could only eat the dust behind her. The situation was like a bow that was fully pulled back. With an ignorant attitude, Mei Shui Yen unconsciously pulled the bow far back but suddenly stopped. She did not exert any more strength but she did not release the arrow either, she just stopped right there. And the arrow represented the 30 Supreme Masters from Golden City. They awkwardly waited in their position, not daring to move a single bit. Finally, Mei Shui Yen took a step forward and everyone relaxed for a while, but just as she was about to enter the canyon, Mei Shui Yen leapt up and gently sat on a branch of a pine tree. Her two slender legs dangled above as she looked upon the path that she came from. She had totally stopped moving forward. Shit! The 30 men scolded in their hearts simultaneously. What is this? Is she playing with us? If you want to come over, you should come over quickly. If you want to leave then leave quickly. Putting us in such a stressful situation, what is this? If Jun Moxie knew what they were thinking, he would cry and said, brothers, you have finally understood the pain that I've been through these past few days. This woman is an expert in messing with people. Even people like us with strong mental health will go mad under her hands. The arrow is on the bow, but cannot be released. It is such a torture. You guys are not the only ones suffering, I had to hold it until my stomach ached. But Jun Moxie was not here. Master Jun was planning his first assassination. Xie Jun's most feared assassination method has finally been revealed. The strongest of the alternate world have also finally realized the power of Xie Jun. Jun Moxie's capability now have long surpassed the old Xie Jun's ability when he was at his peak. However, what he needed to face was the alternate world's strongest master. Moreover, he had to face not only one or two, but a total of 30 of them. He seemed like an invisible wind, drifting through the sky, however he also seemed like a visible cloud sliding down, he also seemed like a snowflake that was crystal clear and silent, more like a Huang Quan ghost that wandered around in the dark. His body walked through underneath and his whole body began to converge. Hua Xia Xie Jun. The peerless god in his hand quietly walked with him, emitting a cold glow. Blood of Yan Huan. There was a slow and low pulse sound coming from above. The sound seemed like it was coming from outside but it was clearly audible. This was the target that Jun Moxie was looking for. This was because these Supreme Masters already covered all of the pores on their body, their smell was concealed, and even all of their thoughts were stopped. As for the turmoil of Xianli, it was concealed, leaving no traces. The only thing left for Jun Moxie was the pulse that beat only once in a while. Moreover, this pulse could only be felt when the Supreme Masters laid their body flat on the ground. If their bodies left the ground for a moment, the traces of the pulse would disappear, but because of Mei Shui Yan's power, they did not dare to move. Jun Moxie arrived without a sound, he was counting in his heart, 1, 2, 3. The formation of the Supreme Gold City was strict. Each group was made up of 3 finished characters and this was the best triangle formation possible. The strict formation made it difficult for Jun Moxie to carry out his assassination plan. Jun Moxie quietly began to form his body shape. After thinking for a while, his eyes glittered and he closed his eyes with his mouth grinning and getting into a cruel position, he had made up his mind on his action plan. The peerless god on his hand suddenly became a dull wood. Even the stalks disappeared without a trace. Jun Moxie came to the 3-person formation and in the darkness, he stabbed them without any warning and hesitation. Stab! It seemed as if a black lighting came from bottom to up and it rushed towards its target. This stab was a sword that could have caused death. However, it did not have any power. There was no feeling of pain. It seemed as if a tweak of branch accidentally pricked you. The tip of the sword went through the ground and also went through the snow on the ground. It even entered the chest of the Supreme Masters. Stabbing the heart gives you 1 mark. Only 1 mark. Not more nor less. 1 mark was enough. The creation of heaven and earth caused a violent airflow, and it silently passed through the tip of the sword into the heart and caused the heart to be burnt. All 5 insides were destroyed. At the same time, he controlled his mind and throat. This was a perfect strategy because noises would be made when the hearts of the Supreme Masters were being crushed. Jun Moxie could not be seen struggling, if not he would be exposed. Jun Moxie will never allow any accidents to occur. Hence, when the sword entered his body, he controlled his mind and throat. On the surface, this Supreme Master's body seemed to be fine, but his internal organs were already a rotten meat. The Supreme Master died of an unclear death. 1 blow. A black sword disappeared. Actually, the black sword did not interact with the air. The one who stuck the sword on the Supreme Master stuck it strongly. The Supreme Master did not even understand, he only felt as if his chest was bitten by a mosquito, and he subsequently lost his consciousness forever. Even until his death, he did not understand. He did not understand why he died despite being able to move around well. He was still waiting to ambush Mei Zun. In the midst of the snow, he kept his body in his original position, he was faithful in keeping his position on the ground. However, now he was unable to be of any use. The wounds from the sword were as narrow as the tree branches. Blood was rushing into the body and filling the entire belly. However, the blood could not be taken out from the body. Jun Moxie did not stop. He began to take back the blood of Yan Huang as the blood was slowly disappearing from the top of the sword. Despite being in the dark, Jun Moxie could feel the sense of excitement coming from the sword on his hands. Maybe it was a wrong intuition. Jun Moxie felt that there was a connection between his mind and the blood of Yan Huang. After killing the Supreme Master, the blood on his sword made him thirst for more blood to be stained on the sword. From then onwards, Jun Moxie's thirst to kill was uncontrollable. The greatest killer emerged after the first assassination. After 8 months, the strongest of the supreme level was opened. This was an amazing starting point. The Supreme Masters that were just killed quietly by Jun Moxie belonged to the left part of the triangle formation. The massacre begins tonight. Now, Jun Moxie's target was the right side of the formation. He was only 2 feet away. Jun Moxie decided not to meddle with those at the top of the triangle formation for they were the best amongst the supreme power. Jun Moxie did not have the confidence that he would be able to kill those quietly. As a result, he decided to aim for those on the right side of the formation first. Even if the top of the triangle formation decided to attack back, he would have killed 3 at least. It was better than just 2 powerful ones. Stab. The sword quietly pierced through the ground, into the snow. The long sword pierced the captain and it caused his body to explode and be destroyed. And it was retrieved quietly. Jun Moxie went to take a breather under the ground. If anyone were to find him, they will find him with his face all red. These 2 swords seemed to be quite easy, but in reality, it was difficult to reach in terms of its orientation, angle, shot speed, tyrannical speed input, and its instantaneous control. Any flaw would lead to a failure. After all, his opponent was the Supreme Masters. Other than concentrating on all the skills, Jun Moxie had to gather all the spirits of his body in order to make this silent, murderous and unpredictable sword. As long as a loophole appeared, the Supreme Masters could just shout. So Jun Moxie would absolutely not give them any chance to shout. If it was 1 sword to deal with 1 person, he needed 2 swords to deal with 2 of the Supreme Masters. This was a huge loss to Jun Moxie. Now, he was trying to recover in the shortest time possible. The next opponent was the strongest amongst the Supreme Masters. If he wanted to die without a sound, he had to be more careful. In front of Taniguchi, Mei Shuiyen sat quietly on the big tree, looking around from time to time impatiently. At this sight, all the Supreme Masters realized, how do we not see Jun Moxie, that thief? He is definitely waiting for his lover. No wonder he is so anxious and restless. But, we really do not want to kill your lover, we only want to kill you, be rest assured, he will be fine. Once you come in, everyone will be set free, do not play with us anymore. Everyone was praying from the bottom of their hearts. Mei Shuiyen sighed. Her face was filled with resentment and she looked over, her face that was smeared with a layer of worries made the people around her feel pity for her. She sighed again. Mei Shuiyen looked depressed and she was reluctant to look back. Suddenly, she flew down from the tree. You are finally here, you made me anxious. Mei Shuiyen walked 3 or 4 steps forward, however she stopped and turned back, she stopped in the middle of the road, she could not move again. She was not moving again. Xiao Weicheng was waiting. My dear grandmother, what are you doing? I know you have never been in love before, but you do not need to resort to this. We are not scared of you coming over, we would let you kill and this will torture people. Just come over here and everything will be set free, whether we die or live, if you die I die. Mei Shuiyen suddenly came back again, walked a few steps and turned over again, walked here and there, pacing back and forth, life or death was not willing to cross over to the thunder pool. Everyone scolded in their hearts. Even with Xiao Weicheng as the strongest supreme master, the cultivation of the style of over 100 years have been caught up with, how could such a thing happen? All the masters of the Supreme Golden City seemed to be feeling furious. There was no movement at all. What happened? You should not have come. We were not so anxious even if we did not see you. But you came, why not you stay away from us and let us have the guts to do some activities, you just had to stay so near. You are sitting over there with a worried face, however we are 1,000 times more depressed than you. So depressing. Super depressing. Where did your love go? Even if it is a solution, such a long time, don't tell me you cannot even bring up a mountain. Mei Shuiyen walked a few more steps and suddenly stopped on a mountain covered with snow. She looked up and said, the plum flower gets covered by the snow, but its fragrance will not yield. What a good sentence. How did he come up with such a good poem? Was this poem made based on me? Within her line of vision, Mei Shuiyen saw a piece of plum flower swelling in the white snow and it was especially dazzling. The big man beside Xiao Weicheng had a temper. He went crazy, taking steps here and there. He was so angry that the nerves in his head loosened and tightened continuously and he felt a muffling sound in his stomach, he was injured internally. He was suffering. I am begging you, Master Jun Moxie, please come quickly. It seems like if you do not come, your lady will not come back safely. Below the ground. Jun Moxie began to adjust to his best condition. His eyes did not manage to open, it was still closed. This was because if his eyes were open, he would immediately arouse the attention of the Supreme Masters. He closed his eyes and slowly began to go across a ground of soil until he reached the Supreme Master's body. Once again, Jun Moxie felt a slight pulse. He took a bite and the blood of Yan Huang shot up just like a lighting. Soil opening. Snow opening. Brush. Without any hindrance, the blood of Yan Huang easily penetrated into the Supreme Master's heart. 2 points into the heart. The opening of the sky was unstoppable. The 5 internal organs were destroyed. At the same time, Dan Tian was also damaged and the internal strength already went up to his throat. It controlled his actions and his voice. Jun Moxie felt a slight tremor and a sharp mental force attack which came along with the sword. Luckily, Jun Moxie screamed. If he was not careful, this sword could have killed him. However, even if it did, he would never have given in and he would have fought back. Rao was successful in controlling his body. However, his mental power was counter-attacking him. The final spiritual impact did not cause much trouble for Jun Moxie. Though the final attack was strong and powerful, the Supreme Master lost because he had already lost the will to survive. The long sword retreated back with a "so" sound. Jun Moxie heaved a long sigh. Finally, he successfully killed 3 people, but how did the last master of the supreme powers make a final counterattack even in the last moment of his death, whereas the first 2 masters just died without being able to retaliate? Even though it was a fight of the mental state, it was not to be underestimated. What does this imply? What does it mean? Jun Moxie used his power of opening the sky and infiltrated inside the body of the Supreme Master. Upon reaching Dan Tian, he found something unexpected. There was a blurry nebula, which was apparently destroyed and deformed by his sword. While Jun Moxie was trying to reform the nebula back to its original shape, he could confirm that this nebula was a product from the original body of Dan. This was different from what was said in the comprehension. It was said in the comprehension that Golden Dan was the foundation of Hua Dan, but yet it was a blurry nebula. Why is this so? Being mindful, Jun Moxie hastily left his position and did not stay. He went towards the ambush location, which was the next triangular formation. It was not the time to analyze his plan, but what he needed was to settle it quickly. Amidst the silence, while 30 people were waiting to ambush Mei Shuiyan, Jun Moxie was below the ground carrying out his assassination plan. Now, the killer master, Master Jun, had gained experience after killing 3 of the masters. Even if the rest of the masters of the supreme power were stronger than the previous ones, as long as the strategy was good, he could still kill them all. It was a perfect plan. Firstly, Mei Shuiyan was to be in the front line defending, preventing the enemies from moving, while Jun Moxie was to kill the people in the dark. This was Jun Moxie's strategy. It was proven that this strategy was useful and the results were brilliant. Mei Shui was standing quietly, just a few feet away from the masters, but she managed to attract their attention. In their eyes, there was no bigger threat than Supreme Mei. As for Jun Moxie, they disregarded him. They believed that he was alone and they could easily destroy him and break him up into 60 different parts. As such, they did not care about where Jun Moxie was. Even if they thought of Jun Moxie, they only questioned why he was not there yet. If Jun Moxie came, Master Mei was also there already. They did not expect Jun Moxie to carry out such a brilliant infiltration plan to assassinate them. However, the ironic thing was, in their negligence, the assassination was ongoing quietly. The person whom they disregarded the most was actually giving them the most losses in terms of the number of deaths. In fact, they did not even notice this happening. Furthermore, the person that they had been waiting for did not even take any action. She only went around and made them wait. They waited just like how a beggar waits for people to give him money. Such an irony indeed. The real strategy of Jun Moxie was to kill people without any traces. Mei Shuiyan walked around continuously and her hands started breaking out in cold sweat. Mei Shuiyan was not sure what Master Jun was up to. He was still not out after some time. The valley has not even moved a single bit. Was it because it was too difficult for him? Was it because of an accident? Mei Shuiyan turned her head over and began heading towards the canyon when suddenly there was a heat sound heard from within the canyon. Everyone stood still. It was not uncommon to face the sound of death. This sound has definitely got to do with someone who faced immense pain at the point of death but could not let his sound aloud. This sound could only be made when a trachea is blocked and when a strong energy is emitted before death. The only people who could make such a sound were 200% dead. They would not be able to come back. What was happening? What exactly was going on? Xiao Weicheng's face changed and he felt something amiss. He could not hide his body anymore and his body began to swell. As he laid on the ground, the black tip of a sword came out and went back into the ground without a trace. The ground restored back to its original shape. The effect of the sword was fast, but Xiao Weicheng could not see the effects. He only felt that his heart was uncomfortable, it was as if a sword pierced him. His heart was already damaged. If he noticed, he would have discovered that the black sword came out of his left chest. The matter of life and death came across in a moment. Mei Shuiyan laughed coldly while looking at the half-dazed Xiao Weiqing and said, "It was you. Xiao Weiqing of the Supreme Powers, all of you have been in ambush for quite a period of time, right? You people from the three holy places cannot wait to kill me." As Xiao Weiqing opened his mouth to speak, his atrium was excruciating in pain and he suddenly looked up and spit out blood which relieved the pressure on his heart and he began floating down. Xiao Weiqing was unable to answer Mei Shuiyan. The pain in his atrium was definitely because someone hurt his heart. How did he get injured? Was there anyone else who were injured? What was the meaning behind the dying humming sound? Mei Shuiyan continued to stay in the canyon and did not leave. Was there any other trap? Jun Moxie turned over to look into the canyon and he said, "The ambush is no longer meaningful, let us all gather to welcome Supreme Mei." The ambush was indeed meaningless. The rest of the people were not sure why Xiao Weiqing exposed himself and why he even vomited blood mid-air. Everyone was curious. When Xiao Weiqing summoned the Supreme Masters, they came out to meet him. The snow rolled and a person dressed in white suddenly appeared. Standing in the midst of the snow, he faced Mei Shuiyan with a murderous look in his eye. However, Xiao Weiqing's face had changed. Hi's face had turned as white as snow, and his lips were trembling. The so-called Supreme Master's charisma was no longer existent. He counted, 1, 2, 5, 8, 12, 14, he counted till 14 and he was unable to continue. There was no one else remaining. Even though he knew that he could not have counted wrongly, he began recounting and it was still 14. Including him, there were only 15 Supreme Masters. Where did the other 15 go? Where did they go? Xiao Weiqing shouted, "Where are the rest? Everyone come out. Quickly show yourselves." As he shouted, he felt his body turning cold. There was no way the people at the bottom could not have heard his voice. If they heard, they would have come out immediately. Why are they not here yet? Xiao Weiqing hoped that the other masters were still in ambush. He understood that his hope was futile. With Xiao Weiqing having a big drink, the snow began falling onto the mountains and the ground shook. However, no one came out. Xiao Weiqing's face began changing. His white face began to turn pale, nearing death. He suddenly started to fly. There was lightning across the sky. When he clapped his hands, the snow on the ground began flying and it was captivating. While the snow was flying, there were 3 strong bodies that came up together with his strong snow power. Then, he began falling. Xiao Weiqing was splashed with cold water and his whole body began to freeze. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Plopping sounds were heard as 3 bodies fell on the snow-covered ground, sending the accumulated snow into the air as they were flipped over to show their faces. Their eyes were filled with anger and their faces scrunched in pain, but they still could not move. 1 above supreme level, 2 supremes. A total of 3 top-notch experts had died silently. Such highly skilled experts did not even make a sound when being killed. The Supreme Gold City's 15 experts' expressions immediately changed. Xiao Weiqing did not stop and flew rapidly from one place to another, discovering another 3 corpses, then to another place, another 3 frozen corpses. 15 corpses were discovered in a row. Xiao Weiqing suddenly stopped moving and stood in the valley as the 15 corpses were displayed around him. He was in a daze as the corner of his mouth was twitching and turned as pale as a ghost. Suddenly, Xiao Weiqing roared and yelled towards the sky. No one knew what he yells meant, but it seemed like an unconscious crying roar, a devastating cry. That meaningless roar and yell represented the extreme grief the leader of the Supreme Gold City. Who is it? If you are still a gentleman, stand out now. Xiao Weiqing was fuming mad and his Xian energy was all over the place. The crown of his head exploded and his entire head of white hair flew all over the place. He aggressively roared again, "Who brought up such a child? How dare you use such a shameless underhand method for an ambush? Stand out now to die." A stream of fresh blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He was so extremely devastated such that his yells shook the entire world, sending echoes back. At that moment, Xiao Weicheng was so upset he no longer could be bothered with any gentlemanliness. He just scolded all he wanted, but the surrounding was quiet, not giving him any response. He breathed and yelled again, "What a butcher! Cold-blooded executioner! If you have the guts, come out. How are you a hero by just relying on ambush? Come out." There was still not a single sound. Xiao Weicheng's anger filled him. He could not help but let out a never-ending scream filled with devastation, filling the surroundings, causing the surrounding accumulated snow to vibrate and suddenly neatly fall from the mountain summit. The roaring sound was as though the end of the world was arriving. Under the vibrations produced from his long scream, several mountains simultaneously experienced avalanches. Waves of snow rolled downwards with a natural might, causing a big scene as though the entire world has been swallowed. The snowy haze cleared out and brought about 100 feet of waves rolling in. All the experts ran to seek shelter, leaving only Xiao Weicheng to not dodge or escape as he allowed the snow to bury him. As the avalanche subsided slightly, Xiao Weicheng let out another long yell from under the snow and emerged from beneath, rising into mid-air, and letting out a devastating scream. The corpses of 15 experts were totally buried under the accumulated snow. Mei Shuiyan also witnessed the scene anxiously. She never thought that the plans Jun Moxie explained could achieve such glorious battle results. This was too surprising. If they spent days and nights fighting, based on Jun Moxie's abilities and his weird skills, Mei Shuiyan would also believe that he could achieve this. However, to kill 10 supreme and 5 above supreme experts continuously within 2 hours without a sound. This was a miracle. Outside the valley, on the way, Jun Moxie panted as he ran over as he carefully avoided the waves of snow along the way. He yelled, "Wifey, wifey, are you okay, wifey? You scared me to death. Just now I heard someone yelling, causing avalanches, and before I could understand what was going on, I was so shocked, I almost peed in my pants." Mei Shuiyan did not know to be angry, laugh or be shocked, and she reprimanded, "Shut up. Don't be such a disgrace." When Xiao Weicheng landed, he landed exactly opposite Mei Shuiyan, about 80 feet away. It was still such that one was in the valley, one was outside. He stood there quietly with a scarily gloomy expression, and his eyes stared fiercely at Mei Shuiyan like how a wolf spotted blood, emitting green light while he grinded his teeth. Filled with extreme hatred, he articulated, "Supreme Mei, great moves, you are really, how evil moves." "Evil moves?" Mei Shuiyan frowned, "What evil moves? Did I do anything? Isn't what's happening you're doing?" Xiao Weicheng suddenly wept in a loud, tearing roar, 15 of my brothers whom I have interacted with for 100 years have been murdered silently, Supreme Mei. You are too evil. Such shameless evil doings, how can you be considered a leader of Tian Fa? What's done has been done, but how can you have no guts to admit your doings? Isn't it too beneath your status? Mei Shuiyan snickered and said, "Xiao Weicheng, how are you the king of the supreme gold city? What a joke for you to say such things. I said I haven't done anything, and that means I have not done anything. You dare to question me? I want to ask you, with all 30 of you in ambush here, if it is not to attack me, then what are all of you doing?" Xiao Weicheng strongly gave a sound of disregard and looked at Mei Shuiyan fiercely, not saying anything. "You can fool anyone but me. You have arranged such an evil trap to attack me, do you think it is fine? Several people on your side died and you are saying that I am shameless and evil? Xiao Weicheng. How shameless of you. I really suspect you do not have, or brain or mold has grown in your brain." Mei Shuiyan looked at him in disdain. "Words like shameless and despicable can only be used to describe you. I really can't think of anyone else like you. I shall not argue with you further. Ask whoever did this to step out now, Xiao Weiqing said scarily, I am going to make him pay. Senior. Xiao Weiqing, I understand now. Your logic is that only you guys can kill other people even if it by arranging such evil traps. If others counterattack you guys based on your trap then they are despicable. Is this what you mean? Jun Moxie chipped in a condescending manner towards Xiao Weiqing. Of course, Xiao Weiqing lifted his head and said, whatever we, the Supreme Gold City, does, it is for our people and for the good of everyone. If you are our enemy, you must be insane. Evil to no end. All our actions are upright and honest. If you counterattack us, you are morally polluted and standing on the opposite side against humans. And that means you only have one fate, death. Ha ha ha, what a joke, Jun Moxie laughed out loud and said, you also consider killing alliance mates for no reason and craftily trapping people as upright and honest. For the world and for the people. What kind of means can we not use? Even if it is more despicable means, to achieve our great goals, we will do it with no guilt, Xiao Weiqing said uprightly. What kind of logic is this? How shameless can you be? Do you guys from the Supreme Gold City have any sense of shame? No, you guys from the Supreme Gold City definitely have half your face skin stuck on the other half. One half thick-skinned, one half faceless, Jun Moxie scolded loudly and spat saliva at them. Xiao Weiqing righteously turned to stare down at Jun Moxie, pointed at him and coldly said, Jun Moxie, don't you dare think that you can act so unlawfully just because you have an expert as your master. If you offend me, I will make you bleed. You should know that there's some things you cannot say, some things you have no rights to do. Now, shut your stinky mouth. Jun Moxie disregarded him, rolled his eyes and said, what if I don't? Xiao Weiqing breathed in deeply and suddenly turned again to look at Mei Shuiyan, Supreme Mei, you are quite a recognized expert. Today, I admit that I wanted to ambush you but now, it is impossible. I only have one question for you. Who did this? Even without those who died in today's battle, we have more than enough participants for the heavenly battle. You should know what this means. His eyes focused intensively on Mei Shuiyan as though they were about to spit fire. Mei Shuiyan ignored his words and said, I have said already, I did not do anything so naturally, I wouldn't know anything. You guys probably betrayed one another, how would I know who it was? Are you going to pin every single death in this world on me? What a joke. Xiao Weiqing, if you want to start a battle, hurry, if not, scram. Participate in the heavenly battle. I also participate in it, why are you targeting me? Xiao Weiqing stared deathly at Mei Shuiyan and ignored what she said. Out of a sudden, he roared loudly, is it Chu Chi Hun? Chu Chi Hun? Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie looked at each other perplexingly. What logic was this? Why was Chu Chi Hun dragged into this? Master Jun was exceptionally displeased, how simple-minded. Was there no one else other than Chu Chi Hun who could kill people? Why do they always think of him? Couldn't they analyze it further and realize that it was me, the evil lord, Jun Moxie, Master Jun, who killed them? However, when Xiao Weiqing said that, the other 14 people from the Supreme Gold City gave off a resounding agreement expression. Yes, in this world, if anyone could assassinate so many experts, then it had to be Chu Qi Hun, not anyone else. Even the leader of the 3 holy cities could only directly fought to kill these experts and definitely could not kill them invincibly. This simply was not their expertise. Although everyone thought that perhaps Chu Chi Hun could not do this and even was lacking highly, there was really no one else other than this supreme killer in this world. To come and go without a trace and kill with no evidence were Chu Chi Hun, the supreme killer's signature tactics. Xiao Weiqing grinded his teeth, crumpled his face then roared, I have already carefully checked their wounds. Such fine wounds ensured that blood would not flow out, their internal organs were completely destroyed. Other than Chu Chi Hun, that murderers, Autumn Dew invincible sword and heart-destroying 5 poison palm, no one else could inflict such wounds. Do you guys still want to deny it? I know, it must be him, right? Part 1. Jun Moxie could not help but laughed. I say, what does this got to do with Chu Chi Hun? Do you guys in 3 holy cities always accuse others without evidence? I do not know that killer and I have never even seen him before. What kind of speculation is this? These are just fabrications based on nothing. Jun Moxie chuckled while saying. Chu Chi Hun is a good person. Ha ha ha. This is such a joke. Xiao Weiqing laughed mockingly with a look of displeasure. A cold-hearted dictator like him is full of sin. His 2 hands reek of blood. The only thing he recognizes is money. If you give him some money, he will even kill his own dad. How can you still say he's a good person? Jun Moxie, can you still distinguish the right from wrong? Do you still have any justice in you? I accused him. Jun Moxie, just from this sentence, it revealed your intentions. If you are not involved with him today, would you still help him exonerate? Xiao Weiqing resented. It is definitely Chu Chi Hun without a doubt. From now onwards, I, the Supreme Master of Golden City, will treat Chu Chi Hun as a foe. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan looked at each other in dismay. They could not believe that there was such an unreasonable person in this world. Just like this, he forced the Killer Master to be involved. What is this? If the Killer Master, Chu Chi Hun come to hear of it, he probably will spurt out a mouth of blood. Why is it that I have to carry all the accusations? Is there still justice in this world? I should not be called Killer Master but rather Scapegoat Master. Jun Moxie could still vividly remember that when he was tailing the cold-blooded Lei Wu Bei had once pretended to be the killing master, Chu Chi Hun. Could it be that this top killer has the same strategies as me? We just don't know which is the more brilliant one and who is the real killing master. Mei Shuiyan laughed sarcastically. Xiao Weiqing, I pity you. I pity the supreme masters in Golden City. You people have such shallow knowledge and experience, making rash judgments and a fool out of yourselves. Xiao Weiqing laughed grimly and with a face full of resentment, he scanned the area and shouted, Chu Chi Hun. Since you have the guts to murder people, why don't you have the guts to face me? Jun Moxie who had been standing still chuckled, such irony. Mei Shuiyan snorted and walked forward. Currently, Golden City only left 5 masters beyond supreme level and 10 supreme masters. Mei Shuiyan could not be bothered with the remaining strength, as even if she could not kill all of them, she would still be able to escape easily without any injuries. Furthermore, she had Jun Moxie by her side to support her, which made her even more fearless. Therefore, Mei Shuiyan burst in without any hesitation. 2 of the supreme masters from Golden City blocked her and sternly said, Please halt for a moment, Supreme Mei, we have not clarified everything. Mei Shuiyan icily replied, Have things not been clarified? I don't think so. Get lost. The 2 supreme masters raged and suddenly 2 long swords appeared like a phantom, leapt in the air and aimed towards Mei Shuiyan. They were already enraged by the death of their comrades. Listening to the rude exclamation of Mei Shuiyan aggravated them even more. Without any warning, they used their top-notch skill in fencing, combined their body into the sword and attacked. Mei Shuiyan flicked her wrist and a long sword appeared in her hand. With a shout, the sword illuminated. The whole sky was suddenly covered by fireworks. Her sword radiated around like lightning, facing them head-on. The 2 of them were being ungrateful, hence Mei Shuiyan did not bother giving them a chance. Since you combined your body and sword into one, then I will use my sword to break you up into 2. Once the sword was brought out to kill, it would show no mercy. Xiao Weiqing bellowed, Stop. After seeing 15 dead bodies, Xiao Weiqing had decided to dispel on the idea of killing Mei Shuiyan. He knew that with their current strength, attacking Mei Shuiyan would be asking for death. Even if the remaining 15 supreme masters were to give in their all they can do is make a scratch on her. That was if they were lucky enough. For now, Xiao Weiqing only wanted to catch the culprit that killed his brother, Chu Chi-hun. As for Mei Shuiyan, he would leave it to Dunshire Deity Palace and Sea of Fantasy Blood to handle. Therefore, he did not have any plans to intercept them. Seeing the two Supreme Masters acting recklessly and attacking Mei Shuiyan, Xiao Weiqing was shocked and instantly shouted for them to stop. But, it was too late. Mata Jun reminded Mei Shuiyan, the right way of a nobleman, which was to not have any mercy. A long siren was made and her sharp sword burst into lights. Suddenly, two cries and shattered sounds were heard. All of a sudden, it was raining blood and the two swords shattered into pieces. Just like that, the two Supreme Masters disappeared from the world. Mei Shuiyan gently landed on the ground, there were no stains on her white top, no signs of blood at all. She had an aloof expression and was full of murderous aura. Xiao Weiqing wanted to speak up, hoping to alleviate the tense atmosphere since attacking her now would not be a good idea. The plan to sneak up on her and attack had failed thoroughly, they had already lost half of their men and he had no intentions to continue the fight. On the other hand, Mei Shuiyan, who had already taken the life of two Supreme Masters, is on the peak of her killing spree, and hiding near her was a killing master, Chu Chi-hun, who may do a surprise attack any time. The situation was very bad for the masters from Golden City. Before Xiao Weiqing had a chance to speak, Mei Shuiyan turned her head around and stared at him ruthlessly. Her charisma grew with the wind as she became more intimidating. With a majestic grandeur that belonged only to kings and the power to decide their death, she daunted the 13 Supreme Masters from Golden City. At that moment, it showed the exceptional svelte of Mei Shuiyan that allowed her to be the number one in Tianfa City. Under her intimidating pressure, Xiao Weiqing held back his tongue and swallowed the words that he was about to say. He felt the cold glance of her seeing through his heart and capturing his soul. For a moment, Xiao Weiqing felt the chills and forgot about his original intention. In front of him was the two dead bodies of his subordinates, but at that moment, Xiao Weiqing totally forgot about his revenge. Behind him, stood 12 of his other subordinates, but again, at that moment, Xiao Weiqing totally forgot about them. He only knew that in front of him stood Mei Shuiyan, who only need to raise her hand to bury him into the deep snow. Mei Shuiyan stood still and gazed icily at him before saying, "Xiao Weiqing, you should stop speaking for now. If you speak another word, I will bury the 13 of you here forever. Do you want to bet, if I dare or not, and if I can or not?" Mei Shuiyan spoke lightly and gently as if she was just saying something that happened in the past. But what was hidden in her words caused them to tremble with fear. Dare or not, can or not? What level of aggressiveness is this? In front of her bravura and power, even the blizzard seemed to listen to her and stopped in midair. Of course, even though Mei Shuiyan's abilities were astonishing, but she still did not have the capabilities to control nature. Whatever they felt was just a delusion, the blizzard had not stopped. However, everyone could not feel it because the only thing they could feel then was the terrifying aura of Mei Shuiyan. As deep as the ocean, as imposing as the mountain. Xiao Weiqing's forehead was full of cold sweat. He tried to assemble his spirit, consciousness, soul and cultivation to confront the terrifying charisma of Mei Shuiyan. He tried to escape from her frightening spirit but failed. Mei Shuiyan glanced at him before she mockingly laughed. She turned her head towards Jun Moxie and said, "Let's go." Jun Moxie chuckled and speedily walked towards her. Both of them strolled elegantly side by side into the canyon. The 13 Supreme Masters behind them were all one of the strongest people in their city, they just needed to take a leap to reach Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan, but none of them made a move. Seeing the couple that was walking further away from them, everyone felt more confused. Was the gap between their abilities so big? How can it be? Previously, when the 10 Masters beyond Supreme level gathered and attacked Mei Shuiyan, she was still being merciful and did not have the intention to kill them, but all of them were still heavily injured and she managed to escape. The Mei Shuiyan today was not as merciful as the past and she did not hesitate to kill them. The sad part was that they now only left 5 masters beyond supreme level and 10 supreme masters. With this amount of strength left and with their strategies all exposed, they do not have any chance to kill Mei Shuiyan. In fact, the chance of all of them being killed was higher. When a nobleman decides not to be bullied anymore, the people who set him up would definitely face a horrible ending. Furthermore, this nobleman had such strong abilities. Whatever just happened had proven this fact. Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie had slowly disappeared into the distance. The blizzard got stronger and heavier. As the wind blew, Xiao Weiqing felt his face got colder, but no matter how cold it was, it could not compare to his frozen heart. "Let's all go." Xiao Weiqing sighed. The master beyond supreme level hung his head low as he walked. In an instant, the supreme master of the 3-pearl throne in Golden City, aged by a few more years. Even his back that used to be tall and straight, stooped lower. "Xiao Wangzhua, what about the bodies of our dead brothers?" An old master with a white beard asked sorrowfully as he looked at Xiao Weiqing and waited for a response. Xiao Weiqing heaved a sigh and he looked at the corpses on the snow with disappointment. He closed his eyes and said, "This place is remote and inaccessible, for the time being, just bury the bodies here, come out and bury them." It was a matter of time before this day came. "But my king, we should never let Mei Shuiyan off like this." The old man with the white beard bit his teeth and his eyes started shedding tears. With resentment on his face, he said, "King Xiao, the bones of our comrades are not cold." "Bones are not cold?" Xiao Weiqing looked at him and said, "The weather is like that, why are the bones not cold? Why are you saying this now? When Venerable Mei was here just now, why did you not say this? If you are so warm-blooded, why did you not rush forward to help your comrades get revenge? The two have probably not gone too far. If you really have the heart to avenge your comrades, you can chase them now to get revenge. As the ruler in command, I grant you the permission to get revenge. Do you dare or not?" The face of the old man with the white beard turned all red with anger. His eyes widened and he shouted, "King Xiao. What do you mean by that? Do you think that you had a good reputation just now? Do you think that revenge for the other comrades concerns only me? You asked if I dare to get revenge. If I am alone, even if I manage to catch up with them, I am incompetent against them. Then is there any use in chasing them? You also know that you are incompetent. Then why did you ask me? I did all this for the sake of Great Gold City. You still want to get your feelings involved at this moment? Useless." Xiao Weiqing was furious and he said, "You and I are both well aware of the consequences of an attack. Others who survived are not aware. I brought all of you out of the Golden City not to bury all of you here. Yet, you are here questioning me on why I am not fighting back against Venerable Mei. You useless bum, do you not understand? Why are you shouting at me even till this moment? There are people left behind at the elusive land of immortals and illusory ocean of blood waiting. We already lost 17 people. 17 experts. If we continue to hold on any longer here, what will the consequences be? Have you turned foolish? If the Golden City is destroyed, do we let the other 2 holy lands easily get taken and let them rule over our heads? Seriously? I knew that you were foolish, but can you please take the big picture into consideration?" The old man with the white beard seemed like a deflated balloon and he knelt on the ground with 2 hands covering his face and cried, "For my comrades, and because of my cowardice. Send forth the command, send the whole world to search for the killer of the Supreme Masters." Xiao Weiqing inhaled a deep breath and his head shook. He tried hard to control his emotions. But the more he tried to control his emotions, the more his voice became to tremble. "Put in your best effort to kill those cockroaches, at all costs. If we let Chu Chi Hun know about this, I am afraid he will spit out blood. Even if the Supreme Masters do not chase and kill him, he would die of depression." "Yes." Everyone agreed in unison. Huge snow began flying and another 17 graves appeared in this spacious and empty canyon, quietly forming a mountain behind. Xiao Weicheng and the others waited in tears and sorrow. One by one, their whole bodies started trembling and they bit their teeth with anger and sorrow. However, they were at a loss and did not know what to do. They walked away in vain but kept looking back. The snow had buried the traces they had left. Between the heavens and the earth, it was desolate, the snow that fell from the sky covered the grave that had no tombstone and the wind continued to blow. The land was a flat snowfield and there were no traces of blood. It was as if nothing had happened. The disciples of Jian who died under the sword of the martial arts swordsman, once the strong, the glory, the world and the commander of the rivers and lakes. Now, they only left a bunch of lus, furthermore, they could only leave a position and could not write their names, for they had too many enemies, and they may come to settle their grudges. Who can be excluded from this kind of ending in the next 1,000 years? Shuiyan, you were so charismatic just now, when can I have ever be like you? It would be so cool. Jun Moxie giggled. Then, he used his strength to catch up with Mei Shuiyan and said, you just stood there and 13, a whole 13 of the experts were afraid to move because of you. So cool, hahaha, 1 out of the 3 holy lands actually got scared, so funny. You are underestimating the supreme masters from the Golden City. They were not scared out of their wits, it was just their misfortune. Mei Shuiyan laughed and said, all this time, the strength of the 3 holy lands were balanced, their strength was in the middle. Now the Golden City has lost so many experts, they would not be able to take it. However, with their remaining strength, if they were to engage in a fight with me, I would have to pay a huge price. But this would make it easier for the other 2 holy lands to defeat me. They will not be willing to let their city be destroyed. They are letting us go as they want us to go and destroy the elusive land of immortals and illusory ocean of blood too. Hence, they are not taking any action against us. They would rather tolerate it. Let me think. But after all, they are incompetent. If they felt that they stood a good chance against us, they would have taken action already. Other than the disaster, it is because of your capabilities that they have not taken any action yet. If I knew this was coming, I would have destroyed the elusive land of immortals and illusory ocean of blood. However, the Golden City already lost its reputation. They do not even have the courage to start a war anymore. This is the biggest weakness of Xiao Weicheng. Jun Moxie laughed and plucked his eyebrows and said, this will be his nemesis. Whenever I see him, I will bring this matter up to him, ridicule him and break his state of mind. I will make him angry and cause him to die out of anger. Jun Moxie smiled coldly and smiled, saying, this matter must be reported to Xiong Kai Shan, this may be a weapon to defeat Xiao Weicheng. There will be a time where both will face off with each other. Mei Shuiyan's eyes brightened and she said, not bad, you humans are very sly. She looked at Jun Moxie and said, you were very different this time. Really? Did I become more heroic? Do you feel like hugging this heroic prince? This price is very educated. Jun Moxie said with a proud face. I am saying the truth. After the assassination, your body gained energy. Mei Shuiyan looked into his eyes and said, you are really different compared to the past. I feel that the energy was intentionally hidden. When it comes to the critical time, it would then reappear. Jun Moxie stood still and smiled, saying, what? Mei Shuiyan suddenly stopped walking, and said, right, it was this feeling. Just now, when you laughed, there was a weird smell. She twitched her eyebrows and began thinking and said, very cold, very indifferent, yet very dangerous, but the murderous aura was different from normal people, your bones are thirsty for blood, a dangerous smell. Jun Moxie began laughing out loud, but he knew in his heart that Mei Shuiyan's feeling was absolutely correct. This assassination gave him wonderful memories. The familiar movement, familiar touch, familiar ambience, familiar emotions. The moment he struck, Jun Moxie thought that he went back to his previous life, he became the assassination lord again, he killed the corrupt officials in the city, the traitors abroad. The powerful Xie Jun. King Xie Jun. After assassinating the 15 Supreme Masters, Jun Moxie felt the excitement of killing. This killing was not killing. This was the killing of the assassination, the killing of the evil lord, but it was not the killing of the monarch. After much thoughts, Jun Moxie heaved a big sigh. Now, do not let people see through you. Whether it is outsiders, or your relatives, friends, no exceptions. Mei Shuiyan quietly accompanied him and suddenly laughed, saying, "Sometimes, you seem like a gangster, but at times, you also seem like a cold warrior, sometimes, you seem like a poet. I still cannot understand how you have so many personalities and how did you even come, and how do you switch around? If it was another person, I am afraid their spirit would have collapsed a long time ago." Jun Moxie laughed and he looked at a distance, saying, "This is nothing, it is just an adjustment of myself, it is not amazing. I am originally like this, I have to be." For a period of time when the Jun family was overturned, I did not showcase my powers. When the Jun family became more stable, my hands began to be contaminated with blood. Jun Moxie laughed and said, "After a person experiences assassination, you will carry some things on your body or you will experience a weird feeling unconsciously. I call this feeling murderous aura. The more people you kill, the stronger this feeling gets. Especially if you meet a stranger, it will cause the other people to get scared. This makes it easy for you to get exposed not only to your relatives and friends. Ultimately, you will need to find a way to prevent yourselves from getting exposed." Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Secondly, it is to remove the ill feelings that have manifested within. With these ill feelings, having the intention to injure and kill others is paving the way to your own death. Experts can sense these ill feelings. So, to be a successful killer, you have to look even more ordinary than ordinary men and women on the outside. Those who have a murderous look and are putting up a cold front are not worth paying attention to. The way I release stress and manage my ill feelings is different from the others. It depends on your character, whether you are someone cynical or someone living life frivolously. All in all, as long as I am able to release stress, I will make a successful balance. It doesn't matter how designed is the tactic. A designed tactic to release stress allows the killer to be aware of the opponent's flaws. It is the opponent's deadly flaw. So, the type of killer who we can identify at the first look is no different than a fool. Those who form the stereotypical impression of killers, having a murderous look and appearing stern, are a bunch of retards. They are idiots whose stupidity knows no bounds. Jun Moxie laughed. But I am confident that nobody will recognize that I am a killer when I'm not killing. Furthermore, I am a super killer. For this matter, I think I am successful. This foundation is built on the fact that I am a carefree, dandy scoundrel. Do you understand me when I put it this way? No, I don't understand, and you are making it harder to understand. Shui Mei Yen furrowed her brows. Reasonably, I can understand and comprehend the killers, whom you mentioned, possess a murderous look. But the one thing that I can't understand is, how are you a killer? And a super killer? Why do you always look at problems from the perspective of a killer? You are obviously a prince of a noble family, being fed with a silver spoon. And you are only 18 this year. Your experiences as a noble prince is seen by everyone. How does all these make you a killer? Jun Moxie was speechless. A while ago, I was happily talking and spilling out everything. How can I be so forgetful? How do I explain this time? If I kill someone before, doesn't that make me a killer? Jun Moxie forcefully reasoned his thought and cleverly switched the subject topic. Shui Yan, based on your opinions, should we move on at full speed? Or should we just be comfortable and take our time? If we move on at full speed, we should be able to take the lead and be in front of Xiao Wei Cheng and his people. If we go slower, I'm afraid that they will take over us. By then, how do we go about resolving it? Mei Shuiyan spitefully rolled her eyes at him. She knew that he was changing the subject topic, but she did not expose him, and continued on. This time, Great Golden City has incurred a great loss. Based on their usual way of open strife and veiled struggle, I don't think they will report the actual situation to the ones taking over. They may even misinform and misguide them. Isn't that better? Isn't this favorable and giving us a chance? Jun Moxie had a laugh, thinking to himself. Chance? What chance? Mei Shuiyan was really smart. She understood what Jun Moxie meant instantly when he asked. You mean, pretend to get hurt? That's right. Hide your true ability so that your opponent will be complacent and then deceptively, but comfortably secure the win. These are the true words of a champion. Jun Moxie patiently and sincerely advised, when, out of the many accidental escapes, you surprise your opponent with a deadly attack at the crucial moment, you will then feel a greater sense of accomplishment. Huh, you humans are so sly. Mei Shuiyan laughed. Here is, once again, another mountain's opening. Although it was not too steep, but it was the only road ahead. This was no doubt another perfect location to ambush. At the moment, elusive Land of Immortals leader Ning Wuqing was standing at the valley's crossing. Wearing a snow-white robe, his long hair was blowing off his face. He had a face of righteousness and outstanding divine spirit. Behind him, there were 28 ultimate experts in 2 rows, quietly sitting behind a tall mountain. Surprisingly, they had no intentions to hide their movements, only allowing the mountain to block them. For these experts, it was easy for their knowledge and observations to go undetected, which felt like hiding from the wind. When Ning Wuqing thought of Xiao Qingwei who just walked past, he gloatingly gave 3 laughs. Great Golden City had currently gathered 30 people, 30 ultimate masters. But after the big battle, there were only 13 remaining, with the leader Xiao Qingwei badly injured. Although he tried to disguise his emotions, but his pale white face was an indication that the battle was interpreted to be a fierce one. The more pathetic the opponents were, the better we would feel. Thumbs up to you. The more miserable they were, the more advantage we would get. Ning Wuqing pretended to show concern through words, but was actually inquiring on the battle situation, only met with Xiao Wei Chang's ill remarks. Wait till you see Venerable Mei, then you will understand. Wishing you success for the battle. And he rushed off soon after. Ning Wuqing felt really good. Is it a must for old madam to see Venerable Mei in order for her to understand? It was actually quite clear as of now. You had lost a whole bunch of people. Although Venerable Mei's skills was exceedingly good, but to think of a strategy or even a tactic for the entire group to come out unscarred was impossible. Also, it was no doubt that the injury would be terribly serious. The sacrifice from 5 Beyond Supremes and the death of 10 Beyond Supremes. Even the winner of Sanxing Wangzhua, Xiao Weicheng, was badly hurt. In return for such a big price paid, there would be no excuse but to see Mei Shuiyan's badly injured as well. If not, there would be no logic to it and it would be a joke. If we were to return to the past, old madam and her people were almost killed by 10 people. That had happened in the past, what about now? I had the military might, backed up by a well-trained army, conditioning for the next battle. On the other hand, Venerable Mei was badly injured, weak and worn out. After Ning Wuqing surveyed the terrain, he realized that it was pointless to plant an ambush and it would even lose elusive Land of Immortals' might and magnanimity. The place was not small and there were plenty of opportunities for fast-packed actions and tactics, we just needed an ambush till we see Mei Supreme. With her poorly injured body and having to defend the attacks from these people, there was no doubt that Gai Shi Gong would be left in my hands. No wonder the gaze that Xiao Weicheng gave to old madam before he left was oddly strange. So that was a combination of jealousy and hate. Hence, Ning Wuqing was relieved. There was nothing to worry about anymore. If he could, under his lead, succeed to kill Venerable Mei, then, there would not be any big concern regarding whether Yue Ban was dead. Furthermore, to me, it would mean removing a competitor. This was simply a proof that the gods were on my side. Reflections of people from the two sides could be seen as they were gradually approaching. Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie were gradually approaching. Once Ning Wuqing waved his hands, everyone momentarily hid themselves. Ning Wuqing stood behind a rock, calm and composed, staring coldly at the two, observing them closely. Finally, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It can be seen that Jun Moxie was not injured. How was the natural, less competent Jun Moxie able to please the Supreme Masters? But he had a good mentor and therefore, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Mei Shuiyan seemed to look perfectly normal. There was not a single scar on her whole body, and even her clothes were white bristle and her face was rosy red. But Jun Moxie would time to time looked at her in concern, while he was at the side. He looked worried. It was obvious that Jun Moxie had purposely slowed down his pace. This would then count as reasonable. Based on how Mei Shuiyan carried herself, no matter how serious her injuries were, she would not have lost composure on the outside. This was where the dignity of the ultimate master lies, this matter could not be changed. If Mei Shuiyan came with shabby clothes, pale face and scars on her entire body, Ning Wuqing would have otherwise suspected if her injuries were part of an act. Only under such composed situation that he would be able to expose the flaws using his sharp razor eyes. Then he would be able to believe. The woman who was prestigious for her entire life had really gotten herself injured. If she was not injured or had not sustained a comparable degree of injuries, based on her capability, why would Jun Moxie be so concerned and worried? At this time, Ning Wuqing was heartily assured. The two of them had already reached the mountain's opening. Venerable Mei, our paths have crossed, and we finally meet. After such a long time, hope that you are well. Ning Wuqing laughed loudly, his white clothes flowing. Standing on a rock, his sharp razor eyes beamed with smiles, looking at the man and woman at the front, a few feet away. It was certain that everything was under control. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan stopped moving suddenly. Shui Mei Yan looked at Ning Wuqing coldly, suddenly laughed. Ning Wuqing. You really haunt me constantly. Do you really think that I will let you off forever? The heavenly battle acts as your amulet very well, but the amulet will also reach its limit in terms of effectiveness. Venerable Mei's achievements are unrivaled and she's ruthless. I, the person who's called Ning, and Venerable Mei are not really friends and thus it is natural for Venerable Mei to be merciless and to kill willingly. Based on this point, I, the person who's called Ning, has never been lucky. Ning Wuqing laughed softly, angled himself to look at the worried Jun Moxie at the side, and shook his head. But since Supreme is so assured, why is your lover looking uneasy then? Could it be that Venerable Mei, you, have actually gotten injured? As he spoke, he muttered, oh, and continued, this is weird, now as I mention. Great Golden City had lost 17 experts at once. I think Venerable Mei is also feeling worried about this, but you actually have the capability to kill 17 current ultimate experts. Such peerless ability had truly won people's respect. I, the person who's called Ning, has no chances to gain favor at all. Jun Moxie had the look of worry and frustration. He moved forward, looking impulsive, gritted his teeth and spoke in an unrelenting manner. Great Golden City is despicable and unscrupulous, and did not leave any footprints behind. They plotted to kill Shuiyan secretly. But sadly, what goes around comes around, in the end, it had gotten itself a bad retribution, returning home defeated and in low morale. Ning Wuqing, do you really want to use the reputation of elusive land of immortal and the title of Beyond Supreme to take advantage of people during such precarious situations? Prince Jun, you have not realized that I, the respectable, have not taken advantage of people. Ning Wuqing said warmly. Old Madam is only taking advantage of the cruel at precarious times. He looked at Jun Moxie pitifully and spoke softly. Prince Jun must never forget that the gorgeous beauty in front of you is inherently a beast. Prince Jun was born a famous master, and has a bright future ahead, but yet, was bewitched by her beauty. You have truly disappointed me, the person who's called Ning. Jun Moxie's face reddened as he panicked. He stepped forward, in front of Mei Shuiyan, and opened up his arms. He spoke in exasperation, no matter what you said, I do not allow. If you dare, kill me first then. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mei Shuiyan looked around to assess the situation, and she laughed faintly. It is still the same few people. Ning Wuqing, you did not ask for help, but to depend on solely these few people, you still hope to stay as a supreme? Are you being too unrealistic? Ning Wuqing replied adequately. If it was the usual battle, these few people would have not been enough. But for now, it should suffice. Venerable Mei, I think you will not disagree with what I said. He turned around to look at Jun Moxie, and spoke gently. Prince Jun, that day at the aristocrats' hall, old madam had shown her favoritism to you, owing you a big favor, and she took a quenching pill. At Jun family's house, Ling Mentor had also spared our lives. I, the person whose name is Ning, will remember his kindness by heart. For us, the elusive land of immortals, had never wanted to form bad ties with Ling Mentor. I, the person whose name is Ning, has some heartfelt words. Will Prince Jun be interested to listen? What words? Jun Moxie looked at him cautiously, and spoke a little nervously, you speak. Right now, he possessed an extremely anxious demeanor, looking like a young lad who had sacrificed everything to protect his lover, realistically portraying the character. Even Mei Shuiyan almost burst into laughter when she looked at him. This guy is a total brainbox. He can pretend to be anything he wish, and it looks absolutely real. The prince is cultivated and came from a rich family. You own a favorable title and is definitely the heir to the throne. Based on your societal status, your family is remarkably noble, and this is beyond doubt. I can say that your future is bright and limitless, and once you are matured enough, you are definitely an exceptional and has the ability to soar high. Ning Wuqing used a sympathetic tone and said truthfully. If the prince is looking for a good match and a virtuous wife, women of exquisite beauty can be easily found on this earth once you beckon. Why would the prince sacrifice your bright future for the Xian beast who is so different from you? There will never be a good ending. Although she appeared as beautiful as a fairy, but she is inherently a Xian beast. What do you mean? Jun Moxie was a little confused. Do you mean that I can't marry her? Will it become a sin if I marry her? It is not only a sin, but you have disappointed the ancestors of the Jun family. Ning Wuqing continued to persuade him, Prince Jun, for millions of years, we hear countless stories of Xian beast transforming into human beings, but we have never heard of a Xian beast who marries a human being. It has actually never happened before. But, if it does not happen in the past, it does not mean that it will never happen now or in the future. The things that happen are often unpredictable, but there are always plans for it. Everything is ultimately under our control. Man is the master of their own fate. Jun Moxie raised his brows, then let the prince, myself, have the honor of creating a new history by being the first. Will this be a problem? The problem is not merely a yes-no answer, but it concerns the family's bloodline. Ning Wuqing continued in a serious tone, you must know that when a couple get married, it is natural for them to give birth and have offspring. The same applies to a married Xian beast couple, who will give birth to a Xian beast. This is the mechanism of evolution, nobody can change it. But when a Xian beast and a human being get together, what will they reproduce? A Xian beast or a human being? To be honest, now that Venerable Mei had transformed into a human being, she is ravishingly beautiful. I am worried and also pity the people who may not be able to resist her seduction. But Prince Jun must never forget that even if she had continued to practice for another 3 million years, she is inherently a beast still, and not a human being at all. She will reproduce offspring that are possibly Xian beasts, and definitely not any normal infants. You should have gotten rid of her the sooner the better. Why are you still keeping her alive? Mei Shuiyan's face changed completely and had gone as pale and white as the snow. her dainty self began to wobble lightly. Ning Wuqing's words was meant to cause a rift between the two, to hurt Mei Shuiyan further. However, what he had not noticed was that his words, whether it was intentional or otherwise, was precisely what Mei Shuiyan was fretting over. Although she knew that his aim was to cause a rift between them so that they would break up, and hurting her eventually, but she could not help but to be completely stunned. Ning Wuqing had always been at the losing end when it came to love and was single for his whole life. But yet, he deeply knew the essence of love. He could definitely do great harm to others. Mei Shuiyan had practiced arduously for hundreds of years and had never came across the idea of any form of intimate love. She thought that her mind and heart is as still water, determined and unwavering. But the truth was that for these people, they would be helpless once they were in love. Like the saying goes, when you set an old house on fire, you can do nothing but to only watch it burn before your very eyes. If Ning Wuqing was able to persuade Jun Moxie to leave Mei Shuiyan, even if Mei Shuiyan was not physically hurt, she will not be able to escape from being irrational and emotionally unstable. She may momentarily lose her ability to compete drastically and may even declare her own defeat before the battle. And especially now that she was severely injured. Ning Wuqing observed the color change on Mei Shuiyan's face coldly. Then, he burst with innate joy. He knew his words had hit the nail right on her head, hurting her. Do you still have anything to say? Jun Moxie calmed himself down and regained his composure. He looked at Ning Wuqing coolly, hands placed behind him, his tone was one without emotions. As a genuine piece of advice, although it is something you do not like to hear, I, the person who called himself Ning, still have to say. Prince Jun has the duty to consider carefully. You have to know that the Jun family has a strong reputation. Jun family is a noble family in Tianxiang. If people knew that the only successor is marrying a Xian beast as his wife, it might be a big joke. If you two are lucky enough, you may give birth to a child with exceptional abilities. But what is more frightening is the possibility of giving birth to a vixen or a cub after a year or so of a blissful marriage. It will highly damage Jun family's reputation and result in a disheveled state of life. Prince Jun, how are you going to face the ancestor of the Jun family? Ning Wuqing pretended to look at Jun Moxie with deep sorrow and seemed like he had already seen the problematic plight of the Jun family. He gave a long sigh. Passing down from one generation to another, among the children and future generation, there are the three most unfilial acts, the most severe being the inability to reproduce. Prince Jun, you must think carefully before you act. If you insist on stubbornly, and it becomes a topic that people laugh about. Prince Jun, it is not that my words, the people who's called Ning, that are terrible to hear. Me, the person who's called Ning, is wholeheartedly thinking for Prince. Try asking yourself, if Prince marries the beast, how is this different from marrying your own pets and reproducing? Do you mean that I still need to get the approval of the three holy cities on who I want to marry? Jun Moxie scoffed at Ning Wuqing, coldly. Ning Wuqing, are you senile? Ning Wuqing was not angry, but he painfully sighed. Still the same old advice, even though these words may be unpleasant, but they are beneficial to you. I am considering fully for Prince, and for the future of Jun family. Everyone knew old Madam was sincere. But even though Prince may not realize it now, or even dislikes the idea to a large extent, but you will definitely understand her pains in the future. Mei Shuiyan's body started to tremble. She gave a despondent look to Jun Moxie, and her vision went a little unclear. Ning Wuqing's words was no doubt deadly and caused a huge blow to Mei Shuiyan. She even felt her own heart, instantly broken into pieces, and her lover was leaving her step by step. Based on the words that Ning Wuqing spoke, his frosty look, and also how Jun Moxie was stiffing up, Mei Shuiyan had given up all her hopes internally. Reproducing and nurturing are blessings to people on earth. But it is unacceptable to any family on earth once you gave birth to a beast. This is completely absurd and a strange discussion. How will this be an exception to Jun family, Jun Moxie? Even before, he was purely seduced by her beauty, and there were only good feelings between the both of them. But once he understood the future possibility of the relationship, it will be difficult for Jun Moxie to make other decisions. Once a rational decision is made, it therefore meant that Mei Shuiyan could only feel a cool chill up her spine. She felt alone in the entire world. She no longer had anyone to depend on and count on. Ultimately, this was not the world which I belonged to. Still, I am a Xian beast. I should return to Tianfa Forest. Although the love had been sweet and tender, and I am terribly unwilling to give it up, but ultimately it does not belong to me. Mei Shuiyan lost her senses and her mind went completely blank, unable to defend. Jun Moxie laughed, loudly. Ning Wuqing, you are right. I am moved by your reasons and advice. Mei Shuiyan opened her eyes wide in shock and glanced at him. Had he declared his stand? Only to hear Ning Wuqing said, pleasingly. Prince Jun knew how to mend his ways after realizing his errors and before it is too late. This is worth respecting and admired for. Jun Moxie shook his head, and said in a cynical manner. Your thoughtful words are full of sincerity and I believe is able to touch the hearts of many people and swayed the majority. Unfortunately, you still do not understand the prince, myself, and his character. He took 2 steps back, slowly, and held out his hands. He embraced Mei Shuiyan, whose frail body was trembling, lovingly, and hugged her tightly. He spoke in his deepest voice. How could you not trust your husband, When the matter rests, I will discipline you at home. He spoke extremely fast such that it sounded stern and fierce. But Mei Shuiyan, although her body was trembling, was revitalized and tenderly lay in his embrace. Her heart lightened, and she no longer felt disorientated. The embrace was as usual, warm. Suddenly, tears slowly trickled down her face, like strings of pearls. Fear lingered in her and she trembled, like her heart that seemed to experience a trauma, aches. Jun Moxie supported Mei Shuiyan's thin and frail body, very lightly and gently. He turned his head to look at Ning Wuqing, and said coldly. Do you think that I have not understood this problem earlier than you do? I have long considered this problem. But today, your honest opinions had enlightened me and allowed me to finally set a determination. Jun Moxie gave a tender look to Mei Shuiyan, who was in his embrace. He looked up and said in determination. I am an unscrupulous loafer and a worthless prodigal son. I do not care less about humans' opinions of me. I, Jun Moxie, was never someone who regarded humans, beasts, beauty, wisdom or capability as highly important. Jun Moxie smiled proudly, and said resolutely. What I regarded as important is true love. So what if you are a human or a beast? If there is true love, I, the prince, will care no less about the rest. As long as Shuiyan can bear my child, regardless of what it is, it will be the descendant of I, Jun Moxie. If she really gave birth to a little Xian beast, then that is also my own, Jun Moxie's. I will still nurture him and take responsibility as the father. Ning Wuqing, honestly speaking, if I had a son that is as despicable as the 3 holy cities, I will rather Shuiyan give birth to a rascal, so that I can at least save the energy that I wasted on anger. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Ning Wuqing's face turned green and his eyes were fuming. Jun Moxie, you are really stubborn. One fine day you will regret. Even if the Jun family is tarnished or has collapsed. Even if I give birth to a mystical beast. Ning Wuqing, what has it got to do with you? Jun Moxie stared and asked frustratedly, Ning Wuqing, you aren't my son nor my grandson, why are you so worried? Are you qualified to worry? How weird, you guys are not doing what is more important and choose to worry about my family affairs. Are you so freaking bored? Ning Wuqing's body was shaking and suddenly roared, you are killing me with anger. Oh, I know, I understand. Ning Wuqing, is it because your wife has died and you are going to be single for the rest of your life so you want everyone else to be single forever too? Jun Moxie said critically, but there are still a lot of normal people in this world, everyone wants to nicely cuddle their wife under their warm blankets. There are definitely not many who are like you who refuse their own wife and choose to visit brothels after earning money. Ning Wuqing, how are you shameless enough to say I'm unfilial and won't have any offsprings? After Mei Shuiyan and I get married, even if we give birth to mystical beasts, they will take the Jun surname, but you? After you die, will you have any children carrying your surname? How pathetic. It will probably be difficult even to find a mystical beast to bury you. Ning Wuqing was so angered by Jun Moxie's words until he was shivering and his face turned pale as his eyes seemed to be raging mad. Jun Moxie continued to wrap his arm around Mei Shuiyan's waist, lowered his head and adoringly pinched her little nose, and gently laughed, "Wifey, how is it? Is it satisfying for me to scold this old thing? Do you feel like you've released some anger?" If you don't think it is enough, I will continue to scold. This is your hubby's specialty, even if I'm not the best in the world, I'm definitely in the top 3. Mei Yan Shui held back her tears and gently smiled as she laid her head on his chest as she used her slender fingers to draw circles on his chest gently, and softly said, "Do you mean what you said?" Jun Moxie seriously said, "If they were in any way a lie, I will be struck by lightning and thunder. I will die a terrible death, with no full." He had not finished but his mouth was already blocked by a small soft hand with a light nice-smelling scent. He looked down and saw Mei Shuiyan's eyes filled with tears, rolling down her cheeks one by one as she looked at him deeply with her big watery eyes and said sharply, "I believe you." Jun Moxie smiled and finally relaxed. He used his forehead to lean against Mei Shuiyan's forehead and gently said, "Since you trust me, I have nothing to fear. You looked so troubled just now, my heart was aching so badly, if you leave me, I really cannot live on, without you, what meaning is there to live?" Jun Moxie sensitively felt that Ning Wuqing's words still left deep scars in Mei Shuiyan's heart, so disregarded his own life just to dispel her worries even if it was too mushy, but women are still very willing to listen to these. Mei Shuiyan sniffed as her tears rolled down like pearls, soaking Jun Moxie's cotton top on his chest area and whimpered, "I won't leave you." Jun Moxie was relieved, lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Mei Shuiyan's body shivered a bit and she lifted her head to look into Jun Moxie's eyes, then smiled while holding back her tears. They were surrounded by enemies and yet this pair of young lovers could still lovingly stay in their own world. Ning Wuqing finally recovered and hollered, "What an overboard and shameless immoral couple. Everyone attack and eradicate these evil spirits for humankind." Jun Moxie hugged Mei Shuiyan and whispered into her crystal-like ears, "Wifey, how are you? If you haven't calmed down, go and watch by the side, look at how your husband is going to fight this bunch of them, don't force yourself." Mei Shuiyan chuckled and looked at him, and said, "I am not so weak. So long you. So long you. So long you don't change, how will I be beaten by others? Leaving it all to you. I will be worried." Saying those last few words, she could not help but to lower her head in embarrassment. Jun Moxie laughed out loud as he heard yelling sounds behind him together with the sound of swords slicing through the air. The two of them looked at each other and actually smiled. Two white bodies simultaneously lifted into the air and intersected, causing two blinding rays to light up. Mei Shuiyan's sword for the king and Jun Moxie's blood of Yan Huang simultaneously emerged. Both soared sky high. After several sounds, the rays dimmed then lit up again while Jun Moxie's rapidly moving white shadow disappeared into the blinding ray out of the blue until the sword's ray disappeared. By then, Jun Moxie had disappeared without a trace. Mei Shuiyan moved at the speed of light and could even find the only small space amongst the thousands of aggressive swords to easily escape through just like a shapeless gust of wind. Even though she occasionally came into contact with the swords, she could easily slide past the blades. However, the sword for the king she had was not gentle at all and it directly slaughtered throughout the way. These top-notch fighters from Xuanshi Immortal Palace all have been practicing martial arts for their entire lives with their individual specialties and very well versed in them. In fact, that day at the Jun family, they already got to witness that Mei Shuiyan's sword was a rare impressive weapon. Some of them even suffered great losses, losing not only their weapons but even an arm, resulting in a sharp decrease in their battle strength which had not recovered, leaving only half of what they had. At that moment, they saw Mei Shuiyan use the same tactics once more, and so who dared to touch her? Instantly, all their sword positions changed to become defensive, but simultaneously, they saw that it was of no use, and so one by one, they quickly retreated. Mei Yan Shui controlled the battlefield. Her white dress flew according to the wind as her sword seemed like a dragon, easily fighting in all directions. Due to her undefeatable reputation and incredible sword, everyone retreated step by step, and soon, Mei Yan Shui was able to daunt the masses alone, looking impressive. Mei Shuiyan could achieve such battle results was not only due to her great abilities and sharp weapon. It was also because there were too many people on the other side, so she did not have a specific target. Once she moved her sword, all around were enemies. All she had to do was fight. Although there were 29 top-notch experts in the Xuanshi Immortal Palace, only at most 3 to 4 of them could be fighting with Mei Shuiyan at the same time. When there were too many people, they would be hampering one another's ability to act. Ning Wuqing saw that the battle was not going well and his expression turned tensed, but he understood what was going on, and immediately yelled, "Hu Menglong, lead your 3 brothers to attack, the rest of you step aside for now. Form groups of 4 and take turns to attack. Once the situation becomes critical, act immediately. Once the second group acts, the first group must immediately step back. Those not involved, surround the battle area to prevent her from escaping. Watch for an opportunity to use your hidden weapons." Screams were heard in the battleground and most of them flew backwards, leaving only 4 people surrounding Mei Shuiyan to continue the battle. For shiny swords were like a well-knitted cloth, layer over layer, moving like a lightning through space, attacking from all 4 directions. Mei Shuiyan was in no hurry. Her body softly floated around, executing easily and with chic, not showing any signs of anxiousness despite their rotational tactic. Use your strength to fight on. Clash with her. We have the quantity advantage, tiring her out is to our advantage, Ning Wuqing screeched from outside the battlefield. Hu Menglong. Have you become dumb? She just fought a great battle with the Supreme Gold City, she must have some serious injuries, but even if she doesn't, her core energy would have been depleted. Why aren't you attacking with your weapons? Just use your palm strength. Use your Xian strength. Force her to go all out. Deplete her energy faster, torture her and trap her to death. Hu Menglong was an above supreme level expert of the Xuanshi Immortal Palace. The 3 who were fighting alongside him were his sworn brothers, as they realized that they got along and shared similar goals after entering the Xuanshi Immortal Palace, and since then, they often trained together for nearly 100 years and have telepathy in addition to the extreme chemistry amongst one another. Just then, the 4 of them attacked simultaneously but shockingly felt restricted, astonishing the 4 of them. Although everyone knew that Mei Shuiyan was Tian Fa's top king of the beasts and had extremely strong abilities, they did not think that it would be to this extent. It has to be understood that Hu Menglong's abilities were way beyond supreme level, although his 3 sworn brothers' abilities were not as high as his, they were definitely extremely close. 12 grades of Spirit Xian, 1 step at a time towards the top. Spirit Xian's 4th grade and below were only normal Spirit Xian. Once one reached the 5th grade, his or her abilities had a great leap and was of the supreme level. Spirit Xian's 9th grade onwards exceeded the supreme category. It was for beyond supreme level. However, if they exceed Spirit Xian's 12th grade, it was a whole new level, to become an extreme supreme. This was Mei Shuiyan's level. At this level, one was already unformidable, at the peak of the world's possible abilities. While there is an end to life, there was no end to learning martial arts. This was applicable to any world. If a martial arts genius could have an unlimited lifetime, then no one would be able to explain clearly to what extent his practice would reach. That person need not even have to be a genius, so long one had an unlimited lifespan, anyone could achieve incredibly strong abilities. What a pity the human's lifespan eliminated this possibility. Hu Menglong roared and flew up and his sword returned to its sheath. He spread open his arms, shook the surrounding with a raving palm strength. His body kept changing positions in the air and left huge imprints of his two palms across the sky, blocking the sunlight, spiraling around, then crashing down. Obviously, he listened to Ning Wuqing's words. It was not the time to be the hero. Even if he had to swap injury for injury, he was not afraid so long he could increase Mei Shuiyan's internal injury, even if it was just a bit, it would be helpful to their big plot. Under the motivation of such thought, the other three also did the same, abandoning their swords to use their palms, opening and closing, furiously sending attacks down. When the four experts acted together, they were frightening, using their extensive palm strength, forcing Supreme Mei to take advantage of her best skills. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mei Shuiyan heard Ning Wuqing's words and could not help but laughed. Ning Wuqing, you are such a shameless protector of the practice, you really try all means. Not counting sending so many people and trying the rotational method, you even prepared hidden weapons. Xuanshi Immortal Palace is indeed a reputable big sect, the way you guys do things are indeed open and honest. You guys even blatantly use despicable means. I really look up to you guys. As she spoke, her body lightly spun and dodged from the seamless attack. Conveniently, she swerved her sword 4 times and pushed her 4 strong opponents away one by one. Her words angered many of them. Before these people entered the Xuanshi Immortal Palace, any one of them already had years of experience in practicing martial arts, ventured around the world and were independent experts. After entering Xuanshi Immortal Palace, their abilities were furthered and their status was elevated, but in this battle, they had to come in a large number, use the rotational method and even had to prepare hidden weapons. They were ashamed. Ning Wuqing snickered, Supreme Mei, you can't trick me. This lame method of yours is useless. All of us are doing this for the rest of the world so naturally, we need to protect ourselves in preparation for the heavenly battle in the future. If we seek to be a hero and die in your hands, that would really be a waste. For the sake of the mainland's future, I, Ning Wuqing, live up to my conscience. Living up to your conscience, Mei Shuiyan heaved a long sigh and suddenly loudly laughed, not bad, not bad. Indeed the style of the Xuanshi Immortal Palace. Such a conscience can only be lived up to by killing you. After hearing this. Before Mei Shuiyan finished her words, she pulled out her sword, maneuvered it in a circle and a bunch of bright pitahaya appeared, just like peonies at their first bloom, in all directions. One more stretch and one more circle followed, and another bunch of pitahaya flew out. Although she was holding a sword, in most people's eyes it seemed like fireworks, one bundle of sparks after another as the bright, crystal-clear pitahaya were endlessly shot out. Hu Menglong and his 3 sworn brothers were rendered helpless and instantly, were in danger, feeling extremely pathetic. Without any doubt, Ning Wuqing's shameless words have angered Mei Shuiyan, and so there was no more room for kindness. At that moment, Hu Menglong and his 3 sworn brothers could not do anything but to dodge. In their predictions, since they had already abandoned their swords to use their palms, then exactly how high was Supreme Mei's status? Why would she put herself down by using a sword to fight the empty-handed them? This was an issue of a top-notch expert's face and demeanor. If Supreme Mei also kept her sword, then the 4 of them would be able to find an opportunity to go on an all-out fight with her. With every second longer they held, it was a victory. Internal injuries were susceptible to violent shakes. Even if Supreme Mei was not injured, limb contact with the palm would consume the most xian and core energy, and so every bit they took from her counted. However, they miscalculated. They did not think that although the 4 of them kept their swords and used their palms, Mei Shuiyan was not bothered by the demeanor of an expert. She continued riding on the advantage of her superior sword and attacked them furiously, breaking through the dense energy from the opponent's palms. She even scared the four of them so much that they could not wait to escape from this dangerous situation. Ning Wuqing was not wrong. If they used weapons, they could not just go all out and fought. Mei Shuiyan's sword was too sharp, too impressive, and would probably slice their weapon before they could start to fight. How could they just fight all out? However, they could go all out and fight with their palms. However, she was still using her sword, which was all over the place, and so no matter how tight their palm power was, it could not withstand one slice, putting them in an even more awkward situation. Was it possible to use a palm made of flesh and blood to go all out against an extremely sharp superior sword? Won't that be seeking an even faster death? However, they did not know that when Mei Shuiyan saw them abandon their swords to use their palms, she did consider to keep her sword too in order to fairly determine the battle's results. But at that moment, Mei Shuiyan's ears heard a voice from Jun Moxie, "No abandoning your sword. They know you are injured, this is a misunderstanding, but once you abandon your sword, they will find out the truth. Why are you so dumb? It is also beneath of their status to surround and attack you, and yet you are still mindful of your morals." Jun Moxie's voice was overbearing. However, Mei Shuiyan's heart softened and followed his orders, and continued to use her sword to attack. She indeed stood a great advantage. Although it was beneath her status, it was also because of these words that the corners of her lips lifted into a sweet smile. Jun Moxie, who was in invincibility, looked down on them exceptionally. They knew that their opponent had a precious sword that could cut through gold and jade, and yet still chose to use their palms. How stupid. What status? What demeanor? Were these more important than a life? Furthermore, since Xuanshi Immortal Palace was so shameless, why should we be bothered about the morals and rules of the martial arts world? I am the rule. Supreme Mei, you are the head of Tianfa, and yet you are using your sword to bully empty-handed people. How unfair. I'm feeling ashamed for you. Ning Wuqing saw what was happening and started to panic. He also did not think that Mei Shuiyan would be thick-skinned and continue to use her sword as in his memory. This was not her style of doing things. Ning Wuqing, to be fair, how about a 1-versus-1 ultimate battle? Even if you send 100 people on rotation, it will still be one of me with one sword, fighting till the end. Mei Shuiyan gave a cold laugh and said, "How dare you mention fairness? You only see that I am using my sword. How about you guys having 4 against me?" Ning Wuqing was speechless, and after a long while, he said, "Supreme Mei, seems like you've learned quite a bit from your little lover. However, this is just the two of you being rash and infatuated. One day you will regret it, and when that day comes, and you, the head of Tianfa, is chased out by the Jun family to become an abandoned wife, don't say that I have not warned you." He had no more tricks to use, so he used this method, attempting to anger Mei Shuiyan once more to create an opportunity. However, little did he know that his hurtful words really aroused Mei Shuiyan's boiling desire to kill. Despicable. Mei Shuiyan's brow lifted, and with a sharp sound, Pitahaya rolled continuously from her sword, just like the Yangtze River, as her attacks became fiercer. Hu Menglong and his sworn brother started feeling afraid, secretly scolding Ning Wuqing for his horrendous idea, as by then, they no longer had the opportunity to pull out their swords. Why did he agitate her for no reason? Ning Wuqing remained shocked and unsettled. As he watched the ongoing battle, he was monitoring Jun Moxie's situation. For a crafty, experienced man in the martial arts world like him, how could he neglect any factor that could influence the future of the battle? But he still could not understand why did Jun Moxie suddenly disappear, and so out of a sudden, so unpredictable. In his mind, he clearly remembered that Jun Moxie did seem as though as he merged into one with the sword in the air, emitting thousands of light rays, but that did not attack anyone around, and yet, when the rays disappeared, Jun Moxie also disappeared. This was weird. Jun Moxie's abilities seemed to really have taken after his master. It was time to re-evaluate this lad. In addition, there was a need to be careful and in defense in case he ambushed them. Hu Menglong let out a long shrill in despair. One of his brothers had been slashed once by Mei Shuiyan's unformidable sword, leaving a deep bloody wound from his shoulder to below his ribs, revealing his bones. This was under the circumstance that Mei Shuai-yen could not expose too much of her strength and thus, did not try her best. If she did, this barely supreme Xian practitioner would not have survived. Ning Wuqing's expression did not change and coldly ordered, Hu Menglong, you guys step back. Next group up. Hu Menglong yelled, I won't leave. I want to take revenge for my third brother. Leader Ning, my brother's fresh blood is still warm here, how can I leave? If I don't take my revenge, I won't give up. He clearly saw how his own brother was profusely bleeding below his ribs, his wound area totally crushed by pressure and his internal organs rushing out while at the perimeters were cold white ribcage bones broken, leaving him in shock. Mei Shuai-yen gently moved her sword, making it look harmless, but who knew that within the gentle-looking sword was filled with sword energy, not revealing its capabilities until only exploding later, completely opening that person's abdomen area, rendering him unsavable. Although he would not die immediately, there was no hope for him to live on with such a severe injury. Ning Wuqing sharply reprimanded, Hu Menglong. I order you to step back. Hu Menglong roared towards the sky, yelled, causing his eyes to be bloodshot. He ignored Ning Wuqing's order and screamed as he charged forward. The painful death of his brother caused him to lose his sanity and acted like a crazy demon. Suddenly, the expert that had his abdomen cut open sharply yet painfully said, Big brother and brothers, I shall take my leave first. That injured expert knew he was not far from death but shockingly saw his big brother taking revenge for him, disregarding his own life, only crazily attacking the enemy. With his last breath, he was determined to not heal his injury but collected his remaining Xian energy causing his body to emit black smoke, then he howled, without dodging or giving others a chance, he pounced towards Mei Shuai-yen. He just allowed his stomach and intestines to hang outside his body as he dashed across. Although his injury was fatal, after all, he had the abilities close to a beyond supreme and thus, when he gave his all, ignoring his own safety, his power was impressive. Mei Shuai-yen's eyes froze and with a piercing sound from her sword, it already accurately pierced through that person's heart but yet, the person did not retreat. Instead, with his last breath, he widened his eyes, spread his arms and charged forward as though he wanted to hug Mei Shuai-yen. Mei Shuai-yen did not let her guard down, she flew backward, turned, flew up on one leg then almost without any notice, kicked his chest. This then sent this already thoroughly dead body out, releasing overbearing core energy all over the place and that person's body exploded in mid-air, sending blood splattering across the air. However, that person's sacrifice was not in vain as behind Mei Shuai-yen, there were already 7 swords simultaneously charging towards her. The first group had not retreated but the second group had already joined the battle. With limited outlook and experience, you don't know how big the world is. If I don't give you a taste of my power, you people will get more daring. Mei Shuai-yen chided. In an instant, she flew higher into the air and did an elegant spin. Her head faced towards the ground while her legs towards the sky. Her hand that originally held one sword, now held 2 as she fiercely aimed the sword towards the ground. The strike startled everyone. A siren rang without warning and instantly, a wall of silver light appeared in front of the 7 masters. This straightaway showed them the abilities of Mei Shuai-yen. Although it was a simple strike made from a sword, the coverage of this technique covered the whole battlefield. At that moment, the 7 masters felt terrified. Her sword was something that they wanted to hide from but it was not something that they could escape from. The only way to deal with it was to stake their all and go head to head with Mei Shuai-yen. Sacrifice a life, to take another life, was the only option. To use such a terrifying technique, a person must accumulate lots of power before they can perform. But, when it came to Mei Shuai-yen, whatever logic does not apply. With just a leap, she easily threw out her sword. How can this not be shocking to everyone? The 7 masters shouted and exhaled. They assembled all the energy that they could release to attack. Hu Menglong stood at the front, and instantly released all the power he had, without holding back and dashed towards the silver wall of light. He did not wish for victory and only hoped to die with Mei Shuai-yen. He shouted wildly with a heart full of vengeance. Together with his sword, he dashed forward, putting the whole world at the back of his mind, and only thought about his revenge. His sword was like a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. Everyone convulsed in fear as they stare at the first astonishing move. This approach was definitely a risky move. If Mei Shuiyan really had an internal injury or if she had used up most of her energy, then this blow would determine how the fight would continue. Whether it's to run away but, no matter what, all of them had to mentally prepare themselves. They cannot be defeated when victory is just within their grasp. Everyone held their breath and focused on the event that happened in front of them. They also kept a close watch on every path that Mei Shuiyan could escape from. With a thump, a long cry was heard from Hu Menglong. Together with his sword, he ran into the silver wall of light. Pop! 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 3 clear sounds were made. Hu Menglong's sword broke into 3 pieces and disintegrated into dust. His body slowly disappeared as if he was swallowed by a monster. First, his right arm which carried the sword vanished, followed by his head, shoulder, upper body, hip, and then feet. It was as if there was a ferocious wild beast that slowly but steadily ate Hu Menglong. Boom! The remaining 6 masters attacked together, and for once they came into contact with Mei Shuiyan's sword. It was as though there was a sudden clap of thunder and millions of cold light shot through the whole field. What flew out at the same time was the bodies of the 6 masters. All of them had their flesh lacerated as blood continued to flow out of their body. The swords that were in their hands disappeared and they cried in despair while spitting blood out of their mouth. At that moment, none of them had the demeanor of a master. They fell helplessly onto the ground, landing themselves in an ugly position. All of their energy had been used in their previous burst but only to receive a rebound of an even stronger energy. At that moment, spinning to control their landing speed was impossible, when they could not even move their fingers. After all the fighting and total victory, Mei Shuiyan inevitably had to retreat. Her white robe was stained with fresh blood just like the red plums in the snow, gruesome to the eye. Her face turned from pale white to pink, and with a cry, she vomited a mouthful of blood. A concurrent attack by the 7 masters was stopped by a sword of Mei Shuiyan. Crash! 6 figures landed on the floor. The crowd stood still just like wooden puppets as they could not believe what they saw. The 6 masters rolled in the snow uncontrollably, leaving blood stains everywhere. Screams and groans were heard, but among the 6, 3 of them rolled over twice and never made a sound again. They had clearly passed away. Some broke their hands while others broke their leg. But, even though their hands and legs were broken, they still had a life. Some were hit with 7 to 8 swords and probably would not survive. Tian Fa Heaven's Sword. Everyone could not help but fear this sword technique. It was a skill that Tian Fa's lord used to defeat a tribe during the heavenly battle. For 10,000 years, no one had used it on humans, until today. The hegemony of this sword made everyone's heart beat faster. A sword technique that can defeat 7 supreme masters. Such a terrifying sword technique. This is a sword technique unmatched of any other. It was such a miracle, and that miracle happened in front of their eyes. Just when everyone was being flabbergasted by what they saw. Suddenly, another silver light with a tint of blood color appeared. If Mei Shuiyan's previous sword technique was like the 9th heaven sound of thunder, then this sword technique was a calling from hell. One deafening and shocking, the other, quiet without any presence. A silver light shined from behind the crowd. It was hardly noticeable but yet powerful. An attack was made just when everyone was trembling from the previous attack and was still defenseless. The assassination came one after another. The precision of the timing to attack was very accurate. It would not be possible unless it was done by a top assassin. This attack was to deal with masters of a supreme level and beyond. The destroying force of it was monstrous. Conquer every obstacle. God's sword, the blood of flaming yellow. At that subtle moment, the generation of evil lord finally pulled out an unpredictable but powerful sword. The sword silently passed through the first master's waist, followed by another master, but this time with blood stains on it. In a blink of an eye, a third master had been stabbed in the waist. The third master finally made a mournful cry but suddenly stopped. What he wanted to do most was to remove the sword from his body. His hand was already on the sword, but just when he pulled it out and was ready to fly and attack, he realized that both his legs were still on the ground. What flew up was only his upper body. He was shocked and started to panic. He used his all to circulate the energy in his body, but as he started to rush, he realized that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were gushing out from his opened body. He fell hard onto the ground. He instantly used his long sword to support himself and stood up just like a wooden stake. He stood flat on the ground. He glanced around uneasily, looking for the culprit, but could not find anything. The silver light had vanished as if it had never appeared at all. He wanted to speak, but just as he opened his mouth, he vomited out a mouthful of fresh blood, as well as his last bit of it. Being a master beyond supreme level allowed him to keep the last bit of his vitality, but as time passed and his biological essence quickly escaping, he was already on his way to death door. He let out a last sigh before collapsing onto the ground. His eyes laid wide open like a dead fish, hollowly looking forward as if he was suspicious of something. The other 2 supreme masters who were standing beside him instantly turned white out of fear. They subconsciously touched their waists and their face immediately became devastated. They suddenly felt a gush of warmth in their stomach, making them feel very comfortable. The warmth made them want to sleep forever and never wake up. It was a tempting invitation to the soul. This kind of comfortable feeling can only be felt when the body is bleeding a lot. Boiling fresh blood had escaped from their blood vessels and flowed towards their stomach, using their own warmth to warm their 5 viscera. This kind of extreme comfort was an omen of death. The 2 masters had their eyes wide opened in fear. They could not believe themselves as they looked down at their waist. The next moment, blood rushed out from their waist, escaping whatever that was blocking it. The 3 of them stood weirdly as blood continued to pour out of their waist like a water fountain. Even though the blood flow seemed to be thin, but it was rushing out powerfully, splattering everywhere. Red circles of blood were formed around them. There was even a stench of blood in the mist, and it was all from their body. Strange, yet magnificent red circles. With the shadow of death lingering and horrible killings happening near them, it was as if the door to hell had opened. The 2 masters suddenly understood what was happening and started to scream. But, they did not dare to move, because once they moved their upper body and lower body would be separated. But will their upper and lower body stay just because they did not move? After all, whatever had happened to them was irreversible. Brother. He who always had rigorous schemes and deep foresight and was always known for his calmness suddenly turned red in anger. Even the Shuanshur Immortal Palace people did not know that amongst these 3 supreme experts whose bodies split into 2, one was Ning Wuqing's half-brother from a different mother, Qing Feng Yi. Although the 2 of them had different surnames, they were blood siblings. Ning Wuqing spent a lot of effort on helping this brother of his to become a supreme, then to enter the Shuanshur Immortal Palace. The 2 of them had been together their entire lives, but no one would imagine that he would be chopped into 2, allowing life and death to separate the 2 of them. Close to 200 years of siblinghood had disappeared after this slash of blood. Ning Wuqing had gone insane. He hollered, "Jun Moxie. I know it is your doing, come out if you have the guts to." He suddenly thought of Jun Moxie's secret disappearance. It had to be in preparation for this move. He hollered, "Jun Moxie. I know this is your doing, come out if you have the guts." He recalled Jun Moxie's mysterious disappearance and thought that it had to be in preparation for this. He already knew this but still could not stop it from happening. At that moment, Ning Wuqing was filled with regret, hatred and sadness. He felt his heart clenching and his anger grow claws as though it was about to tear open his stomach, then remove all his internal organs to release his anger. "Jun Moxie, you are such a despicable bastard. Come out. you come out. You, this scumbag, rubbish thing. You only know how to ambush us, murderer, executioner. You are a beast with no morals, you deserve to be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Ning Wuqing was hollering crazily without a single trace of his usual calmness in his shouting. The two experts who had also been chopped into two were still standing, but after swaying a bit, their eyes shone of despair and their entire face were flushed red. One of them had a squarish face with big ears and was tall. It was easy to tell that he was a handsome lad when he was younger. This was Qing Fengyi, Ning Wuqing's half-brother. Qing Fengyi softly sighed, slowly turned to look at his comrades, then calmly said, "I'll leave first." All of their faces expressed their sadness. He calmly looked at his own abdomen. It had stopped spurting veins but continued to pump fresh blood out gushingly and flowed down along his clothes. Beneath his feet was a puddle of thick blood. He lifted his head and said slowly with a low voice, "Take care, everyone." He then turned to look at Ning Wuqing. Ning Wuqing started shivering. He extended his shivering hands, wanting to embrace his brother, but was afraid that any movement would seize the slightest chance of his brother's survival, so he did not dare to move. He extended his hands to in front of his brother yet did not dare to touch him. Qing Fengyi looked at Ning Wuqing and suddenly, a smile emerged from the corner of lips. He forcefully held on to his last breath and then slowly said, "Brother. This life, I have relied on you entirely to bring me up and mastered a skill. My only wish is to call you my eldest brother in public. Although I can't, but I really want to, really, big brother, I have been working hard." Ning Wuqing was filled with desperation and his tears could not stop flowing. His entire body was shivering, his eyes was blurred by his tear. He shakingly said, "Brother. My blood brother. I am now announcing to the entire world that you are my blood brother. Good brother. You are also a Ning. Part of our Ning family." Qing Fengyi smiled and satisfaction emerged on his face. His eyes gradually lost their glimmer and softly spoke, "I am going to heaven now to serve Dad and Mum. Big brother, you must live well, don't let us worry." Suddenly his body bent, his upper body fell forward heavily and Ning Wuqing dashed forward to give his body support, but Qing Fengyi had stopped breathing and no longer had a pulse, leaving only a face filled with satisfaction. Ning Wuqing suddenly started bawling, shedding buckets of tears. Although his name, Wuqing, meant heartless and he had cut ties with so many people, destining to grow old alone, but he extremely cherished his only alive blood-related family. His younger brother's death to him was as painful as tearing his heart apart into two. "Brother, you are supposed to have the surname Ning. You are a Ning." Ning Wuqing hollered towards the sky as his heart was filled immensely with regret and hatred. All these years ever since the tragedy occurred, causing his family to change, his stepmother used her life to escape with his younger brother and his entire family was massacred, his fiancée was raped and killed. Since then, Ning Wuqing hated everyone, including his stepmother and brother. He stubbornly thought that his stepmother could have brought his fiancée along to escape, but she only brought her son. So Ning Wuqing was unable to forgive her. Although he doted on this younger brother, he was unwilling to admit that he was part of the Ning family. Feng Chengyi knew his elder brother could not let go of his hatred and so, unwillingly took on his mother's surname. Until today then Ning Wuqing realized that he had committed a grave mistake. He always knew what his younger brother yearned for and even understood, but it was only until his younger brother died in front of him then he fulfilled his last wish. His greatest wish. However, even if he did, what use was there? Looking at Qing Fengyi's face filled with satisfaction, Ning Wuqing suddenly felt sharp pain as though his heart was being torn apart. It was as though his salty tears had flowed into his heart. His brother's entire life, he had only been waiting for these words, but he had always stubbornly deprived him of them. Ning Wuqing suddenly felt the entire turn dark. He slowly looked up and everyone was shocked to see that the tears in his eyes were red, blood tears. Mei Shuiyan was standing afar. This was the perfect moment to take action, a great opportunity to kill her enemy, but she did not. Instead, she only looked at him with sympathy. Jun Moxie also did not take action at that moment, although he knew that that moment was even better than the previous, but in face with true kinship in this world and deep remorse, Jun Moxie would give even his enemy the chance for a last farewell. This was not being traditional. This was human nature. Jun Moxie was an emotional person. He would rather give his enemy some time to mourn. However, Jun Moxie did not regret causing their life and death separation. Facing each other as enemies, it was a survival of the fittest. There was no room for regret nor empathy. If he felt empathy or even regret, that would be being too emotional and even digging his own grave. However, in face of natural human emotions, no matter how heartless this evil lord was, he would not intentionally interrupt this moment. He only quietly appeared beside Mei Shuiyan, looked at Ning Wuqing and the rest immersed in sorrow with his cold eyes. Now you are in sorrow, I can give you a chance to remorse and mourn all you want, I understand how you are feeling, so I will wait. However, when you recover, we will have a battle. I will give my all. The evil lord naturally had his own morals. Ning Wuqing rested his head on his brother's chest, gently rubbing against it as he kneeled on the ground shivering. He mumbled, "Brother, my good younger brother, Ning Fengyi. You are Ning Fengyi, always Ning Fengyi. I was wrong, it was all my fault, I deserve to die. I made you wait painfully your entire life. I have let you down. I am so sorry." Ning Wuqing said slowly, with an extremely deep voice. His initially gray hair turned silver-white in that short amount of time, not leaving a single trace of color. His entire head of hair had instantly turned white. Qing Fengyi quietly laid in his embrace with a bit of anger and regret showing on his face, but what was more was a sense of peacefulness and satisfaction. Mei Shuiyan softly sighed and said, "I didn't expect Ning Wuqing to be such a stubborn person when it comes to relationships." Jun Moxie gently asked, "Why so?" Mei Shuiyan turned to look at him and questioned, "Isn't it so?" Jun Moxie seriously said, "I believe that most people are stubborn when it comes to relationships, all have the best impressions. Even the cruelest murderers or evil and greedy assholes or rapists and prostitutes, everyone has their own sage in their hearts. This sage's presence is true love." Jun Moxie softly sighed, releasing a tight breath and said, "True love is something everyone can only experience once in their entire life. Once this happens, it will never change. So, even playboys have their one true loves, even the most popular prostitutes who have slept with thousands of men have that one person they will never forget. That's why so many people lose sleep at night, and that's why there are so much regrets in this world." Mei Shuiyan frowned, "This is different. How can playboys and prostitutes have true loves?" Jun Moxie laughed gently and said, "How do you know so? Playboys are the result of their environment's influence, gradually becoming such a person. Isn't prostitution an occupation for the desperates? If a lady grew up in a well-off family, without any big changes, would she have to become a prostitute? If someone grew up in poverty, never had a full meal, would he become a playboy? So, all these are a result of the circumstances." He sighed and said, "So the emperor of Tianxiang could disregard all else and massacred Yi Gu Han's whole family, and Yi Gu Han, for his true love, had not changed his heart till now, willing to let down the rest of the world except her. Also, my third uncle has been waiting blindlessly for his wife, and my third aunt-in-law has been living in the snow mountains for 10 years for her true love. My mother willingly allowed herself to go into a comatose for my father. All these are the result of true love. True love can make things happen, but yet, true love can also breed sins. Good people have true love, but bad people also have true love." Although Ning Wuqing's name means heartless, innately he is an emotional person, more than anyone else. If he was not so emotional and sacrificed too much, how would his heart have died? How would he stay single his entire life for a woman? How would he not let his dearest brother for hundreds of years enter his house for a woman? Ning Wuqing's heartlessness is the result of being too heartful. It is just that he is being too extreme. This deep emotions overwhelmed his logical mind and thus, caused his brother's entire life of sadness. It will also cause an entire life of sadness for him. This also contributed to the dramatic tragedy today. The saddest is probably not his brother, as Ning Wuqing fulfilled his greatest wish at the last moment. The saddest should be Ning Wuqing, Jun Moxie said heavily. Because of the tragedy his love encountered, he single-handedly caused the tragedy for his sibling. At the last moment, his brother left the greatest regret for him. So, Ning Wuqing's own emotions caused his heartlessness and also caused a tragedy he can never remedy. But, didn't we cause Ning Wuqing's sorrow today? Mei Shuiyan sighed, showing signs of unbearableness. You are wrong again. This sorrow will happen sooner or later, or maybe it is an issue of who triggered it. Furthermore, we did not cause his tragedy, as if it was not him crying over a corpse, it would have been me or you. Jun Moxie looked at Mei Shuiyan with his high-spirited eyes. We only need to understand such sorrowful emotions, but definitely, we cannot let him off. It is exactly because we have seen such life and death separation of true love, all the more we need to cherish each other. Do you understand? Shuiyan, if it was me who was slaughtered, what will you do? Despite Mei Shuiyan's calm disposure and unlimited composure, she could not help but shivered as though she saw Jun Moxie's corpse. Her heart clenched painfully, laughed painfully, and said, There is no meaning left for me to live. Jun Moxie sighed and said, this is the logic. This world is formed by countless of tragedies. If we don't want to encounter tragedies, then we must use all means to cause our enemies tragedies. This is the martial arts world. Jun Moxie turned around and looked at Ning Wuqing, and said softly, or perhaps this is life. Ning Wuqing's feelings became his heartlessness, but it is exactly our feelings which make us heartless. This is true despite our differences with Ning Wuqing. This is life. Life encompassed lots of sorrow, blood and tears. Countless of fights and hard work, tender sentiments and true love. Mei Shuiyan was digesting Jun Moxie's words and suddenly felt unsettled. Looking at Ning Wuqing cry and broken, Mei Shuiyan turned to look at Jun Moxie's handsome side profile. She suddenly weirdly satisfied, so long, it is not him, lying on the ground, it doesn't matter to me. At that moment, Jun Moxie was speaking from the bottom of his heart, although his face was unprecedentedly serious, even somewhat lonely, fluttery, just like a frowning, depressed young master with somewhat pitiful eyes. Looking at all living things. Looking at time pass. His demeanor was that extraordinary, an apogee, so timeless. Just like a king in total control standing on the clouds looking down on the rest of the world. Mei Yan Shui was lost in her thoughts as she stared. At that moment, she suddenly realized that this unique charisma Jun Moxie gave off unintentionally was comparable to the demeanor of the Tian Fa's leader and even more natural. This was innate in him, magnificent and impressive. Jun Moxie turned his head and looked at her weirdly, and asked, what are you looking at? So much that you are lost in your thoughts. Mei Shuiyan barely came to her senses and infatuatedly said, at you, you are so good-looking. Jun Moxie was perplexed. He did not expect a proud and cold Mei Shuiyan could say such words. Despite Jun Moxie's 2 centuries of shamelessness, at that moment under no defense, he could not help but blushed. For a man to be praised as good-looking. Indeed, that was somewhat awkward. Mei Shuiyan finally regained her senses after speaking and instantly blushed, and lowered her head down. Although Jun Moxie blushed at this sudden attack, he immediately recovered once he saw how Mei Shuiyan was so shy. He playfully said, since it's so good-looking, are you willing to get slightly injured tonight? Mei Shuiyan's face and ears immediately flushed, feeling shy and embarrassed, she pinched him hardly. Suddenly she fiercely asked, right, I forgot to ask. Just now you were referring to the martial arts world, discussing about true love amongst human, saying how everyone only have one true love in a lifetime, then let me ask you. Since you have so many girls around you, where does your true love lie in? Jun Moxie was instantly dumbfounded, stared in shock, not knowing how to reply at once. He was speaking from his heart and unwittingly, placed himself in a trap. How could he explain? He remained dumbfounded for a while before recovering, but he still could not respond to Mei Shuiyan's words as he really did not know how to. However, at the same time, Mei Shuiyan's words finally prompted Jun Moxie to consider this on his own. Yes, I have several women around me. Those that have confirmed our relationship are Guan Qinghan, Dugu Xiaoyi and Mei Shuiyan. Even if it is just the three of them, then, who is my true love? All three of them are out of the worldly gorgeous, but who did he love most? Jun Moxie felt unsettled, wondering if he was too much of a playboy. If he had to choose amongst the three of them, who would he choose? Mei Shuiyan. She seemed like the one he was most loyal to. However, Guan Qinghan was coldly pretty and have given her all for the Jun family. She willingly gave up her innocence to save him and have sacrificed for the Jun family all these years with no complaints. Jun Moxie naturally felt that he owed her a lot and also had irreplaceable feelings for her. How could he bear to give her up? If he gave her up, Guan Qinghan would probably lose all support and courage to live on, and might choose to end her life. This guilty conscience would naturally haunt him for the rest of his life. Could he give up Dugu Xiaoyi? Dugu Xiaoyi was innocent and cute, and was faithful and true to him. When he was in his worst, she already unregretfully fell in love with him. For him, she even went to Tiannan. In fear that he did not want her anymore, she even chose to use aphrodisiac for things to happen. Although she did not succeed due to her ignorance, the fact that she was willing to give her all to him was undeniable. She even walked into Tianxiang city pregnant even though she was unmarried, despite the fact that the city was extremely conservative. She did not leave any escape route for herself. Who could bear to and really give up such true love? Could even the most heartless person bear to? There was also Mei Shuiyan, who he could not give up even more. Mei Shuiyan was an extreme supreme of the Tianfa. They got to know each other through fate. She had been staying by his side. They worked together in sync, and both their hearts have long beat for each other. Himself, he had also changed from the initial jokes and flirting to the present inseparable feelings. Mei Shuiyan remained a virgin her entire life, and this was her first time in love. Furthermore, she considered him in every aspect. How could he bear to leave her? If he really did so, Jun Moxie would belittle himself. Not mentioning how Mei Shuiyan single-handedly prevented two supremes from the fantasy blood sea, defeated the Yellow Sun, and even swore to live or die with the Jun family when the three holy cities attacked them. Which of these did him any wrong? If he really gave her up, Mei Shuiyan would probably not collapse nor commit suicide, but she would definitely lose hope, leave the Tianfa forest and never return to the martial arts world again. This was for sure. Jun Moxie thought hard, but he could not give up any one of them. In fact, he could not bear to give up any one of them. To Guan Qinghan, he felt love in the respect he had for her. In front of her, he was always warm and comfortable. He always seemed as though he needed someone to care for him, desired for someone to protect him. This feeling became even more obvious after they slept together in Tiannan. Although Jun Moxie was not willing to admit it, deep inside he knew that he had such a desire. To Dugu Xiaoyi, he felt familiar and wanted to pamper her. More importantly, he felt she was a soulmate. After all, he hated himself so much back then, upset with himself, but yet, only Dugu Xiaoyi gave him the consolation he needed. Although he could have pulled through on his own, that sincerity was like an oasis in a desert. It was the only pillar of support he had other than his family. To Mei Shuiyan, Jun Moxie felt extraordinary. It was the feeling of his heart beating faster, having telepathy with her and a sense of mutual support. Such feeling was endless yet warm, satisfying yet joyful. If he had to seek love amongst the three of them, it would be Mei Shuiyan. However, how could he bear to give up the other two? Did he really not have love for Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi? There was. It was just that it was not as obvious as his feelings for Mei Shuiyan. Was I really so unfaithful? Jun Moxie questioned himself and forgot to reply Mei Shui Yen. It was the first time he really thought hard. Who exactly do I love? Just as he was considering this tough and awkward question, Ning Wuqing, who was mourning over his brother's death, stood up. He carried one half of his brother's mutilated corpse and stood up as his white hair flew messily in the wind. His stature was as usual, straight and upright, but he lost his charisma. He slowly turned around and lifted his head. The remaining experts from the Xuanshi Immortal Palace suddenly yelled, shocking both Jun Moxie and Mei Shui Yen. They saw Ning Wuqing's originally blushed face turn pale and layers of wrinkles appeared. Ning Wuqing's Xian cultivation was extremely impressive and he had always his looks. Although he was almost 200 years old, he looked like a middle-aged man, around 40 to 50 years old, but at that moment, he aged so much, looking as though he never practiced Xian cultivation and was an old farmer who have sloughed his entire life, with a full face of wrinkles, so frail as though a passing wind could blow him away. Extremely frail and weak. Ning Wuqing's eyes looked as though they came from the burning fire in hell, glistening with black rays. It was a representation of the extreme hatred. He stared at Jun Moxie, gritted his teeth, but yet, his words sounded out of the ordinarily calm as he enunciated every word clearly. Nice to see you, Jun Moxie. The moment Ning Wuqing opened his mouth, everyone realized that his voice had become abnormally hoarse. His tone was calm, but everyone knew that Ning Wuqing's heart was already dead. The sorrow he felt was greater than the pain of his broken heart. The younger brother whom he had depended on for close to 200 years suddenly disappeared from the world. Ning Wuqing had no desire to continue living, all he had in mind was revenge. Whether or not he could successfully get his revenge, Ning Wuqing did not want to continue living in this world. From his haggard face, everyone could tell one thing: Ning Wuqing had moved all his spiritual energy and concentrated it at his dantian. He even took energies from his bones and his 5 internal organs that should be used to protect himself. He had even taken the spiritual energy that was used to live. He no longer maintained his youthful look or his graceful demeanor. Whatever charisma he had, whatever appearance he had, it was not important anymore. What he wanted was revenge. By concentrating his energy, he could increase his powers by at least a level. The moment he released all his powers, he would burn out and die. Even if a deity was to save him, he would not be able to revive. He was putting in his all and betting on his only chance. It did not matter if Jun Moxie died or not, Ning Wuqing would still die. Ning Wuqing had prepared himself for death, which showed how eager he was for revenge. Ning Wuqing gently placed the dead body of his younger brother on the floor and slowly stood up with a face full of regret and vengeance. Jun Moxie sighed and looked at him with sympathy. Life and death is just a cycle. Everyone would have to go through it. Ning Wuqing, you need to restrain your grief and accept the inevitable changes in life. After all, once you die, you cannot revive. For what had happened, I am so sorry. After what he said, even Mei Shui Yen wanted to smack his mouth. He was the one that caused the death of his younger brother, but here he was asking Ning Wuqing to move on with life. Ning Wuqing laughed bitterly and furiously said, Jun Moxie, you killed my younger brother and now you want me to just move on with it. Don't you think, what you just said is ridiculous? Jun Moxie snorted, Ning Wuqing, with your intelligence, it's hard for me to talk to you. You don't even understand what I'm trying to say. Ning Wuqing bellowed out of rage, do you think I can remain calm right now? Jun Moxie, I do not need your fake sympathy. Ning Wuqing actually understood what Jun Moxie meant. He only needed to calm down and have a fair fight with him. But, understanding was one thing, he would not accept Jun Moxie's pity on him. What Jun Moxie said, could be interpreted as being kind, but it could also be interpreted as an ill intention, which was even more cruel. Rather than a reminder, it was more of adding oil to fire and making him even more enraged. After all, the one who's speaking was the murderer. When Jun Moxie put himself in a good light as if he was innocent, it made Ning Wuqing even more despondent and could not calm down. When facing an enemy, he would stop at nothing. Even if the opponent is his lover, as long as both of them had drawn their sword, they will be his enemy. Against his enemy, Jun Moxie had never been lenient. Jun Moxie sighed, he had achieved his goal and had no intentions to continue mocking him, and Wu Qing, I know you want revenge from me. Come and get it. I will be waiting here for you. He paused for a while before pointing out, Wu Qing, you want revenge only because your brother died. But have you thought about it? How many people have you killed in this life? How many people actually wanted revenge from you? You being so reluctant and emotionally attached to your dead brother is so ironic that I want to laugh. Those people that died under your hands, their family, they are equally as heartbroken as you. Aggrieved? You actually have the face to say that you feel aggrieved? What about you? Jun Moxie. You think you are so high and mighty? Don't tell me that you have never stained your hands with blood before. Where's your conscience? Aren't you the same as me? Wu Qing crazily yelled, what means do you have to say me? You murderer. Me? I had never said that I'm a gentleman or a good person. I'm like you, in fact, worse than you, crueler and more heartless. But, I would not be like you and act as if I was wronged. I killed people, others naturally can come to kill me, it is a matter of course. Just like how I killed your brother, and you sought me for revenge. Jun Moxie stared at him coldly, Wu Qing, since you have already prepared yourself for death, then I will not give you more time to recover from your loss. You got yourself so miserable just because someone died, living further would just be pointless for you. Come. The date today would be your death anniversary next year. Jun Moxie's words were as sharp as a knife. His words caused Wu Qing to be even more confused and his eyes started to waver. Leader Ning. You are now mentally disoriented, do not be influenced and get caught in Jun Moxie's stimulus plan. If we combine our strength we can easily kill this pair of adulterous couple, someone from behind shouted. Wu Qing laughed bitterly but did not reply. He flicked his wrist and a long sword appeared. A wave of light shined in his hand. Actions were the best reply. Wu Qing straightened his back and for a moment, it was as if he had restored his charming old self, like a glistening sharp sword but with strong intentions of destruction. At that moment, Wu Qing's hurried gasp suddenly became peaceful. It was not because Wu Qing had calmed his anger but rather he forcefully pushed down whatever displeasure he had which caused blood to rush up his face. Slash. Wu Qing slowly raised his long sword towards his chest and slowly caressed the sword with his left fingers, from the base to the tip. He muttered to himself, the sword that I used to use, was named Dragon Water Sword. After getting that sword, my skills improved quickly, I was able to save those that I wanted and also kill those that I wanted to. Since then, my sword was stained with the blood of my enemies and I have written an oath, as long as I have my sword, I stay alive. When my sword is gone, so am I. He took a deep breath and reminisced, that sword had accompanied me through stormy days and good days, and carried the title of a hero for a life long. As I weaved my sword, there was nothing I was afraid of. Brought down the god of war, seized supreme masters, killed extreme supreme masters and dominated the martial art world. The sword was me, I was the sword. A person, a sword, our soul had been blended and can no longer be separated. During that very fight at Jun's house, the dragon water sword was broken into pieces by extreme supreme Mei. At that moment, I felt myself reaching my own limit. Extreme Supreme Mei had to die to erase the nightmare I was feeling. Wu Qing actually calmed down as he spoke, but as he continued, the surrounding atmosphere around him became more intimidating. Jun Moxie knew Wu Qing was not mentally disabled, but at this critical point, he was saying useless stuff not because he was reminiscing the past but he was using it to remember his glorious past and honors to motivate himself and gain more confidence for the fight. More importantly, it was giving him a reason to win the fight. Today, my younger brother died a horrible death and I have also walked to the boundary of my death. Ning Wuqing slowly lifted his head and his hair subtly moved even though there was no wind. On his wrinkled face, his deep eyes glowed, emitting scary stares. He fixed his gaze on Jun Moxie. Luckily, there's still a young and handsome guy to accompany me on my journey. At least I would have some amusement as I walk through the underworld. As long as you die, I believe Extreme Supreme May will not be able to continue living. If I can use my life and bring the two of you along with me, then it will be all worth it. Jun Moxie smiled. Ning Wuqing, your brother had his long-cherished wish realized and died with no regrets. Your death is already confirmed. But, if you want me to accompany you on your deathbed, then it will just be your wishful thinking. I'm not saying that your abilities are weak, but honestly, even if the three holy cities' leaders were to combine forces, you might not be able to win us. Whether I can or cannot, I will not be able to see it. Ning Wuqing laughed coldly and suddenly carried his sword to his chest. He sternly faced Jun Moxie and bowed. He straightened his back and said, just now, I was lost and confused. If you had attacked at that time, I will not have the chance to take my revenge. I owed you another one. But, I cannot forget about the revenge for my brother. Jun Moxie, after this bow, I will not owe you anymore. I will let fate decide whether I live or not. Jun Moxie laughed ridiculously at him as he thought Ning Wuqing had gone mad. Previously, when he wanted to kill Mei Shuiyan, he used all kinds of ways and methods that were cruel and mean to kill her. But now, towards the person that just killed his younger brother, he actually thanked him just because he did not attack him when he was vulnerable. He had his order reversed. When he was supposed to maintain his demeanor, he was more evil than anyone, but when he shouldn't care about his demeanor, he actually considered about his honor and grace. Ning Wuqing is such a weirdo. I could not understand. Jun Moxie. Please. Ning Wuqing became serious as he drew his sword. He bent his elbow, shrank his sword, and the tip of the sword brushed against his own rib. At that moment, he was like a whole new ruthless person becoming an invincible sword. The atmosphere became ominous and the surrounding became cold. Even his white hair that was fluttering seemed menacing. Jun Moxie felt a menacing aura looming over him. Such an intimidating aura, he really should not underestimate him. The remaining 17 members from Xuanshi Immortal Palace stood forward together, causing the ground to shake. All of them looked furious and shouted together, "We are going to get revenge for our brother and we vow using our leader's life." Ning Wuqing stood still, but his eyes were firm and clear and his aura became more imposing, like dashing waves rushing to hit the shore. Finally, he had reached his peak condition. The peak of his power. This might be Ning Wuqing's best form that he had presented in his whole life. His power was released from his body and burst into the surrounding. The sword that he pressed against his rib shattered into pieces, and the energy from the sword immediately went back into his body in large concentration. From the perspective of others, it looked as if Ning Wuqing was no longer just one person. He combined the sword with himself. The sharpest and unstoppable sword. Before, he was just like a sword. Now, he actually is a sword. A real combination of human and sword. The sword was him, he was the sword. Breakthrough. At this critical moment, Ning Wuqing had made his largest breakthrough. Second update. Jun Moxie's calm smile suddenly froze. He never expected Ning Wuqing to overload at this crucial moment. However, Ning Wuqing's overload inspired Jun Moxie to understand an important concept. Sword art. So that was why. Overloading is only possible when one is at the emotional boiling point. Or in the face of life or death. From love, vengeance, hatred, and the sword. The true form of combination of human and the sword, joining as one. That was it. Jun Moxie stared without blinking at Ning Wuqing at his peak form, whose sword was creating a blade storm. He sticked out his right hand, and a glowing object appeared in his hand. Heavenly sword. It was the blood of Yan Huang. Feeling Ning Wuqing's peaking sword energy, the blood of Yan Huang which just appeared in Jun Moxie's hand suddenly floated by itself, stopped in mid-air, and struck towards Ning Wuqing, leaving behind a sharp glowing trail. Heavenly sword has its own soul. The blood of Yan Huang had been nourished with Jun Moxie's spirit and blood for quite some time. On top of that, it had been continuously supplied with unlimited energy from the Hongjun Pagoda for many years, finally forming its own soul. Like owner, like sword. Jun Moxie had the most untamed and wild character, and he always viewed himself as the greatest. Everything else was unimportant. The sword took after his traits. Even though there was only a little bit of soul in the sword, it could not tolerate the fact that there was another sword showing off its sword energy. It could not stop itself from challenging Ning Wuqing's sword. This heavenly sword was the strongest. Just like its owner. Jun Moxie was shocked too, and immediately held on to his sword. Ning Wuqing acted as if he did not see what happened to the sword, and stared at Jun Moxie eerily. Jun Moxie, do you have the guts for a duel? Just the two of us, ending our hatred here and now. Jun Moxie pulled himself out from shock. There was no time to wonder what had happened to his sword. Ning Wuqing's words almost made him speechless. What? Ning Wuqing. You are shamless. Your side has 18 people, and you are saying you want the two of us to duel fairly? Ning Wuqing was unamused. He said, yes. And no using those sneaky assassination tricks, those are unheroic and low. Jun Moxie was so angry that he started to laugh. So you are allowed to bully others with your larger team of people, and I'm the one with sneaky and low tricks. Can't believe this is happening. Before fighting, you actually set the rules to restrict your opponent, and then you are going to proceed to fight me. I'm clearly outnumbered, but you are still calling this a fair fight. Ning Wuqing, you can be shameless, but this is just too much. At first, I wanted to save you some face and send you on your way to meet your second younger brother without too much pain, but since you are so shameless, don't blame me for being too merciless later. What a pity, who knows if Ning Fengyi would be able to recognize his disfigured big brother. Ning Wuqing shouted and suddenly leapt forward. He flashed across the sky, with his arm and leg stretched out, as if he was a word himself. The attacks rained down on Jun Moxie. Every punch from him was with sword energy, sharp and dangerous just like blades. Not just his punches, all his muscles, and even every strand of his hair, had indestructible sword energy. Ning Wuqing was already a powerful sword master. Now that he was exploiting and burning of his life potential, his powers increased by at least 2 times. Even though doing this meant that he would not have much longer to live, it was giving him great powers. He was on the same level as Mei Shuiyan. If only damage output is in question, he was even more powerful than Mei Shuiyan. Of course, this partly was because every part of him was like a sharp blade, lethal upon contact. Fighting against him felt like a battle against a dozen of sword energy pros. Although Ning Wuqing's state was temporary, and cannot fight lastingly. The destructive power at the moment was really fearsome. Even Han Yen Shui would not choose to fight against him on the spot, but to kite him, until his life forces extinguish. Ning Wuqing's power was not second to anyone in the century. This was the moment where he was at his peak and no other heroes would be of his match. Unfortunately, his opponent was none other than Jun Moxie, who could counter anyone. Jun Moxie laughed, unafraid. His silhouette was even more ghostly, and harder to grasp than before. Ning Wuqing was even angrier and he swore to kill Jun Moxie as he too flew up in midair. The two seemed like they were playing tag and they quickly vanished from sight. The rest of the 17 masters circled around Mei Yen Shui. Mei Yen Shui glanced worriedly in Jun Moxie's direction. She knew that Ning Wuqing was really very dangerous at the moment, and he would be much worse than these 17 people combined. Even if it was her who was fighting him, she had no guarantee that she could kill him without paying a heavy price. Therefore Jun Moxie intentionally decided to divert Ning Wuqing away from here to leave time for Mei Yen Shui to deal with the 17 people. Mei Xue's worry dissipated in an instant, and when she turned back, her face was determined and ready to kill. 6 Beyond Supreme and 11 Supreme, all shouted and dashed forward. Mei Xue yelled and struck first. Her sword was out of the sheath and it appeared like a glorious long dragon. She had to end this fight quickly, in order to rush over to Jun Moxie's side. Without any hesitation, she used the highest level skill of the Tian Fa Forest, the Tian Fa Heaven Sword. First skill, Punishment of the Milky Way, second skill, Punishment of the Stars, third skill, Punishment of the Galaxies, fourth skill, Punishment of the Heavens. For amazing ultimate skills at the same time. Sword light was like a rainstorm, like 2 meteorites crashed in the sky, their explosions creating brilliant light beams, lighting up the entire sky. Lightning, sword light, stars, the Milky Way, everything rained down in a frenzy. This shook both heaven and earth. The ultimate skill of the Tian Fa King of Beasts killed 17 Supreme Masters in one shot. Everyone was in shock. No one expected Mei Xue to use such a destructive skill right at the start. The skill's sword light cut through the crowd, and cries in anguish rang out throughout the battlefield. The 17 people, disregarding their injuries, all pounced forward as if nothing scared them anymore. Mei Xue yelled again and cast another ultimate skill. It was the scariest and the worst skill, Tian Fa Heaven Sword Skills. This was how the name of the skill came about. The skill was said to be able to punish even the heavens. What could possibly escape its punishment? Her body turned rapidly and formed a huge light beam connecting the sky and the earth. Her body was completely hidden in the light, and floating 2 meters high in mid-air. Wherever she went, there were incessant cries, sounds of weapons shattering. Body parts were sliced off and flying about. Jun Moxie was like a spirit, shifting left and right swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they already traveled a few hundred meters. Ning Wuqing was overflowing with sword energy and he dashed towards Jun Moxie no matter how unpredictable the latter was being. Ning Wuqing felt like a cat chasing a mouse. Run as much as you can. When you run out of energy later, I will not disappoint you. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I will cut 999 times on your body. You would be wishing for your death. Ha, and you used to be the one who enjoyed torturing your enemies. Now it's time for a taste of your own medicine. Ning Wuqing realized that Jun Moxie was not very fast at all, and he burst out laughing like a maniac in joy. Jun Moxie did not say anything, he dodged the attacks and started to slide agilely on the snow in the woods. Ning Wuqing growled and gave up dodging obstacles. He dashed straight towards Jun Moxie, and destroyed all the rocks and trees in his way that Jun Moxie tried to use as obstacles. After the woods, they reached a broad path. There was nothing in front but rocks and the cliff. With no path in front or behind Jun Moxie, he had to face the death god that had been chasing him. Jun Moxie, where can you possibly run to now? Jun Moxie did not stop. He stopped short in front of the cliff, turned around and smiled creepily at Ning Wuqing. The next thing Ning Wuqing knew, Jun Moxie disappeared completely. Ning Wuqing thought he already had Jun Moxie at his fingertips, and he was shocked when he vanished. He looked around but Jun Moxie was nowhere to be seen. He was about to yell when tumbling sounds came from above his head, and from the sound of it, many enormous boulders were crashing down on him. Just one would weigh a few thousand kilograms, and there were many rocks hanging from cliffs within the radius of at least 200 meters. Was there going to be a landslide? No. The landslide had already begun. But why here? And at this timing? If it was not coincidental, someone must be behind this. Jun Moxie, must be you brat. Come out if you are not a coward. Ning Wuqing's sword energy shone even more brightly than before and he dashed towards the falling rocks. Thousands of rocks were tumbling down. Even if Ning Wuqing was really powerful and invincible, he was pelted on by the rocks and crying out. Rocks were raining down on him like storm, Ning Wuqing had nowhere to hide or dodge. After destroying some large rocks, he was finally pinned to the floor by the never-ending storm of rocks. Power of Earth. This was Jun Moxie's first experiment using Power of Earth, and it was surprisingly effective. Jun Moxie landed on one of the rocks. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, the ground beneath his feet started to shake. Jun Moxie was alarmed, so he flew up and vanished again. The rocks exploded after some shaking as sword light emerged again. A disaster of such scale did not end Ning Wuqing's life. The current Ning Wuqing was no doubt really amazing. His clothes were tattered, and blood was flowing down his chin. Despite his pitiful appearance, sword energy was still overflowing from him. He flew up, arms wrapped around himself, and then rapidly swung his arms out. Instantly, too powerful sword energy was formed all around him in clear circles. This old monster seemed to be much harder to deal with after his upgrade. Jun Moxie smirked. Ning Wuqing swept around with sword energy but did not find any target. Just as he was about to use his sword energy detection, he felt coldness on the back of his neck. He immediately turned and cast sword energy in the area with his arm. As of this moment, his arm was his sword. There was nothing behind him, not even a shadow of Jun Moxie. Ning Wuqing glanced back and forth continuously. All of a sudden, something showed up and flew out of the rocky area. The flying stone that came out of nowhere just now was so heavy that even though Ning Wuqing's strength hit new highs, he still suffered from a pretty substantial injury. If he were to do it again, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand it. A smart man won't stand under a breaking wall. Ning Wuqing decisively escaped the dangerous grounds. Green fields and the woods are just ahead. Ning Wuqing's body's condition began to deteriorate. His 2 feet on the ground, eyes observing, but suddenly his feet went soft. No one knew when the big hole in the ground had formed. Ning Wuqing was not prepared for this. The next moment his entire body fell through the entire hole. However, he managed to react quickly in time and took one big and ferocious breath. The sword energy formed in his hands, and with that sword energy he aggressively hit. Using the help of the shockwave, it pulled his entire body out of the hole. Ning Wuqing's ability to react in emergencies was not too bad, but unfortunately for him, as he pulled his body out, Jun Moxie had already appeared in front of him with a solemn face, with a long sword in his hand heading for his eyes. Ning Wuqing was horrified. He held out his dual sword energy to retaliate, but his slow body eventually fell back into the cave again. This inexplicable cave was about a full 7 to 8 feet. Ning Wuqing held himself together, falling through it. Jun Moxie was still outside the hole. There should not be any more sneak attacks in this cave. He could just wait for his toes to touch the ground, then use that energy to rebound out of the cave. This little distance above ground can't stop Ning Wuqing. Even if you fill it with sand, I will still be able to rush out. But in the process of falling through, a sudden lightning bolt shot through the mud wall of the cave. This was a huge shocker to Ning Wuqing. He was astonished. He tried to dodge the bolt, but his shoulder got struck unavoidably. Ning Wuqing's anger was through the roof. He roared in anger, he violently stuck out his other hand, and with a bang, a sword appeared and a deep mark could be seen on the ground. It's coming to the end of it. Another mysterious sword struck through. And this time round, the target was the back of the bran. Ning Wuqing could not catch his breath in time but was already smashed back into the hole. He had used almost all of his remaining power. He turned over, and crashed the ground head first. But this was not the end of it. The moment I touch the ground, I can and will avenge, and immediately. No matter how sly this Jun Moxie is, I swear to God I will slay you today. However, Ning Wuqing immediately panicked. What is going on? He clearly saw that he was going to land onto the ground, but looking again, why is pitch black? There was miles below his feet before he could reach the ground. What exactly is going on? Ever since he began to start falling, as long as Ning Wuqing inhaled any single moment, a sword would emerge from the soil and take his life. And its motive was his vitalities, and to disrupt his breathing, to the point where he could not breathe. This Ning Wuqing's face was already flushed red like a ruby. Even though he was a master of the world, a person's breath could only last so long. But if he was not able to take a breath even in the midst of a battle, he would be afraid to die as well. Ning Wuqing had been hit hard now, he had almost reached his limit. What was even more terrible was that he was obviously falling legs first, but in the middle of everything, his orientation was inverted and he was falling head first now. What is even more exasperating was that as long as he tried to use his arm to pierce into the mud wall to stabilize his body, the mud wall would instantaneously vanish into nothingness. It felt utterly uncomfortable. This process was absolutely not what a human could have. The moment that Ning Wuqing had feared for long was coming. He could not exchange breaths for so long, that his face was beginning to turn purple. The fall seemed to be endless, and it would not reach the end at all. The uninterrupted attacks in the middle of this endless journey had already reached 15 to 16 times. Every time it happened, he was in between life and death. Now, even if he had the opportunity to breathe, Ning Wuqing would not even dare to. Because, as long as he exhaled this last bit of breath, he would need to dodge all the bolts. He could only wait and see what happens. He could only follow his inertia and continue to fall. Ning Wuqing even estimated, according to the angle of fall just now, he had fallen at least 100 feet, but it was not yet the end. God damn it, even if it's a cliff, this height it enough. Finally. Bong! Ning Wuqing slammed to the ground. Crack! Many bones in his body were crushed. His head was deeply rooted into the hole and he instantly fainted. Because, the end of the ground, turned out to be a harder stone than that of the mountain rock. The fact that Ning Wuqing did not have his skull split apart meant that his skull was actually quite strong. In the darkness, a shadow flashed. Jun Moxie appeared beside Ning Wuqing. He sneered. He shrugged his legs a little and the rock separated. Ning Wuqing's head, which was full of fresh blood oozing out of it, bounced out. The outcome would be decided like this. Judging from Ning Wuqing's strength, if Jun Moxie was to hit him hard on, he would be bound to death. However, Jun Moxie had innumerable tricks up his sleeve. Like, dragging on Ning Wuqing by his nose and run around madly, or to one by one, use his 5 elements of strength to set a deathly trap, and make Ning Wuqing dash for his own life. He was about to make this pro player collapse in front of him. The ruthlessly slaughtered but still living Ning Wuqing came to his senses. He looked around, only to realize that his whole body was lying flat onto the ground. Every single part of his body was crying pain. His head was itchy, but there was this thick liquid flowing out of it endlessly. He strenuously used his hand to touch it, and all he felt was pain. His consciousness gradually returned. It was difficult to move about. He had at least 10 bones broken within his body. His combat power definitely diminished. He could see a blurry silhouette standing in front of him, but Ning Wuqing closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and said with a hoarse voice, "Jun Moxie. Is that you?" "Why, of course. Ning Wuqing, seems like you haven't been made muddle from the fall." Jun Moxie deeply voiced. Ning Wuqing resentfully sighed. He faintly asked, "Jun Moxie, this time round this old man lost. But, are you even human? Or are you actually a ghost?" He paused. "Are you able to control Earth?" Control Earth. This was the magical power of legendary talents. This kind of thing has never happened in this real world. Even before this, if someone talked to him about it, Ning Wuqing would sneer. But at this moment, through his personal experience, he subconsciously asked him. After experiencing so much, if Ning Wuqing still could not see any bit strange about Jun Moxie, he's just too foolish. Jun Moxie thought and responded. What do you think? Ning Wuqing thought that he had admitted it. He laughed, no wonder you don't care about anything. No wonder you're so bold. You have the magical powers to control heaven and earth. You're such a person, yet we were still made to fight with you endlessly. To force you step by step to walk a path of ours. We were just so foolish. Not knowing just how big and how vast the ocean is. My 3 holy lands are just ants who shelter the world, yet we are not aware of how high the sky is and how deep the well is for the frog that we are. Jun Moxie kept silent for a long time, then replied. Our situation has long been clear. Your 3 holy lands, even if they did not make enemies with me, I would find you guys either way. You should know what I mean. Ning Wuqing coughed and laughed. Yes. For Supreme May. You would do that. He tried to raise his head with much effort, but his neck bone had broken. Jun Moxie. The words I said today, although it was a provocation, it is also the truth. I hope you can consider it carefully. Jun Moxie said in a cold and serious tone. About that, you don't have to worry, I already made plans. Ning Wuqing laughed. Seems like I can't exact my revenge. Jun Moxie remained indifferent. What do you think? Do you think that in this state, you have the strength to kill me? Nothing. Ning Wuqing laughed, tears and his snort coming out. He laughed tauntingly, but this ridicule was for him. He stopped his laughter, then said softly. Jun Moxie, I beg of you this one thing. What thing? Jun Moxie probably guessed what it was. Send me on the road. I really want to leave, at this point in time where my brother can still recognize my broken body. Ning Wuqing's eyes gradually disappeared. My brother is waiting on the road for me, I can see it. He's waving at me. Jun Moxie. You don't know, that although my brother's powers are strong, he's pretty timid. When he was young, he would be afraid when walking alone on the road in the dark. I want to hold his hand. Jun Moxie took a deep breath, and did not say a word. He could only hear Ning Wuqing muttering, this road, it's really dark. And cold. If you didn't have me. My brother. How would he dare to go? He's alone, and will be lonely, and afraid. I'm his big brother, and will always be. I need to go accompany him. I will tell father and mother, I have sent Feng Yi home already. He's one of us Nings now, Ning Feng Yi. Father and mother don't know of this yet. Full of warmth, his mouth was dripping blood. His white mustache was turning red. Jun Moxie sighed. Ning Wuqing, even though he was not a good person, but, considering his attachment to his family, it's really touching. And also Xiao He. My Xiao He. After 100 years apart, we shall reunite again today. From this day on, no one will bully you ever. Ning Wuqing's face was flushed with red. And in his eyes, one could see an array of colors of happiness. But his vision was already blurred. Reunion. I'm coming home. Suddenly, his body straightened. Not knowing where the strength came from. He could even sit up properly. His broken neck, even, with a crack sound, became reattached magically. Jun Moxie, send me on the road. They are waiting for me. Xiao He's eyes are full of tears. She's waited for me for 170 years. I can't wait any longer. Quick. Hurry. I beg of you. Ning Wuqing's eyes shined in the darkness. His face was full of bliss, as though his loved ones were really waiting for him, to return for reunion. Jun Moxie closed his eyes, and with the godly sword, blood of Yan Huang, he pieced through Ning Wuqing's heart with no mistake. He said in a deep voice, I wish you all, to finally reunite. From the bottom of his throat, Ning Wuqing let out a sound similar to a sigh, struggling as he whispered, Th. Thank you. With a drop of his head, one of the strongest warriors of this generation had left this world. Perhaps, in another world, he had already reunited with his family, living jovially with his family. There, he was free from hate, free from separation, free from death. Free from regret and reunited with his family, he could enjoy his peace and joy from then on. Jun Moxie sucked in a deep breath. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed that his mood was a little heavy. Slowly, he stood up and said softly, "Originally, I had so many things I wanted to talk to you about, but how you met your end was unbelievable, unbelievably heartless. I hope that in your future life, it won't be an ending as cruel as this. I'll make sure that on your resting place, 100 feet underground, there will be nobody who will disturb your peace. Rest assured that you can lay here in peace." Finished with his sentence, Jun Moxie's body slowly rose up. Following his body, the soil under his feet collapsed continuously as it buried Ning Wuqing's body deeply underground, 100 feet below the ground. A blinding light entered his eyes as Jun Moxie finally emerged. In that moment, he felt like he had just returned from the netherworlds to the human world. The illusory words that Ning Wuqing had uttered right before her death brought a wave of emotions over Jun Moxie. The ground regained its uniformity, and nobody could tell that under this patch of soil, a ground-shaking, abnormal fight had taken place. And it was where a warrior of beyond supreme level would be buried forever. Moxie. Where are you? From afar, Mei Shuiyan's worried voice echoed. Jun Moxie's face broke into a radiant smile. Raising his voice, he called out, "I'm here." With that, he fell, seated on the ground. Even though Jun Moxie had a glorious victory over Ning Wuqing just before, the losses he had suffered were not shallow either. Unleashing all of the energy within his body, the soil around him loosened and began to float up around his legs. Midway, he had to deal with ambush by some assassins as well. Even so, he successfully managed to defeat Ning Wuqing. But at that moment, Jun Moxie was also at his limits. The energy he had left in his body was near to nothing. If he wasn't afraid that Mei Shuiyan would be worried, Jun Moxie would have dived into the Hongjun Pagoda and come out only after he recovered. After all, that place was safest. Sensing Jun Moxie's voice, Mei Shuiyan erupted in joy. Before this, she unleashed her Tian Fa ultimate skill in succession to finish her battle. Searching everywhere to find traces of Jun Moxie and Ning Wuqing's whereabouts, she did not find any and could not help but panic. While she was looking for them, she was near despair. After all, Ning Wuqing's health regeneration abilities were shockingly high, and at such a critical moment, she had a breakthrough and her abilities leveled up further. Fighting against such an opponent, Jun Moxie was in a precarious situation. If it weren't for Jun Moxie's voice message that he had sent beforehand to tell her not to worry, saying that he had a way to get out alive, Mei Shuiyan would have dropped everything in her way, abandoning her opponent to go after him. But till the very end, her worries continued to hang heavily in her heart. At this moment, when she could finally hear Jun Moxie's voice once again, her anxious heart could finally be at ease. A white shadow flashed as Mei Shuiyan appeared before him. In the moment she saw him, her beautiful features finally revealed a glimpse of warm happiness. On Mei Shuiyan's body, there were several places that were dyed red, and there were even some wounds where fresh blood was still flowing from it. But evidently, without even taking care of her own injuries, Mei Shuiyan rushed to look for Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie sat on the ground, devoid of strength as he looked at Mei Shuiyan. Softly, he murmured, "You're injured." Even Jun Moxie did not realize that an endless amount of tenderness and heartache permeated through his voice. Compared to the words he had spoken before, there was a world of difference. Without question, Jun Moxie had killed many people before this. Perhaps, he had killed so many that he had become numb to it all. But there had been no one who had given him as large of an emotional impact as Ning Wuqing had today. From being concerned to unconcerned, because of his concern, he became unconcerned, and at the very end, Ning Wuqing created the biggest tragedy and regret. That made Jun Moxie very emotional. Jun Moxie had never felt like he did in that moment, to care for the people around him, and his closest kin. In his heart, he quietly made a promise: for anyone who is a part of my family, I'll make sure that they live peacefully and happily. I won't let their lives have a single ounce of regret. Like Ning Wuqing, who had regrets that made him live as though he were dead, that was what made Jun Moxie feel emotional. For something like that, Jun Moxie decided that he definitely would not let it happen to him, nor to his family. To take care of those people, how would I be able to do it without paying a small price for it? Mei Shuiyan laughed sheepishly. Without a care for her own injuries, she asked concernedly, "How about you? Are you okay? What happened to Ning Wuqing? Since I'm still alive, of course he's met his end. Don't worry, I've just used a bit too much strength. Maybe feeling a little weak now, but there aren't any problems." Jun Moxie laughed, saying, "It's better than Ning Wuqing, who's deeply buried into the ground, right?" "Ah. Burying his bones in the soil? You mean you've killed Ning Wuqing?" Mei Shuiyan widened her eyes in shock. In her imagination, Jun Moxie could only use his ghostly, lightweight moves to hold Ning Wuqing back, and that would be good already. As to obtaining victory and killing Ning Wuqing, Mei Shuiyan could not even imagine how Jun Moxie would be capable of such a feat. To be accurate, he died under the weight of his own regrets. Jun Moxie said, deep in thought. He was in too much of a rush to kill me, that's why I had an opportunity to take advantage of that. If he fought calmly and strategically, as to the consequences, even though I have a way to survive, killing him would have been impossible. Jun Moxie recalled the moment when he intentionally ran down the cliff. It was obvious that there was no path ahead of him, and he was running towards that direction. If he had full confidence and continued on, wouldn't that have been certain death for him? As long as it was something that someone could obviously see, then it meant that there was a trick behind it, but Ning Wuqing was blinded by revenge and lost all rationality. Without a second thought, he followed and chased after him. And it was because he managed to unleash enough energy to cause the soil to rise up into a mountain shield the first time that protected Ning Wuqing from any injuries, causing him to lose a huge part of his battle power, which led to Ning Wuqing's loss at the end. If it weren't for that, even if Jun Moxie created an endless number of traps with his power of earth, Ning Wuqing, who had overwhelming power, could have broken through these traps in an instant, and would still have enough power to forcibly attack him. With the amount of energy he had at the moment, there was a limit to it. The power of earth was something he had just learned as well, and it was not as easy to master as the power of metal. The outcome was really hard to confirm. Since Jun Moxie had Yin Yang escape, he definitely would not have died, but Ning Wuqing should not have lost his life either. About Ning Wuqing, Jun Moxie was not willing to talk more about him. He asked, "What about those people?" Mei Shuiyan's face revealed a cold hardness to it as she said, "Killed them." She tilted her head slightly, looking at the direction she had come from, and said in a low voice, "All of them attacked like they were suicidal, so I could only take care of them using my full power. Also, I was worried about your safety. Anxious, I ended the battle quickly. In about 15 minutes, I used the Tian Fa Heaven's Sword ultimate skill, and used it a total of 3 times before I could finish the battle." Finish the battle? They're all dead. Jun Moxie could not help but widen his eyes. But those were 6 of the Beyond Supreme Tiers, and 11 Supreme Warriors. And all of them fell to Mei Shuiyan's hands. Why was this girl so vicious today? Even I didn't expect it. After I got rid of my old injury, I've gotten even better than before I got injured. Especially in terms of speed, I've reached a level where I could not even dream of before. And in this time, my progress in training is a lot faster than before. So, this battle was unexpectedly easy. Mei Shuiyan ruminated as she said, "Looks like those 3 pills you gave me were more useful than I thought." Jun Moxie laughed as he said, "Don't let your guard down. This time, they only had 6 people of Beyond Supreme Tier. And, they didn't prepare a strategy, and they were definitely shocked out of their mind by your level up. And your alarming speed also gave them no time to react. Since they did not have a leader to lead them, and 3 or 4 of them were injured at the Jun family gathering, so they were not at their full power. If they aligned all of these conditions, how would you have such an easy fight? But if there is a next time, it's better to stay vigilant. Okay. Mei Shuiyan gently nodded her head, and raising her delicate eyebrows, she said, this time, they really crossed the line. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so harsh on them. After all, most of the people here have the ability, chance and qualifications to join in the heavenly battle. You're saying? They're talking about after we get married. About our kids. Jun Moxie, in that moment, understood why Mei Shuiyan was so ruthless. Yes. Mei Shuiyan blushed, but soon after her face turned pale, and she asked meekly, Moxie, if it really were the case, what do I do? Wouldn't I be hurting you? This problem, even though we can choose not to care, and ignore it, but we still have to face it. Jun Moxie replied confidently, Shuiyan, relax. I definitely won't let that happen. I have faith. You just have to trust in me. He recalled the legend that was passed down in legacy. Didn't Liao Zhai's only daughter marry a human and ended up giving birth to a son? Bai Su Zhen married Su Xian, and still gave birth to a fat boy. Since it was a human mother, how was it possible for them to give birth to a Xian beast? Even if it were true, and they gave birth to a Xian beast, with his and Mei Shuiyan's genes, he could definitely learn to shape-shift into a human in a very short amount of time. And his looks were not a big issue, at the very most, in his infancy, he just had to not meet anyone. Anyway, their entire family was going to live in Tianfa Forest, that was a place where more beasts than humans resided. Taking a step back, based on his Hongjun Pagoda's unbelievable abilities, there was no way he would let Mei Shuiyan have any regrets. These words were not something that Jun Moxie would dare to affirm before he fully understood the true capabilities of the Hongjun Pagoda. But ever since he saw the getting started menu, he was filled with confidence. For humans or demons, they could both modify and shape-shift, and Xian beasts belonged to the demon tribes. Xian beasts could shape-shift like the demon tribes to humans, and there was practically no difference between them. Mei Shuiyan was still worried, frowning as she asked concernedly, but what if in a 1 in a million chance? What if something like that happened, then I, Mei Shuiyan, won't be able to show my face to Jun family, and even more so to you. Shuiyan, you can rest assured, I really have a method. For an issue as huge as this, how would I dare give you a half-hearted answer? As he said this, Jun Moxie pressed his lips to Mei Shuiyan's ear, and spoke a few words. Mei Shuiyan's face turned red, then feeling reassured, she said, then that's great. Oh. Shuiyan, my dearest, you asked such a question so excitedly, is it because you're in a rush to give a baby boy to me? Don't rush, wait till tonight, we'll seriously explore and meticulously experiment this matter. What exactly was it again? Jun Moxie laughed strangely, with a laughter that was filled with wretchedness. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Get away from me. To one corner. Further away. Can't you see that I am injured? Mei Shuiyan flushed with embarrassment instantaneously. After a few exchanges and laughs, the two then began to attend to Mei Shuiyan's wound. Jun Moxie was a little heartbroken at the sight, to be honest. There were a total of 13 wounded areas on her body, 7 caused by swords and 4 due to opponents' mastery. Her waist and shoulders were bruised by opponents' kicks, with more of abrasions and less of internal injuries. Though her injuries were less severe, Mei Shuiyan cannot stop herself to vent her frustrations within. She retrieved a pill, using snow water to remove the impurities. Another pill was kept within and prescribed for Mei Shuiyan. She undressed herself, showing off her fair snow-white skin. A little wobbly and uncomfortable, but still she kept still when Jun Moxie applied the medication on her wounds. When she had already given her heart to him, does showing her body even matter? But Jun Moxie had no other intentions. Mei Shuiyan's injuries were like his own. If he had not wanted a quick fix and was less full of himself, Mei Shui's capability would have killed the 17 masters from Rong Zhou Xian, one by one. Fighting a quick battle may not be the wisest decision after all. If that was the case, now is not a good time for any brilliant tactic. Thinking of that, Jun Moxie cannot help but to feel a little heartbroken, especially at the wound on her back that was caused by the sword. The wound was half a foot long, almost hurting her bones. For a peerless beauty like Mei Shuiyan, such a wound was enough to leave flaws on her skin, not to mention the other areas that were affected. While Jun Moxie was applying the medication with care, he maneuvered the heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Pulsating, it gushes into Mei Shuiyan's nerves and pulses, healing the spots of her injuries completely. Actually, the medication that Jun Moxie brought along was enough to heal Mei Shuiyan's injuries, without leaving any traces of blemishes, but only that it required more time. Using Hong Jun Pagoda's spiritual energy healing treatment, in this case, was honestly wasteful. But what young Master Jun had was capital. What was wasted was already wasted, and there was not a trace of regret on his face. If Hong Jun Pagoda is spiritual, it would definitely anger someone, knowing what Master Jun had done. He had used this magnificent heaven and earth spiritual treasure to his advantage, picking up the girl he likes. Mei Shuiyan could feel that the pain from the wounds, which were originally hurting, were soothed and thus calming her whole body. She guessed that the medication had took effect. What came after was a sudden gush of heaven and earth's spiritual energy that rushed through her body. She was momentarily energized, every nerve and fiber pulsating with energy. Mei Shuiyan rejoiced. This was the result of her practice of heaven and earth's core energy, used at the right time to replenish her core energy that had diminished. But the moment the thought arose, she realized that the heaven and earth's core energy had been transferred and was treating her own wounds. Instantly, the wounds felt numbed. This was a sign of recovery. But Mei Shuiyan was mad with anger. How can I allow myself to use such precious heaven and earth's core energy on these negligible wounds? How desperately do I need them? I am a typical example of a prodigal. Jun Moxie's reputation of a prodigal son being fed with a silver spoon was truly well-deserved. But how can I lack the self-control as well? Mei Shuiyan was irritated. She used what was left of her and spoke, finally. Jun Moxie, what the hell have you done? What the hell have I done? I am treating your injuries. Jun Moxie reasoned. To him, the use of heaven and earth's spiritual energy was not wasteful at all, there was plenty around. Mei Shuiyan was infuriated almost to the point of insanity. Grating her teeth in anger. Why? Why? You. Such a small injury, how could you waste the heaven and earth's spiritual energy? Why? You. Can't you just learn to control yourself? What? Jun Moxie felt a little strange instantly. Batting his eyes, he said. You really need this? You should have told me earlier, or else how will I know? Just tell me if you need it. At that moment, Mei Shuiyan's wounds were completely healed. Jun Moxie gently helped Mei Shuiyan to put on a bare-leathered thick coat. Xiong Kai Shan's bare-leathered coat was essential for the road ahead. What nonsense! I practice core energy, of course I will need it. Your heaven and earth spiritual energy, such a refined and rare piece which I had never seen before, how can you use it to treat such negligible wounds? You are making me boil with so much anger that I want to bite the hell out of you. Mei Shuiyan became spiteful. What? Ha! 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 Jun Moxie had a big laugh. He had really gotten a treasure this time. Opening his palms, he heard a bang. The heaven and earth's spiritual energy surrounded every part of the place. Mei Shui could not believe her eyes. What is happening? Hee hee. This, I have plenty of it. Jun Moxie stretched out his fingers lightly, tugging on Mei Shuiyan's chin, talking in a gangsterish manner, "Babe, if you do as I please, serving my needs, I can give you as many heaven and earth spiritual energy as you wish." Master Jun squared his shoulders playfully, sending out gloating laughters. In response, May the beauty beat off Mao Deng 2Z's hands and pouted her lips, ignoring Jun Moxie. But she was conflicted. Should I allow him to take some advantage? That is heaven and earth spiritual energy, such exquisite and rare treasure which I have been longing for. No, I will not plead him for it. If he refuse to give, refuse, to give. With an innocent heart of a mystical beast, he would have gave in to any girl who pouted, brows furrowed or showed any form of displease, quickly and willingly giving them the heaven and earth spiritual energy. This would require Mei Shuiyan to be 1,000,000 times more careful. But given Mei Shuiyan's pride, she would rather go close to Jun Moxie or people similar like him, who were certain who they want to dedicate their lives to, than to flirt with them. Of course, Jun Moxie knew this perfectly well. Jun Moxie acted decisively on his own since Mei Shuiyan was injured. Both of them rested for a few days. Mei Shuiyan was very touched by the act that she did not bother finding fault with him. For the place to rehabilitate, again, Jun Moxie used his resources, using a large quantity of snow to make a snow room. Under secrecy and without anyone's notice, both of them, with the aid of a large quantity of spiritual pills and heaven and earth spiritual energy, recovered completely. They could then enter the realms at an enormous speed. But within these few days, people from the outside world became very apprehensive. There still isn't a single news from Xuanshi Immortal Palace. Zi Jinghong paced around the room, hands behind his back, forehead furrowed with apprehension. What about Ning Wuqing? Did he escape? Although a battle had lost, Zi Jinghong would never have thought that Xuanshi Immortal Palace's army would be annihilated. The thought would be over-exaggerated and too unbelievable. Although half of Xuanshi Immortal Palace's leading figures were dead, but they still have the far-sighted Ning Wuqing. With one decision-maker, it would be easier to execute implementations. Besides Ning Wuqing, there were 8 more beyond Supreme Masters and 20 Supreme Experts. Given such scale of abilities, depending solely on Supreme May would be impossible to defeat, much say to kill all of the opponents. The only biggest possibility was that Supreme May escaped when the situation turned unfavorable. But, where did Ning Wuqing lead his people to? Or did he manage to catch up at the end? If that was the unfortunate case, at least May Supreme had the unrivaled ability to take flight which no one on earth would be able to compete against. There would be no reason for the opponent to escape. As Zi Jing thought to himself, he began fuming with rage. Ning Wuqing was known as a wily, and his life has been spared for the longest time. How can they lose the chance? No matter if they did get him, win or lose, they should have at least informed. How can they disappear without a trace? I really can't stand what they had done. If they continue to employ such working methods, with no beginning and end in mind, how can they move on to greater endeavors? Xiao Weiqing sat down heavily on the other side of the room. He quietly held on to his teacup, drank his tea and remained silent for a long time. There were 5 to 6 beyond Supreme Experts in the room, who belonged to the Sea of Fantasy Blood and Supreme Gold City. There was an air of tension in the room, everyone seemed to ponder about something. There were small flea markets everywhere and the only guest inn was located here, which had already been occupied by the Sea of Fantasy Blood. Even so, for the large number of people they had, there was insufficient space for them to stay. When Xiao Weiqing and his people arrived, the dining hall had to be turned into a guest room temporarily. The class of Beyond Supreme Experts lived like ordinary manual workers, 4 to 5 of them squeezing in a room. How humiliating could this be? Brother Xiao, you mentioned previously that the Supreme Killer Chu Chi-hun had also participated in the Battle of the Aristocrats sect in Supreme May. How true is that? Zi Jing asked, without a tinge of embarrassment, although for a long time no one responded. For a while, he was unhappy and angry. That is my guess, at most. Xiao Weiqing replied heavily, straightening the crown on his head, without battling his eye. Till today, he still dwelt on the battle designed by Zijing that Supreme Gold City fought, and had not treated Zijing well ever since. If he still harbored the thought of killing Supreme Mei, having the intention for any gains, he would have turned the tide for Supreme Gold City earlier then. What evidence did Brother Xiao have to come to that conclusion? Zijing asked thoughtfully, Brother Xiao, it would not have mattered much if there is only a Chu Chi Hun. But Supreme Mei is highly skilled in Xian cultivation, beyond what you and I have mastered. At the moment, she has displayed the violent and malice side of her and is no longer the old, kind-hearted Mei Shui. Given her craftiness, and if she has the mysterious Chu Chi Hun as an assistant on her hands, this will land us in deep trouble. We cannot afford to treat this lightly. I already know this. During the previous battle, this damn Chu Li Hun was the one plotting to kill so many of us. Xiao Wei added on, a little unwillingly, all the victims were killed with one shot, even the ones closest to him could not hear any gun shooting at all. Till this decade, no one, other than the scoundrel Chu Li Hun who kills, owns such an immaculate killing skill. As Zijing listened on, she was surprised. She, quickly but softly, asked for the reasons behind what had happened. Before the battle, Xiao Wei could only set his opinions aside and recount what had happened, without leaving any information behind. As he recounted, he thought of his brothers, countless of them, who were buried and left in the wilderness. He cannot help but to grit his teeth in anger, the glint of anger in his eyes, his heart boiling with vengeance. So as to speak, only Chu Chi Han, the subject of the rumor, is capable of doing it. I can't imagine that this rascal, who has not even reached the skills level of Beyond Supreme, had carried out such tactics. Zijing Hong, who was suddenly concerned of another seemingly big matter at hand, took in a deep breath. So to say, when Venerable Mei came to you and your army at the first round, she was not hurt at all? Are your combat tactics complete? Did you and your army even try to stop her? Xiao Wei Chang's face reddened. He slammed the table once, stood up and shouted. Zijing Hong, do you really have to mock at old madam? Based on the given situation, if it was you, would you have stopped her? His slam on the table was remarkably loud, causing the public in shock and looked to him. How would I dare, how would I dare? Brother Xiao, please cool down. Zijing Hong pacified him quickly, but his heart was full of disdain. Clearly, it was you and your army who lacked the guts when encountering Venerable Mei and Chu Chi Han, whose presence was not even certain. You realized that your tactics were causing damage to your own and decided to retreat without battling, but old madam's replenishment only requires to brush past and say half of a line. Is it a crime to say the truth? Fuck, even if you are fully aware that you will be defeated, you should have risked your life to battle. Even if the whole army is fully defeated, it will be kind to allow us to take an advantage as well. The atmosphere in the room immediately turned awkward. At this time, the door opened and two of them came in lifelessly. They clasped their fists as a form of respect towards Zijing Hong. 3 masters, we have come back. The two of them were whom Zijing Hong sent to check on the battle situation at the elusive land of the immortals. Good that you have returned peacefully. How is the battle situation there? Zijing Hong asked urgently. The battle situation is quite disastrous. One of their faces turned solemn. Honestly speaking, we did not discover any specific details of the situation. But based on our experience and judgments, the loss of elusive land of the immortals was definitely not small this time. Or even, this is uncertain, but their whole army might even be already wiped out. What? Zijing Hong and Xiao Wei Cheng stood up at the same time, their faces were pale with shock. What is going on actually? Tell us quickly. The two of them were almost asking at the same time. Fundamentally, they had hoped for the strength of the army from the elusive land of the immortals to be weakened. It would be happier if the army was totally wiped out. But if this was true, then the party who had won was no doubt Venerable Mei. They would have to face such a strong opponent. How would they possibly not be in shock? Once we reached the mountain's opening, the ambush that was set by the elusive land of the immortals, we discovered traces of a disastrous battle at 100 meters away. Within the space of a few hundred meters, snowflakes that was accumulated was thoroughly removed. On the floor, there was traces of weaponry used to remove a thick layer, at least half of a 10 meters deep. The marks left by the swords are clearly visible and lifelike. There were visible blood traces on the floors of the few hundred places. The person's face turned solemn and he paced himself. The person is Go Bu Huan. Before he went to illusory ocean of blood, he was an expert in the field of tracking. Now that the situation was mentioned, logical and clear, it allowed people to see it in front of their eyes. There are actually hundreds of places with blood traces. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Wei Cheng looked at each other, both of them were able to identify how stunned the other party was. How disastrous was the battle to have caused a massive scale of blood traces to be present. Such an extreme and disastrous battle would mean that. If this is the case, the subordinate, I, had checked on the blood traces one by one and had identified specifically. Some of the blood traces are bloody red in color, had a slight smell, most probably are from bodily liquids of the skin or limbs. Some blood traces are thicker and are dark red in color. When it is placed in the mouth, it felt like a solid. They are blood from the organs. Go Bu Huan rolled out his tongue, licking his lips all over. His thin and long tongue sliding across his upper and lower lips, giving out a sound. It had definitely brought back memories. The people around him had strange faces and turned their heads around, seemed like they had the need to vomit. Since he had identified, then we had to go along. The rascal had even tasted. It is fine for you to taste, but why do you have to talk about it? And in such great detail. You idiot, can't you just tell us directly that the blood traces comes from the organ's blood? You could even relish in the speech. That was human's blood. Fuck. What a sicko. Zi Jinghong's face had turned slightly pale. He forced a smile and looked down to avoid looking at his lips and asked. Are there other clues? If based solely on blood traces, it is normal that nothing can be confirmed. Hence the subordinate, I, had started to search everywhere for bodies, the three masters. Subordinate, I, had been trapped at the bottom of the cliff in the past with no replenishments. I had resort to eating the flesh from humans' dead bodies, so I am particularly sensitive to the body smell. I thought I could find it easily. Just before he finished his words, someone from the side suddenly stood up with a sound. His face was pale white. Clasping his fists at once. The three masters, I had some private matters to settle and I need to take a walk outside. I will make a move first. He lifted off the curtains and walked off, without waiting for Zi Jinghong to reply, seemed like he's on a run. Instantly, there was a sound of vomiting from the door. Not sure if it was a chain reaction, but a few of the others followed suit and stood up. They gave strange faces when they were informing to leave, and they leaped out the door. Before they made a move, they did not forget to look at the rascal who reported, with hatred in their eyes. They made a harsh vow to themselves to never eat at the same table with this rascal, who actually ate dead bodies' flesh. He is a fucking beast. To kill someone, everyone would have done before, and have killed quite a number of times. But to find someone who eat human flesh, especially the flesh from a dead body, HMPH. How disgusting, how can this be? Within a short time, there were only 3 people left in the room, Zi Jinghong, Xiao Qingwei and the rascal who self-proclaimed that he eats dead bodies' flesh. Even the few who accompanied him to survey the terrains were the last to leave in a scurry. It was actually Zi Jinghong and Xiao Qingwei who remained calm even when they were in shock. Although their faces had gone pale and their body were trembling. They even felt something lodged on their throat. It was moving up and down and it seemed like there was something in there to swallow. But they were able to stay calm eventually. They were no doubt the leader figures from the 2 holy cities. They were capable indeed. The 3 masters, are both of you all right? Go Bu Huan looked at his figurehead strangely. After a while, Zi Jinghong gurgled with a pale white face. He seemed to have swallowed something. With eyebrows furrowed, and a face of disgust, he waved his hands restlessly. Can you talk directly to the point, pick the important points? Leave out the unimportant details and talk us straight to the conclusion. Yes, the three masters. Subordinate, I, had the experience and could naturally understand how dead bodies work. The period not long after his death, there will be a strange smell. It is a special smell, like the smell of the pig flesh that was filled with water. It tasted slightly sour and it is chewy, especially at the thighs, which is fleshy and tasted the freshest. Humph. Zi Jinghong could no longer tolerate and threw a kick. The rascal, who was still eyebrows furrowed and in deep thoughts, got a boot, causing him to tumble. Zi Jinghong went forward to step on him and gave him a few punches continuously, pang, pang, pang. He could not control his anger and retorted. Lousy, I had asked you to speak to the point, and talk about the conclusion. But fuck you to reminisce endlessly over eating those dead bodies. Did you not have ears or do not grow any brains? Can you not understand the human language? PFFFTT. Like how a person's strength may grow weak, a person still has its limits, and there is no exception regardless of what status you are. The usual Zi Jinghong was self-possessed and graceful, having a poised demeanor. He had actually maintained such grace and charm for his entire life, but who would have known that today, he would actually throw a fit and spoke a torrent of vulgarities. His usual demeanor had disappeared without a single trace. Not only did he mention lousy, but profanities were tumbling out of his mouth, and he spoke so loudly as though he was afraid that the others could not hear him. His punches were heavy and deadly, every punch was going against the wind, and the rascal was beaten to a pulp. At the moment, the person with the lowest ability in the inn was the supreme expert. Everyone was sharp and was instantly straining their ears for gossips. Zi Jinghong went mad. This was really indeed a rare case that had not been seen in 100 years. Why is that really so? To be honest, Xiao Qingwei's face was really awful at the moment. Or maybe this person here did not belong to Great Golden City. Or maybe he should not have crossed the lines to handle other people's matters. When will it be Zi Jinghong's turn to take the matter to his own hand? He should have left north and south to fight. Now, as he was witnessing Zi Jinghong lecturing the rascal, as an outsider, not only did he refuse to dissuade them from fighting, but he was exhilarating with joy as he chanted in his heart, he deserved to be punched. Fuck, this is so exciting. Go Bu Huan was screaming pathetically, but he did not dare to fight back or take a cover. His eyes were filled with hopelessness and anger. What did I do wrong? Why did you have to beat me up? You scum, up till now, you still do not know where did you do wrong. After a round of flaring up, Zi Jinghong, who had vented his anger, finally stood up and released him. He finally recovered his usual demeanor after he took in a deep breath and angled his mouth to drink a sip of tea. He said plainly, "Get up on your feet. Then, talk about the important points, the conclusion. You shall not say things that you should not say." HMMPPH, Go Bu Huan had a face of woe after being forceful tussle. He scrambled to his feet in exasperation. Although he belonged to the supreme class of experts, but Zi Jinghong was the top-ranked superior, and had the practice as a beyond supreme. The punch was not light at all, but it was met without resistance and any feelings of vengeance. Your subordinate, I, had looked thoroughly within and entirely, but had not came across that smell. He just suffered a few punches, and had definitely analyzed a few reasons roughly, thus he himself did not dare to continue talking about the specific words especially. Although in his heart, he still hoped to talk about it. But the moment Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weiqing heard the word smell, their faces tensed up and Zi Jinghong involuntarily clenched his fists tightly. He stared into his eyes with deep hatred. This is absolutely strange. When people just died, it is a definite for them to possess the smell. The smell from the dead body, even though it is buried deep in the ground, is still identifiable and distinct. But there is absolutely no smell coming from that place. Your subordinate, I, had sniffed so hard that it had started to ache, but I am still not able to discover any sort of smell. But the only thing is that the number of people who died from this battle is definitely not less. Go Buhuan was in deep thoughts while he spoke, a little confused and unable to comprehend. How would he know if some dead bodies may have been cleaned up by Jun Moxie using the power of earth and were buried in the ground meters below? Separated, heaven and earth, neither a human nose nor a dog nose will be able to identify the smell. Go Buhuan's nose was previously beaten with a punch by Zi Jinghong. When he was in deep thoughts, blood was flowing from his nose and down his lips. Unnoticeably, he stuck out his thin tongue and gave a clean lick. Then he kept his tongue with a sound and smothered around his lips. Xiao Wei Cheng's anger was rising, increasing in extent till he could no longer endure, but he still forced himself to turn his back. He was afraid that if he continued looking, he would really at that moment, cannot help but to pluck out the rascal's tongue and threw it away. If that is the case, then the great golden city and the illusory ocean of the blood would have a big feud. Even though Zi Jinghong finally recovered his vision, his eyes were still a bit dazed. He could only feel that his stomach was in turmoil as he did his best to control his nausea. He said, then, what happened? As a warrior, his strong aura was becoming unstable, to the point that he was even stuttering a little. With his chest heaving up and down, he seemed to be overcome with emotion. After that, your lowly servant continued searching, but in the thick forest that was next to it, a huge path was emptied out by a strong and untamed sword energy that was directed horizontally across it. Because of that, all of the huge trees in the vicinity were uprooted and aligned neatly in 2 rows. And what was strange was that they were spaced out perfectly evenly too. For this level of swords arts, it's really shocking, and even the heavens would cry over this achievement. Before this, I've never seen anyone with such a high level of swords arts, it's not heard of. Go Buhuan still seemed shocked. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Wei Cheng made eye contact. From their eyes, they read what the other was thinking about, Tian Fa Heaven Sword. With what your lowly servant could see, that shocking sword energy must have resulted from a chase to the death that led to such a horrifying outcome. I explored the area a little more, but ahead, there was only a cliff at the dead end. When your lowly servant went to take a look, the soil at the edge of the cliff was uneven, and there was obviously a landslide. And it was not too long ago either, it's likely to have happened at the same time as the huge battle. That shocking sword energy extended its power all the way here, but it suddenly stopped there too. According to my humble guess, that landslide was probably caused by another man. But, the extent of that landslide was way too huge. I do not dare to say this for sure, but if we were to deduce it logically, it must be the case. He thought about it quietly for a while, and said, at first, your lowly servant thought that there might be dead bodies below the cliff, and I spent a lot of effort to dig through the remains, but under everything, there was nothing at all, and only a pool of blood stains. So if I dare to presume, it was either because all of the bodies were taken back after the battle with the elusive Land of Immortals battle, or the entire army from elusive Land of Immortals was completely wiped out. The enemy used a strange method to destroy all traces of the bodies, and judging by the state of the remains of the battle, the second scenario seems more likely. Even though the deduction he presented was not correct, but it was not far from the mark. His observations were detailed and unique, with his analysis being clear and easy to understand. He really lived up to his name as a well-established scout. What else? Zi Jinghong's expression was obviously gloomy, and was at the epitome of its darkness. At the side, Xiao Wei Cheng's gaze was also dismal and carried some panic as well. No, nothing else, stuttering, Go Buhuan was a little shocked by Zi Jinghong's tone. He had already explained the situation very clearly. What else could there have been there? If someone else had gone down to investigate the area, their analysis would not have been as detailed as his, but why did it seem like the leader was still dissatisfied? But for him who had just suffered through a thorough beating, how would he dare to say another word? Your investigation this time was done well, go take a rest now. Zi Jinghong waved his hand. Oh, Gobu Huan touched his cheek, his nose, and curiously looked at Zi Jinghong, meaning to say, so you're just going to let me go like this after beating me up? Since the mission was completed well, shouldn't he get some reward? Why are you still here? Leave. Zi Jinghong unleashed his rage, kicking him in his stomach, causing his frail body to fly out as though he was a rubber ball. Thud. Outside, a loud noise falling onto the ground ensued, and following that, Gobu Huan still gasped, "My three masters. Your servant has put in so much effort to complete his mission, and as far as he knows, he has not done any wrong, or made any mistakes, why are you beating me up? I'm so wronged." Indeed, he was wronged. He made such a long trip and brought back such a complete and important report, even without any reward, he unwittingly withstood their beatings as well. After that, they could hear someone outside clenching their jaw and saying, "People like you deserve a beating. Everyone. Destroy him." And it was the voice of a warrior of rank beyond supreme. After that, rumbling noises outside resounded like thunder, being packed but loud, the screams of pain entered one's ears endlessly. "Why hit me? Why?" The wailing cries sliced through the ice-cold weather. One could imagine the heated situation where there was one man lying on the ground, surrounded by 7 to 8 people who were ruthlessly trampling on him. In the room, Zi Jinghong quietly sat there, his complexion looking at its worst, and Xiao Wei-cheng had the exact same expression. The atmosphere was heavy and suppressive. After a long time, Zi Jinghong finally said hoarsely, "Bro Xiao, in your opinion, is it that kind of scenario?" Xiao Wei-cheng sucked in a deep breath and said in a blood-curdling voice, "The intel your servant provided was detailed and the analysis was on point, logical, and with his analysis. I'm afraid elusive land of immortals, Ning Wuqing and the 29 people involved have already been wiped." How? How could this be possible? His voice was filled with horror and shock. Zi Jinghong raised his head, and quietly spaced out. How would he not understand the reasoning behind this? He only hoped that there was a possibility and hoped that he could attain affirmation from Xiao Wei-cheng as well, that was why he asked such a question. Unfortunately, Xiao Wei-cheng had the exact same judgment as he did. After a long time, he finally asked, "I think so too. For our 3 holy lands, from the past, we've always conquered everything in our path, unless there was a very important person that we needed to transport back to the city, there has been no other exception. Even though not many people from elusive land of immortals have died outside, but there have still been a few. It was just like that beast at the siege at Tnfa Forest, it was as though someone had died there. At the time, we had enough men, but we just ignored the matter at the time, and we've never specially allocated resources to deconstruct the situation and figure out what happened. Yes. Especially the scene that Gobu Huan described, someone must have died at the scene. And it must have been quite a number of people. The men left behind by Ning Wuqing might not have been enough. Even after the battle, even if they survived, they're probably incapacitated or heavily injured, how would they have any energy left to carry the bodies back? It looks like the elusive land of immortals is really done for. Xiao Wei-cheng sucked in a deep breath. But the only thing I don't understand is, Venerable Mei is cool-headed and kind by nature, it doesn't seem like she'll be the type to massacre people just like that. The winning ticket is in her hands, or rather I should say that elusive land of immortal strength is completely insufficient to hold her back, and she didn't have to massacre them to this extent. As long as she could get away, how would Ning Wuqing and the others even catch her? Zi Jinghong frowned, puzzled, and the other thing is. Bro Xiao, did you notice that last sentence? What sentence? Xiao Wei-cheng lifted up his head and looked at him. Just now, Gobu Huan said, we reached the entrance to the mountain, and realized that about 100 miles away, there were signs of a violent battle. This sentence. I don't understand. Zi Jinghong frowned, thinking hard, how could such a large battle have taken place so far away from the entrance of the mountain? Ning Wuqing was cunning and wise, his intelligence did not lose to you or me, but there was no way he would have abandoned the mountain entrance, which was the optimal spot for ambush. Instead, he knowingly jumped straight into battle. At a place that was so far away, he started a battle up front. Having a battle there, isn't it a death wish? If that was what we were going to do, why didn't we just stay together, and confronted them directly to kill them? The only reason we chose this killing plan in various phases was to counter the Venerable Mei's insane ability to take flight. But Ning Wuqing just jumped out like that. This point here is the most suspicious thing. It is indeed puzzling. Xiao Weicheng's gaze was a bit dodgy, and he was a bit guilty inside. But he knew why Ning Wuqing wanted to jump out and send himself to his death. Because of all of this, it was his hint to Ning Wuqing that led to this outcome. If he had not hinted that the Venerable Mei had already suffered heavy injuries. He believed that even if he had given Ning Wuqing countless amounts of courage, he would not have jumped into the battle so illogically. Bro Xiao. Zi Jinghong's penetrating gaze were directed onto him, and Xiao Weiqing realized that he had spaced out. And he just saw that Zi Jinghong was looking at him in a very strange way, as though he had seen through him. Unwittingly, he laughed awkwardly, saying, "Bro Zi, what's wrong?" Zi Jinghong laughed strangely, but he did not pursue this problem. With Zi Jinghong's sharpness, he could tell that Xiao Weicheng's demeanor was strange, and it was largely to do with Ning Wuqing and his entire team being wiped out. Xiao Weicheng was the first wave of attack, and he had returned with nothing in hand, losing more than half of his men on hand. For such a huge loss, how could Xiao Weicheng not be angry? When he passed by Ning Wuqing's ambush location, how could Ning Wuqing not ask about the situation? Xiao Weicheng exaggerating the situation was also a possibility. If it happened to him, he would also be salty about how his entire team could have suffered such huge losses without any returns, and the other two teams being untouched. If there were any gains, of course it was not necessary to share them, but if it were losses, of course it would be better to share them. But this guy had suffered the ultimate loss. It must have been a simple few sentences that sent the 29 warriors from elusive land of immortals to their death doors. Suppose that if he were to work together with this guy in future, he had to be careful, otherwise he could be sold out by this guy at any time. And there is another suspicious point. That is the reason why the Venerable Mei fought. Both you and I know that even though Venerable Mei shows no mercy to her enemies, but she always takes stock of the entire situation first. As to taking part in a heavenly battle, especially to those warriors at beyond supreme rank, she's always been merciful to them, and has never killed them. But this time, she killed them mercilessly, leaving nothing behind. It was completely one-sided, forcing the people from the elusive land of immortals to the brink, wiping them all out. There must be a loophole in this. But if there was a reason behind this, what kind of reason would have forced her to deal such a heavy blow? And, it has to be a reason that would make her ignore the consequences to the heavenly battle as well. Zi Jinghong was deep in thought, voicing out his second question. It must have been because Ning Wuqing and the others did something to trigger the Venerable Mei's rage, and they must have done something that she would not tolerate at all. This is what we should think about. Xiao Wucheng heaved a sigh of relief. By saying this, the responsibility was no longer directed on him. This is of course, something that we can imagine, but what would have triggered her rage? With her temperament, how would she even get angry at all? On that day, elusive land of immortals collaborated with 10 experts to kill her, and it did not even trigger her to kill them in response. Could it be? Zi Jinghong's gaze lit up, Jun Moxie. That should be it. Venerable Mei has been training for so many years, and she has never had any relationships with anyone. This time, she fell in love with Jun Moxie, and that's a love that would ignore everything else. Xiao Weicheng and Zi Jinghong were humane creatures, how could they not understand this? But if at this time, say if someone injured Jun Moxie, Venerable Mei would definitely fight them to the death. But this injury must have been very serious. Xiao Weiqing cautiously suggested, light injuries wouldn't have triggered that level of killing intent from Venerable Mei, and she even used the Tian Fa Heavenly Sword skill. So it must have been a heavy injury. Or perhaps even, death. Yep, that's highly likely. If that's the case, that'd explain Venerable Mei's rage. In that state, it's obvious that she'd ignore all consequences. But, even if Venerable Mei has the power to decimate the entire elusive land of Immortals' 29 elite warriors. What about herself? Zijing Hong's gaze reflected a cold glint. She can't have escaped unscathed, right? Wouldn't that make her practically a god? Naturally, that's impossible. Killing 9 beyond supreme ranked warriors and 20 supreme ranked warriors without a single injury. Bro Z, that's a complete joke. And it's not even funny. Xiao Weiqing laughed, saying, I'm guessing that the Venerable Mei right now is, at most, at half of her strength, and that's already the best case scenario. Yep, that's logical. Right now, Venerable Mei must be heavily injured, and, after rampaging like that, her Xian Qi must be equivalent to nil. Without spending some time to recover, there's no way she can return to her original condition. Zijing Hong eyes glinted as he said, this is our chance. Xiao Weiqing also got excited and said, agreed. It might be the best time to kill the Venerable Mei now. It's a 1 in a million chance, we have to take it. So, we're betting on Jun Moxie being alive, right? Ha ha ha. Zijing Hong's obnoxious laughter resounded. Why do we have to hope that he isn't dead? If her beloved has left this world, she must be in both physical and emotional pain and mourning over his death. Her will to fight must be very weak too. Isn't that better for us? Xiao Weiqing found it a little strange. If Jun Moxie really died, would Mei Shuiyan still walk on this path? Zijing Hong scoffed. Oh. So that's it. But since Venerable Mei is still around, unless Jun Moxie died on the spot, she would definitely have pulled out all the stops to save him, even at the cost of her own life. Xiao Weiqing laughed too. If my guess is right, Jun Moxie is definitely alive. How would you know that? This time, Zijing Hong was confused. If Jun Moxie really died. Even if Mei Shuiyan did not destroy the bodies in despair, she definitely wouldn't have been so considerate as to take care of those corpses, right? Xiao Weiqing proudly smiled as he said, if our guess is right, and the entire squad from the elusive land of immortals was wiped, then the one who took care of the bodies must have been Venerable Mei. And she did it by using one of the secret techniques from Tian Fa sect, which is why no traces were left behind. Don't you agree on this, Bro Z? Agreed. That is very reasonable. Ha ha ha, Zijing Hong laughed heartily. But Bro Z, if Venerable Mei is injured now, her whereabouts must be unknown. If we stay here, isn't that too? If they get away like this, what do we do? Xiao Weiqing said worriedly, we need to know that a chance like this is too rare to let go. If we let this slip, it'll be a waste. Bro Xiao, calm down. Do you know why I steered away from the main road and chose to wait here? Zijing Hong smiled in a secretive manner. I didn't think about that. But please, enlighten me, Bro Z. There's a mountain not far from here, you could even say that it's very well known. As long as Jun Moxie is here, even if it's a roundabout path that is 100 miles away, he'll have to go through this mountain. And we'll be there to ambush Jun Moxie and Venerable Mei. This ultimate plan is free from loopholes. I can guarantee that. Zijing Hong smiled proudly as he said slyly, once they show up, that'll become Venerable Mei's deathbed. Mountain? What kind of mountain would bring them there? Xiao Weiqing got even more curious. How could a mountain bring Jun Moxie and Venerable Mei here, like bees attracted to honey? What logic was this? Tian Guanlin. Zijing Hong's eyes unwittingly revealed a few hints of slyness. And even some hint of respect. Tian Guanlin, the place where the ultimate generation of military gods of the country of Tianxiang buried the White Robe Army General, Jun Wuhui. That is the burial grounds of the most valued White Robe General, Jun Wuhui. On that day, Jun Wuhui was ambushed. The White Robe Army generals protected him to the end, sacrificing themselves to do so. Even though Jun Wuhui was heavily wounded by the first blow, but when he died, he was the last one to fall. The White Robe Army. The general of the White Robe Army. Xiao Wei Cheng's eyes also shone with admiration, to live and die together and to enjoy glory and luxuries with my brethren, the White Robe Army, with their white robes stained in blood, they walked on the rainbow path with Wu Hui. With the one who shed the most blood on the mountains. So, this was where he, in his voice, there was a tone of casualness, but even more so than that, his voice was overwhelmed with awe. Not bad. After Jun Wuhui died, this became his resting place. This was where the military general of the century fought, and it's the place where you can find most of his traces. Even more so, it was also the place where he fell. In the year when Jun Wuhui fell to the ambush, 3,000 of his closest guards gave up their armors and returned here to stay and protect his grave. How could Jun Moxie not come here? Zi Jinghong sighed imposingly, it was 3,000 of his closest guards. Bro Xiao, these people, any one of them could have become a main pillar in the military. As long as they return to Tianxiang, even though they may not enjoy a life of luxuries and riches, but they could definitely make a living. Instead, they collectively gave up everything they had in their careers to protect this barren, destitute land with their master's grave. And with that, they did that for 10 years' worth with no regrets. And, they even brought their families here to settle down. Jun Wuhui's charisma. Exactly how influential was he? For them to make such a decision. Finishing his words, Zi Jinghong closed his eyes as if he had transported back in time, reminiscing about the legendary White Robe General. He was truly a great man. Xiao Wei Qing cheered, listening to you say this, I can't help but be filled with respect for this White Robe General, a character like this is definitely worthy of our praise. Zi Jinghong sighed, to Jun Wuhui, people like us are only considered younger apprentices. But he has never lost a battle and has always fought relentlessly. In the country of Tianxiang, and maybe in the entire mainland, he's a legendary character that's equivalent to have walked out of a book. It's a pity that even the most honorable legends will have a day when they fall. But, his decline was disappointing and unworthy. He paused, saying, even though the mountain is far from the city, but in a land filled with the history of bloodshed, there is also Jun Wuhui's legend. Even though he did not train his Xian Qi to an especially high level, but he was resilient, composed, and wise. To his subordinates, he was generous and loved his army like his sons. To the residents, he was compassionate. But at the same time, he was vicious and killed decisively, he served the people generously, loyal, brave, decisive and daring, he had a lot of pride, with his belief in justice, he was also easygoing. He was simply a legendary character that came once in 1,000 years. Even when he dueled with the generals, all of them put their hands up, surrendering to him. And some of them even held heartfelt, genuine respect to him. From the past till today, there has been no other general like Jun Wuhui in this world, not even in the ancient times. Xiao Wei Qing also heaved a deep sigh of relief, saying, not bad, Jun Wuhui, if we were to mention him, I myself am filled with overwhelming respect for him too. But it's a pity that for such a hero of a lifetime, for him to have fallen to a bunch of rogues from the Silver City of Wind and Snow, that was something that made us despair. Zi Jinghong sneered as he said, speaking of this, just as I was about to attack the Silver City of Wind and Snow. Su's family was simply overwhelming, it really is a waste. It was definitely a waste then, that I missed a concert to see the legend in action. Since that's the case, we're intending to lay waste to his own son and daughter-in-law in front of his grave, isn't that disrespectful? After all, for military personnel like them, men like him are scarce. Considering his position, should we reconsider? Xiao Wei Cheng's eyes flashed as he said imposingly, how about, we intercept them at the foot of the mountain. After all, in Tian Guan Lin, there are also about 3,000 of his foot soldiers. If they see the way we are going to treat their son, how could they not fight to the death? Even though these people were not well versed in martial arts and their Xian Qi was weak, but it was still a force after all. And, they were all hot-blooded men. Killing many people, the end is a waste. And it would destroy the balance of peace too. Venerable Mei isn't Jun Wuhui's daughter-in-law yet. Also, we weren't going to kill Jun Moxie right from the start. After all, the consequences of killing him are way too severe. Zi Jinghong stood up and paced around for a while, using his hands to rub his temple. As to those 3,000 close soldiers, forget it. We'll intercept them after they leave the mountain. Taking the white-robed general's position into account, we'll let them have a chance to pray and visit him. He exhaled a deep breath, mumbling, Jun Wuhui. Jun Wuhui. For a human to be able to achieve this much in this world, it's never before seen, it is indeed a legend. The entire mainland spread his achievements, and even we who are from the three holy lands still respect him as a junior. He shook his head and laughed mockingly. In my entire life, I, Zi Jinghong, have never had a person I've looked up to. Unexpectedly, I've complimented a legendary oldie general so much. Xiao Weiqing also heaved a sigh of relief. To him, dealing with Mei Shuiyan in front of Jun Wuhui's grave was nothing, but the key lay in those 3,000 close soldiers. They were great men with nerves of steel. For these people, he really did not want to kill them. Even though Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weiqing were planning to kill Mei Shuiyan, but the both of them were not rotten to the core. It was just that they were a bit manipulative, and each of them had their own positions on the matter. In life, men always retained their humanity. Even in the three holy cities, the heavenly battle was their own personal missions. Even though the way the matters were handled over the past few years was haughty, but they still protected the mainland for tens of thousands of years. Out of all their achievements, it was hard to say. But no matter their evaluation, their work would always be more important than their past achievements. Bro Z, if that's the case, then have you gone to Tian Guan Lin before? Xiao Weiqing asked. In fact, I've gone up before to look at this white-robed army general and I've presented 3 joss sticks to him. I also left 10,000 silver to sponsor those close guards of his. Zi Jinghong laughed self-mockingly as he shook his head. On his face, it reflected distress. Come to think of it, it's really funny and even I thought that it was unpredictable. I'm thinking up of a plan to deal with his son and future daughter-in-law. But, I've unknowingly done something like this. That is, really unexpected. To be continued. To find out more details, please enter www.qidian.com, for more. Impossible, Zi Jinghong said repeatedly. He was puzzled and stayed in silence for very long before saying, there's nothing in front of Jun Wuhui's grave. Nothing. His sword was resting on the altar, and it was extremely clean and shiny. His grave was not even a cenotaph, it was a martial tent. There were chairs and tables, benches, martial desk, command plate. Everything was sparkly clean, and Jun Wuhui's statue was sitting right at the center. There are army camps all around. Everything was placed at where they are supposed to be at, with utmost accuracy. There are 3,000 guards, and every day there would be people patrolling the premise, just like how it was like when Jun Wuhui was still alive. There was top-level security and everyone entering and leaving would have to undergo a thorough check. There was no exceptions. A soldier on patrol would be in proper attire with serious expression, there was no room for jokes. Moreover, their attire is the army attire from a decade ago. These people, they are really acting like they are not just guarding a tomb, but the martial camp from back in time. Their loyalty really goes deep into their bone. Brother Xiao, it might be possible for one person, a few dozen or a few hundred, but to think this trend extends to the entire army. This cannot be possible but for the legendary commander. He took a deep breath. If Jun Wuhui was still alive, even I would like to meet him for myself. Xiao Weicheng was really amazed too, and said in response, same here. I'm going to pay my respect to this white shirt marshal up on the mountain tomorrow. Zi Jinghong smiled, and said, no matter how beautiful the legend is, there will be a full stop drawn to it one day. I think there is none other than this legendary commando who kept his soldiers' loyalty to him even after his death. No doubt you want to pay him your respects. Even though we are juniors to him, it would still mean something to him. Xiao Weicheng's expressions were dead serious, and he nodded with a heavy heart. Heroes appreciated and respected one another, and it was not affected by backgrounds or skill levels. After a few days with gloomy weather, the sky was finally clear. The sun was bright and shone brightly over the lands. Everything was white under the sunlight, as if the world was chiseled from a block of pure white jade. It was so bright, that if one did not use power to protect his eyes and glimpsed at the sun, one would feel pain in his eyes. The weather was extremely cold despite the sun. There were two silhouettes gliding along the path with great agility, as if they were weightless. They moved through the thick snow in a flash, with zero effort. Even the legendary ability to take flight, tracelessly, could not match up to their level. One might only be able to match up to their level if they reached the even scarier level of traveling through vacuum, but these people did not seem like it either. Indeed, these two were not using ability to take flight. Both of them had some weird device tied onto the bottom of their feet. If it was ability to take flight, there was no need for this type of burden. They were holding a thin branch in hand, and poking left and right. As much as they looked really absurd, it was making their traveling rather comfortable, easy and fast. They looked like two white meteorites flying across the land as they sailed through the white snow. At a closer look, one would realize it was a teenage boy and girl. They were really attractive. The guy was handsome and energetic, while the girl was gorgeous and luring. What a match made in heaven. Clouds were drifting across the sky. Against the white snow covering the numerous mountains and valleys, the duo's black hair and white clothes were lifted by the wind. This scene looked like it was taken right out of a painting. There was a split road ahead, where the mountain range was ending. The path split the hills, and at one of the path, there was a pointer, Tian Guan Lin. Blood tears from the heaven. Every word was written with great emotions and an untamed air, but all to the point of conveying the sadness and helplessness of a hero at his wit's end. Jun Moxie saw those few words from quite a distance away. They gave him a strong and overwhelming sense of sadness. Jun Moxie halted from his high-speed movement. He stood in front of the monument and felt a strange feeling welling up inside. What's wrong? His pause let Mei Yan Shui overtook him in an instant, who had to turn back to check on Jun Moxie. Today's Mei Yan Shui was no longer a newbie, and she could control her movements however she liked. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for her to execute that turn, which was actually very difficult. Gliding through the snow was tricky stuff. Hearing Mei Yan Shui's question, Jun Moxie acted as if he did not hear anything and remained in silence for very long, staring hard at the words. His gaze was showing glimpses of his loss, sadness and bitterness, as his scroll of ancient memories was unfolded in front of him at that moment. Tian Guan Lin. Blood tears from heaven. Mei Yan Shui read the words out, suddenly it rang the bell in her head. Her eyes opened wide in surprise. Here lies your father. Uncle. Mei Yan Shui was too shocked to speak coherently. Judging by age and power, she really should not be calling Jun Moxie's father uncle. Yes, it's my father. Jun Moxie did not care about the inaccuracy in her words. This reply flowed out naturally. His expression was serious as he slowly said, this place was his last battlefield, where he would forever rest in. He stared in sadness at the words, emotions mixing and crashing around in his heart. It seemed that this was the first time for both the previous Moxie, or himself after his travel through time and space into this world. Jun Moxie really wanted to grab the old Moxie's soul and give him a good beating. Jun Moxie used to think that this brat was just wasteful, but it now seemed like he was also unfilial. No matter how far it was, as a son, he should have visited his father's grave for at least twice every year. But he did not come here in 10 years, not even once. Let's take this path. Jun Moxie's voice was low as he looked towards the Tian Guanlin's direction. Mei Yan Shui agreed softly and never spoke again. She quietly followed behind Jun Moxie, and neither of them used the traveling technique again, or snow sled for that matter. They walked, step by step. Thoughts were drifting away from them and everything seemed intangible at that moment. Even though the path was covered by a thick layer of snow, it was obvious that it was cleaned usually by many people. It was sparkly clean everywhere, and even the flowers and bushes along the cliff were trimmed perfectly. There might be people from the illusory ocean of blood along this path to ambush us. Jun Moxie was walking with his hands behind. His slow stroll and his drifting voice made it seem like he was saying something irrelevant. If they were really going to ambush us, Jun Moxie, swear here and now that no matter what it would take, I would murder all of the 3 holy lands. Everyone, every plant, every soul and their civilization's work and success earned from 1,000 years of hard work would all be crushed in my hands. His tone was light and indifferent, but Mei Yan Shui could hear the immovable determination inside. I don't think it would happen. Even though the 3 holy lands have problems against us, the Tian Fa forest. They should know how important this place is, so I don't think they would do something so inhumane, Mei Yan Shui said lightly. She knew what Jun Moxie was thinking. To ambush a person's son in front of his grave was utterly inhumane and cruel. No matter how evil the person was, he would think twice before doing things like this. Not only would it be inhumane, it would even cost him his credits for the underworld. This would be a taboo. Hopefully, it would be their blessings from their ancestors if they don't do it. You touch a dragon's scale, you would be presented with death instantly. You touch my scale, all your 10 generations would die in my hands. Jun Moxie said, his eyes sharp despite his calm voice. Mei Yan Shui was speechless. She followed closely behind, and dissed him in her heart, seriously, who do you think you are? If the 3 holy lands chose not to ambush us, it just means that they know their standards. Blessings from ancestors. 10 generations would all die. Who do you think you are? Nothing could sound wilder and more untamed than killing more than 9 generations of a person. 10 generations. However, Mei Yan Shui believed that Jun Moxie would do it and he could do it. Even if he did not have enough power at the moment, he would be able to do it in the future. She was sure of this. The 2 sped up, they looked like 2 meteorites moving forward. The path ahead was getting broader, and on the next turn, both of them stopped short and looked at what was in front. In the distance, there was a group of about 100 shirtless men, shoving snow in this cold weather. All of them were hot and sweaty from doing work, and all their hot breath seemed like fog. All these grown men did not have very high Xian Qi level, at most silver Xian level. In this cold weather, they must have spent quite some time to get things done. The people at the front were shoving away snow, piling snow up. At the back, there were people pushing small cart and carrying the snow into the snow cart to be transferred away. This would be followed up by someone with a special large broom who would continue sweeping away the snow until the soil and rocks could be seen. No one was talking, everyone was hard at work. This job was extremely holy. It could be seen that the road behind them was very clean without any snow. It was as if the workers shaved off a layer of the ground. The winding path disappeared into the distance. With this place being so inaccessible, even if it could be used to travel, there would be very few people who actually would use it. Jun Moxie felt that his nose was uncomfortable. He knew just what was wrong with this place. This people looked like they were above 30 years old. Some were even older, but none was over 40 years old. They all looked crazed and orderly, which was a little strange.